больше погружаться в виртуальные миры, забывая про мир физический, обрекая гармонию на угасание. Чтобы восстановить баланс, гармония переродилась жар-птицей мира отправилась сквозь вселенные в поисках героев, способных вернуть утраченную энергию. Избрав 5 сильнейших представителей, Мира собрала их у Куба Советов, наделив их уникальной силой. Они стали хранителями гармонии, чья задача — охранять. Советом было принято решение провести турнир, победитель которого распространит гармонию по свету. Для этой цели Куб преобразовал частицу гармонии во флейм, древний артефакт для сбора энергии. Хранителями было выбрано место для проведения турнира — город с самым сильным соприкосновением энергии. Именно здесь миллионы зрителей и сильнейшие атлеты примут участие в величайших играх всех времен, чтобы определить достойнейших и восстановить баланс миров. Да начнутся игры!
Welcome back once again. It's me, Nice, who joined here with Burger Kim. And that video was much longer than the one I was a part of yesterday, Burger Kim. It gave me the lore of the trophy, the cube that we see on stage. Now I understand it. That's amazing. Exactly what kind of it stands for and what they're all battling here for, of course. And you love to see it. But again, welcome, Burger Kim, for today, the 8 teams we have ahead of us.
Rapaziada,
Yeah, we're gonna be kickstarting off with this one. Of course, it's
Chegou o momento
it's a
das
very
quartas de
highly anticipated
finais
matchup too. Like we got the
Games
Burmese
of
schools here.
Future 2020.
Dilarski playing together with Nico and the rest of the
Antes de
gang.
vir a
Let's take a look at their
apresentação
most
da
pick
equipe da
and most
Bônus
ban.
Gol,
Ruby still
os
stands
heróis
on top,
banidos,
followed by the
os heróis
Claude. Over the other
notificados,
side, the joint of Matilda. This is actually a permanent ban mostly, even
Apesar
for
para
the
hoje
other
ser
teams that are playing
dia
here in Games of the Future.
não tão
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about this because, you know, when me and G were casting their game yesterday for Burmese Ghouls, it was very dominant against Twisted Minds. I mean, and G was kind of asking, you know, play style wise, do they fit that personality of the Burmese Ghouls? And especially with the additions of, you know, the new faces, at least for the rest of the world, and maybe not so much for us here, Kim, but, you know, having Dilar there, having Soxo part of it, and kind of rounding out the lineup. I mean, what do you think of them so far, and especially yesterday's performance?
Yeah, I think overall, like, you know, come on, I've missed seeing Dilar play. And apart from that, you know, I also want to highlight their coach, by the way, from Burmese schools. They're actually going to be playing with Mr. Worldwide, or the coach who has been to every single region. Coach Dale is also coaching them. So I think that's also a big factor that we have to look at here.
We do. You know, that's. I don't know if everybody knows the nickname Mr. Worldwide for him, but it's you know, it's true. And it's great because we actually got to have him. We had an interview with him. This is like the end of last year, 2023, and he talked about his experience, like being Mr. Worldwide, right? Going around, sharing his knowledge to all these different teams and regions. And we got into a very deep discussion about it even yesterday, waiting for some of the matches to start yesterday, and how that effect is. It's very apparent on what's happening right now around like the competitive scene of MLBB. And, you know, there's all these imports and there's these waves of things and changes happening. And now specifically, you know, in just a bit, we're looking at our Q's lineup. But even then, right, there's still, it's in a way, it's like, you know, this organization, you know, the, in a way, legacy that they've already established themselves. But this is like a new iteration of it for a lot of people that have been watching RQ for a long time, you know, and some of this, the changes that we have, you know, you kind of weigh it, like, is this what they need right now? And I feel like tournaments like this is a great time to test some of those things out and get the year started.
Yeah, it's perfect, right? It's right before these major tournaments all around the world, like for MPLs, Indonesia and the Philippines. I think this is kind of like either a test to their chemistry, what they can put out. Are they well adjusted to the meta? I have to highlight a little bit about RQ2. Like, since we're gonna be looking at their roster, they got Irad playing for them and Brusco. And just a little trivia about Brusco, because I've been following him since the amateur scene. It's so nice to see. And you know, there was a time that he actually said that it's gonna be really hard. Like he's not sure if he's gonna make it. There are moments like that. So it's nice to see him, come into MPL, then eventually get picked up by an organization like RRQ, right? That is big. Irad and Brusco, they definitely have a lot to prove here, and I think it's really a big thing for them to carry RRQ's name.
And that's what, like, I'm glad you pointed them out, Ben. And most people might be like, man, a lot of people talk so much about like these roster imports or these changes and whatnot. And
Right.
it's true. I mean, there's a reason why it is, because you have to consider that dynamic change. Irad specifically, we know so far, I would say, from the meta for Games of the Future, a lot of people have been weighing like, all right, is the best choice these utility junglers? Is the best choice maybe opting for some of these assassin type junglers? And with junglers like Irad, with junglers on the table, even like Saksa, right? You have that utility factor in itself, like flexibility, right? So once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the live stage, by the way. So we got a glimpse of this yesterday. And you can see there's quite a few members out there watching this. The stage looks amazing. And that is you can see the trophy. You'll get a closer look at it. Actually, there it is on screen. Didn't get the whole history or the story of it, but now it makes sense. And I love to see that this stage it's very impressive.
Yeah, I'm glad you kind of pointed that out too. Like I was like, oh, it's a trailer about the trophy. Actually, I didn't notice that because I was busy mentally preparing for like what to say in the opening. And yeah, I love how we have these kind of like little trailer about like the teams too, right? Like we got our Speaking of, there you have it, like Irad, and so far, I think what's really interesting about RRQ2 is they're the first team that actually did something very interesting. It got everybody in the MLBB community talking, right? They picked up a Layla for their last pick last time, and it worked. It was a match point. Wow.
We talked about this yesterday, actually.
Oh, wow, you did too.
These guys that have been making for themselves for the longest time, Skylar especially, able to pull things like that off and make it work. I think that's a very special thing. Not to mention that I think those are the new jackets, by the way. They got like some limited edition new jackets that I heard about. Not sure if we'll be able to get to see those in person, but the point with the whole Layla pick, that's what I love. And I was telling this to G yesterday in the discussion. Like some of these, you could say non-meta picks, like these niche picks or whatever you want to call it. Like I feel like we're in a current meta state where it's like you can do some of this. Like you can experiment, you can pull something off, and really all it comes down to is if you're confident enough to pull off that strategy. And something as simple as like, oh yeah, Layla might be really a simple hero in comparison to some of the other gold laners that we're used to seeing, but they made it work. And exactly that. So also taking a look here, Burmese Ghouls making their way to the stage once again here after this great video put together. And Kim, I gotta say, personality-wise, matchup style-wise, for both these teams, do you think the Burmese Ghouls kind of have to like tame that aggression a little bit here in this matchup against RRQ?
I think Burmese Ghouls did a pretty good job actually back in the group stages where they were also pretty aggressive from the early game. So I think it boils down to the draft too. Like if you're gonna give like Saksa here or Irad those types of heroes, like I think if you want to be aggressive from the start, like Glass Cannon heroes like Joy, Nolan, these are the things that you have to consider. Even the Martis too, that is super good in the early game. And Burmese Ghouls had that type of composition actually in the group stage. So hopefully let's see if they can balance it out with RRQ, that kind of aggression that they want to show out here. But so far, like I think Burmese Ghouls did a very good job of holding out up until the stage, right? Like we're down to 8 teams. It's not an easy feat to actually reach this point of the tournament.
Yeah, again, based off what we saw yesterday, taking us back to yesterday, since we know that RQ Hoshi's been waiting, right, because of the way that they place in their groups, but specifically for Burmese Ghouls, like I said, their performance against Twisted Minds was very impressive. Like they came out very strong and came out swinging impressively. It's just they had some I would say, like, minor mistakes on some things, especially when it came to setting up with what the draft did. And I feel like that's going to have to be in check here, for this game against RQ if they really want to move forward, right? Because we do know that, hey, there's not that many days left. It's single elimination. And there's only so much you can do in a best of 3. And, I'm going to ask you this, Kim, because I liked to ask G's idea about this, and like in the best of 3. So is this like the time that, do you think game 1 really is the time to just throw out like this experiment, or do you go back and stay with your fundamentals or your basics here? Because these are 2 teams that really, there's a lot of variability that can pop up even in game 1.
Yeah, I think at this point, right, everybody pretty much has an idea of what everybody's comfortable with in the current meta. We've seen the stats already so far, and it seems like it is centered around these chain CC type of compositions. You see like a Ruby, Minotaur, or sometimes even Ruby, Tigreal combination. So I think it's all about like all-out brawl sometimes, I would see, like in all of the games. And I mean, clashes after clashes, and it's all because of these CC type of heroes. So I think for Burmese schools, right, if they want to keep up, maybe possibly like get a really good draft against RRQ, we started to see the shift also. Instead of like putting your resources to take down the gold lane, like I see a lot of these teams kind of shifted to the XP lane, which kind of like carries the momentum of the game, right? Like I've seen Delar do that. He was so good in like disrupting the jungle or the farming of the enemy, which kind of made it so hard for them to take in major objectives, which is turtles and the Lord. So I think that's something that has to be looked upon here for both sides.
I think with building off of that, when you're talking about the objectives, for the most part, I still feel like these teams specifically, and
Caramba, as OTVs aqui estão bem baixinhas, hein, rapaziada? Aparentemente os caras já adivinharam quem vai vir seu campeonato.
And they wanted to just clash it out and things like that. But of course, like over time, a lot of these teams have developed that sense of, all right, these objectives, we really have to master the dance. Because I think for a lot of people watching, like especially if, let's say, they're just kind of casually watching the esports scene, or maybe if you even compare it to the diehards out there, they know that there's a certain like choreography to a lot of these like turtle takes and these lore dances. That's why we call it a dance, right? I mean, that's the terminology, because it really is that. And I would say that with the additions here to Burmese schools, they have done a really good job at kind of developing that play style around that, but they're still very aggressive. And if you say the same thing about RQ Hoshi here, they're a team when sometimes when you think they're like down and out, there's like that it factor for some of these players here, right? And whether that's Clay, whether that's Scott, or whether that's any of these guys on that roster, specifically from Indonesia, like they can pull that through, and it's kind of scary how that can happen, right? Because sometimes there's always that when games do, like when we're talking about 10,000 gold deficit for any of these teams out there, there's some of those playmakers that can pull a miracle out, right? It doesn't always happen, but it's definitely a possibility here. And once again, while we wait for a draft for game number 1, that's where we're going to see things kind of fall into place, right? Because we already saw, again, these top picks, these top bands that have been coming up. We see a lot of, when it comes to Rome, we see a lot of that set potential. That's the reason why Ruby is, I think she's the top right now. I think she's actually most picked. Yeah, I think she is the most picked
so far
hero. But even with that being the case, like we saw yesterday, and being picked up first, it doesn't guarantee you a easy sailing in the game. Like we saw even Maro yesterday struggle with the Ruby in the first game that they had, because he got shut down really early on.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Ruby here. The statistics is actually pretty good. Like it's picked up, the most number of times, 28 in total, but it doesn't really have
Queria lembrar vocês que quem perder tá fora, beleza? Então aí, ó, o Messi Goals, se você perder, você está fora do campeonato, você vai pra casa com, acho que é $35 mil, ou é 40? Uma grana muito pesada.
That's a really good choice when it comes to like aggression in the early game. So I'm still not so sure. Will these teams like go for super aggressive picks? Like there are times that I will also see like, you know, Fanny bans, like respecting Irad there, Lancelot bans coming through. So I'm not so sure if they're gonna go for utility right now, or are they gonna go for assassins, because we're talking about like
Amiguinhos, eu vou postar agora no
two
OBuff
of
lá.
our like homegrown talents here in the PH, right?
As odds de aposta
with
da
Irad
Hero.
specifically, like at least for me, I'm very vocal about this over in our region, of course. Like I loved
Você
for the
acessou o
longest
link
time,
da
ever since
descrição
I was
aí,
a
ou
part
da
of the
descrição.
broadcast
É na
team,
descrição do link.
RSG. And so, you know, I was a big
Então
Demon
você
Cat fan
acessar o
coming
link
up, and
aí,
then
ó.
Irad came in,
Comentário
and he had this whole
fixado,
thing that he was
vai
saying
diretão
between
pra
him
página
and
de aposta de
Carl
Mobile
one of the
Legends.
seasons and
yeah,
whatnot.
yeah.
And I was like, man, you know, Irad has developed into an exceptional player, like over the seasons, and he is still one of those players, because there's a lot of jungler players out there that like they don't want to, like sometimes, even I've heard this from some of the coaches that we've interviewed, like sometimes even if they want, you know, this certain draft, sometimes they will of course take the consideration of what the player is saying. And Irad and players like this will be like, you know what? I'll take the Lancelot, I'll take the Joy, I'll take the Nolan, I'll take some of these like riskier heroes, because they have that certain confidence in themselves and they're able to pull it off, rather than going, and sometimes that's making it into a utility type hero, you know, and they can still make it work.
Thanks a lot, right?
Thanks a lot, you know, and again, it's all about that timing and that really, like, Wolf talks about this a lot, like the micro skill when it comes to it, and in those minor decisions of being able to get that retribution off, or being able to play from the backside and work around it. So Irad is specific there, I think, but him and Saksa, I think, is, when you're comparing them jungler wise, he likes to opt for those utility type heroes more, you know, at least for the whole team composition. So that's what I'm really wondering, and that's where my eyes will actually be when we get to that draft, is what do these teams want to go with jungle? And it's one thing that's apparent here, Kim, is how much flexibility can happen, you know, in that first phase of the draft.
For sure.
A lot of the flexing that can happen here with the heroes.
Yeah, I was thinking about like Saksa here. I actually got a chance to interview both of these players, and Irad is that. I mean, it shows in their playstyle. Like Irad is a bit more aggressive, a bit more confident, right? So you can see like the assassins come up here, because you need that confidence to be able to make that play. I mean, come on, I'm not that confident. I can't do assassin. So it's kind of like that. It kind of translates to your personality too. Sox is more of that kind of guy who kind of more of like follows like what the entire team wants, kind of like a team player, right? But I'm not saying Irad is not. I'm saying it's more of like he takes charge here. Like I can lead you guys with this hero. I can pick up that assassin. Just trust in me. Kind of like that kind of thing going on.
Yeah. And I get what you mean too, and I like the fact too that you kind of bring that perspective, because I know you've done a lot of that, like report. I don't know if that's the right term, but like a lot of like that reporting work, you know, through the league and everything else. So you get to kind of spend a little more of that time picking the brains of, you know, some of the players here, of course, in the Philippines. Now, as we're getting through this first phase of the draft, you can already see the bans coming out, the Barretts. The Nathan is taken out. I was wondering if this would be also banned out. Joy is constantly banned, so that's taken out. But the Novaria, a pick that obviously RQ Hoshi loves to play, and it works well. I mean, a lot of teams love it because of the vision and the burst potential. So what are we feeling, though, will be possibly priority here as we get through these last couple bans in the first phase, Kim?
E a gente tá nos picks e bans aí agora aí, ó.
Henrique
Roshi baniu Barat, Nathan,
so far, like
Nathan.
overall in the entire games of the future.
Equipe da mais gols baniu Joy.
Gives the pokes, even the wave clear is so good. So
Joy,
I think
Novaria,
schools,
bans,
Nico is that
como
type of mid
sempre.
later. Like there was a time he went 2 games straight with a Paquito in the mid. So that kind, I feel like Burmese schools is kind of trying to go for that kind of composition once again. Like if you're talking about RQ being aggressive, Burmese schools has that composition that can be aggressive, and at the same time, like it can be like a split push type of composition. We've seen the Paquito in the mid lane. I think it's also a flex pick that comes out from Burmese schools. I'm not so sure if RQ she will respond immediately by taking it, but there's a lot to take in here for the first phase. I was thinking about the Ruby, which seems to be a standard first choice, but Guinevere here for the side of RRQ Hoshi, which I think is a very safe pick. It's a flex pick. Like you can go with it in the jungle, you can go with it in the XP lane, and sometimes even the roam. So super flexible. We're talking about the flexibility. I like that coming out from RRQ, but Burmese schools can either answer it out with a Ruby and a Claude here being picked up. One of the most picked heroes as well so far in the tournament, and has a very good win rate, by the way.
Yeah, not to mention, Stitch had some MVP performances on this as well, and they're going to work around that. Not to mention, picking a Ruby, like you said, it's top pick right now, but we'll have to see again if they're actually able to utilize it the way they need to, because, yeah, so far, we don't 100% know where the Guinevere is going. We can assume that maybe it goes in the jungle, maybe it doesn't. Even yesterday alone, we saw it even in the roam. So, with that, again...
É isso, eles baniram a Tilda, né? A Burmese, agora eles pegaram o Cloud, o Ruby. E a Rekihoshi garantiu a Cici, Nana e Guinevere. Ah, rapaziada. Bom dia, Túlio Map. Túlio de Monte Azul Paulista. Cara, eu já vou meter 2x0 aqui. 2x0 aqui. Nem sabia. Quero nem saber, não quero Vapors.
It is. I mean, we've talked about this with Private. I think the only time we've seen this was like, well, it has appeared in multiple games, but I think I love this coming out from RRQ Hoshi, showing us that, the Nana is not only a beast in ranked games. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. It appeared several times, not to mention, I like the...
Cara, se hoje não for tudo 2x0, velho, eu desisto.
Like for RRQ so far, it has that great
a única equipe que pode perder de 2x1 aqui é a Rekihoshi. Eles já perderam pra Deus Vult.
Shake things up, but at the same time, I'm not so sure if this is a good pick up against like the Nana. Like the Nana's Molina kind of counters out the Akai, right? Like when you pop the heavy spin. So I'm not so sure, but for Sox, right, he's kind of taking away or kind of picking up this Akai already, since there were two bans centered towards him in the first phase. The Barretts and the Martis were already out. Some of his most picked heroes so far in the tournament.
Yeah, and it's funny with that, because Akai popped up
Caralho, vocês são dodói, né? Vocês acordam 8 horas da manhã pra assistir um jogo da Rússia, velho.
It can still work okay, because really when it comes to the positioning, getting the lockdown with the heavy spin, the way that works. And sometimes it's not even about getting the lockdown. It's actually the way that you can utilize it. And we've seen this happen before with Soxa, is just push them away from the objective. Again, we talk a lot about the dances, the objective dances, and that's one great tool or utility, I guess, that Akai brings, is sometimes you're just pushing the other jungler away so that you can get the retribution off and work off of that. So again, a lot of CC available to them. Claude scales up. We know that he can be a menace later on himself, pushing those side lanes, putting pressure there if it's not controlled. But right now, as we get through this second phase here, Kim, a couple more bans to go before we see how this unfolds.
Pra aproveitar até pra falar quem tá aqui, né? Quantas pessoas temos aqui? Nós temos 10 pessoas. Ó, dia 2 de março, eu vou estar ao vivo no perfil oficial da MPL Brasil, né? Live no Instagram.
Respecting the fact that this is not a Ruby,
e vocês estão convidados a assistir, beleza? Dia 2 de março é sábado, tá bom, rapaziada? A gente vai falar um pouquinho sobre MPL Latam, as novidades.
I feel like they should center it around the LAR, just the same thing as
aliás, a partir das 4 horas da tarde, tá?
Here for the last two bans, they take away the Lancelot and the Nolan that I mentioned, that is really good when you kind of want to go for that great early game, which kind of leaves Irat here with either going for another utility, because they already have the burst damage here, or they want to add up to more damage by picking up like something crazy like a Fanny here. I mean, they already have Skylar here to pick up that either a carry here to shred up the tanky heroes, or maybe go for something like something that can go head to head with a Claude in the early.
Could do that. They could again. I think they could even possibly just go a safe route. They already have so much damage available to them in the early game. If they really want to go in with scale and work around this, they might even opt. What if they go for, of course, like it's not banned out, the carry's available, Bruno's still there. Those are some picks that they could pick up and go with. Fairness being picked up on the other side, again, is something that you have to be conscious of, right? I was even thinking of possibly an Aurora popping up because we've seen that come through quite a bit. There's the Bruno. So Bruno is going to be locked in. That's the choice here for Skylar, which is great because Bruno's a great turret destroyer, right? Let him go ahead and farm up, do what he needs to do, and then the damage has to be respected later on. The Minotaur, last pick here for RQ Hoshi. So now we know exactly where things are falling into place, right? Of course, this provides
Opa,
them a lot of
voltei, eu
that
dei uma
sustainability
saidinha rápida.
still,
Vamos lá para
based
os
off the heroes that
bans,
they have
o Pix e
and
bans
a
aqui.
lot of CC. So
Que o
it's
Rocher
a
agora
good
pegou
thing
o
that Burmese Ghouls
Bruno,
has that fairness, right? Because they're
Minotauro.
going to want to use
A
that,
Burmese Ghouls vem de
that cult
Mifarames,
has really helped them
Cloud,
survive a lot of this.
Akai e
Yeah, they're already
Ruby.
anticipating that this is going to be an all-out brawl between
Caramba,
them
logo
and
de manhã,
RQ.
ainda tô
I mean, looking at
trabalhando.
the
Pois é,
lineup
mano.
here of RQ,
Pô, mas
you
esse
got the
campeonato é
Minotaur,
bom,
the
cara. E,
Guinevere.
tipo, ele é
This is what's
das
really
8
good
da
about the
manhã até
Guinevere
as
too. I
1
think
da
this
tarde,
might
velho.
actually be
Às vezes ele vai
the
até as 3 da
advantage here, right?
tarde.
So, as long as the Guinevere
Pô,
has
é
someone to
muito
farm
melhor do
for
que
you,
tu
you
ver
can
um
just keep on
campeonato
setting up and not
às
worry about getting
3 da
taken down.
manhã
But
até
for the
as
side of
8, velho.
Burmese Ghouls, they also
Mano, é
locked up
cansativo pra
something really
caralho,
interesting
velho.
themselves, and
Impossível aguentar
I think
aquilo.
overall, like, you can expect to
Jesus
see like a
amado.
lot of clashes here from the
Pô,
start and even
é o
up
Império
until the game.
Indonésia, o Mundial,
Again,
MSC,
we'll
velho.
see
Nossa,
as
mano, é
both these
tudo
lineups are
complicado.
locked in and ready.
Se eu não me engano, o
I feel
MSC
like it's been a
2024 vai
while
ser mais ou
too
menos
since
esse
we've
horário aqui
seen,
também, hein? Ele começa
you know,
de
with
manhã, se eu não me
fairness,
engano.
I'm so
Começa
used to
tipo às
seeing
6 horas da
Valkyrie
manhã.
across from him, but I like the fact
Horário
that,
mó
again, I'm a
bonzão,
huge
mano.
fan of these picks
Uma
popping up
delicinha, tá?
that are, I guess Nana's kind of meta now, but
Particularmente
you know,
eu
for a
gosto
time,
desse
for the
horário
longest
aqui.
time, she wasn't meta. So I like that she still fits into this this whole play style for a lot of these teams. So talking about magic damage, talking about sustainability, they have all that here for RQ. Burmese Ghouls, on the other hand, like I said, they're going to have to play around the utility that they bring to the table with these picks, right? The Ruby, the Akai, and everything else. So, again, let's see how it all unfolds. We saw both the lineups here. I'm going to go ahead and lean towards this lineup from RQ Hoshi. I think they should be able to pull it off, but we're going to be jumping here into the land of Dawn here. Game number 1, down to the last 8 teams. We're kicking off here. RQ Hoshi, Burmese Ghouls in this best of 3. One of these teams will be sent out of the tournament here after the series. So we all start here once again. Taking a look at the early rotations, emblems, nothing quite out of the ordinary here.
Por favor.
Banana, though,
RQ
opting for a lot of that sustainability.
Não
with this
entregue
CC.
este jogo.
We'll see how this all works out.
Pelo
Burmese
amor de
Ghouls,
Deus.
they have they gotta play around
Back.
the fact that they have.
Disse.
Oh,
Deveria
hold on,
ter
RQ
canal
mid lane,
profissional
though.
com um bom
Jump in,
narrador só
come
pra
through.
narrar esses
Nico's gonna be
jogos.
just fine. Gives them a
Ia
thumbs
ser
up as
bom.
well. So for now, back and forth. We're gonna wait for that
A
first big
pergunta é, quem tem que
objective,
fazer
of
isso
course,
é a
the turtle.
organização
I'm
do
not sure
campeonato,
if
nem eu não.
either of these teams
Como nenhum
have what they need to
brasileiro
get an early
ia
first blood
transmitir
before
esses
the
jogos, o que eu
objective.
fiz?
I think it's better
Falei
to play
com
it
os
safe
russos,
again when we're
eles
talking about
liberaram pra
exactly
mim,
what
e aqui
is
nós estamos.
at stake here, right? So for now, let's see once again how it goes. Banana and Delar. Banana should have a pretty good lane so far for the most part until that level 4 is available. There you are, Kim. So yeah, nothing.
Yeah.
You didn't miss too much.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a minute in, no first blood. Kind of expected to see this from, of course, RQ and Burmese. They want to be a little bit more careful, kind of going in for a lot of these early game pokes first. I like this XP lane choice from RQ. They decided to go with this, especially since this can kind of like put Dilara back. Like we've seen this in some games.
E no Libra, duas equipes que eu tô se enfrentando é foda. Falando que teve ET, não tô falando que você deve fazer. Não, eu entendi, mas... Ah, mano, é porque a maioria dos narradores de mobile Legends no Brasil agora deve estar, pô, trabalhando, mano. Eles têm um trabalho convencional, né? Não é só narração, alguns. Eu chamo o CB, mas o CB ele acorda um pouco tarde, então ele aparece um pouquinho aí, né? E a gente só comenta. É isso, velho.
Yeah, those was very good zoning as well from RQ. Like you see, Banana not
Foda,
only
mano,
did
acordar 8 horas da
was
manhã
he
pra
able to
assistir um
clear lanes
campeonato que você
pretty
não vai
fast, he
ganhar
was also able
nada.
to
Você vai
zone out
narrar, você vai gastar
Saksa
sua
there, so
voz.
he can push forward and try to go for that heavy spin and just click that
Se
retribution and
tivesse
steal that
condição de
Lord.
pagar
But
pros
overall
caras
for
fazendo.
RQ, right? Like
Então,
so
eu
far
pagava,
their
com
lanes are
certeza eu
pretty much
pagava.
contained. Like you see how the Lar was super aggressive
Melhores
too when it
momentos.
came to like the turtle take. He went in and tried to go in for that level 4 so he can pop in that black dragon and
Inclusive,
be
ó,
able to
se você
kind of
quiser pagar,
mess up
galerinha, se você quiser mandar um
RQ's
pixinho
little
aí,
take there. But so far
pagar,
RQ has been
narrador.
successful. No first blood yet. 3 minutes in
Aproveita
already
que
in
tá
the
nas
game.
quartas de final, ainda dá tempo de ter a grande
which is
final com o
interesting,
narrador.
right? Because we're talking about the aggression from both of these teams, but and that's not going to find the connection they're looking for. But hold on,
Por amor.
still pressure.
Não, eles ganham, tipo, eles ganham dinheiro, mas só que eles ganham dinheiro quando é oficial da Mutum, tá ligado? Quando é tipo assim, um campeonato assim desse, solto, eles não são contratados. E fora que a Mutum não faz
Yeah, just what we
campeonato
were
todo
talking about,
dia,
no
né,
first blood, kind
rapaziada?
of called it there.
Por
Nice
exemplo,
stuck in there.
o
Flicker
último
was available
campeonato
for Blink and he was
oficial
able to do
foi...
that, and now
Olha
Banana
só
in
quem foi
trouble.
seu lado,
Ooh, this is what I was
Banana.
talking about though. 1-for-1 trade up
Ah, na
on
moral,
the
velho, a
bottom
gente vai
side.
entregar
And
essa
you
porra
see
aqui.
kind of like the aggression of the Law, right?
Mas, por
Going right
exemplo,
into the turret to make sure that he
em
gets the
dezembro
pick off.
teve
But
o
again,
Mundial.
kind of nullified
Beleza,
since
campeonato
it
oficial,
was like a
pagando.
1-for-1 trade. You're in the middle side though. Burmese
Meu
Schools,
Deus,
Brusco setting
que
things
porra
up,
de festa.
but not be able to get anything. Burmese Schools
Mas
so
será
far,
que se
they
ele não
got
tivesse
that nice
chutado, será
first
que os
blood,
caras
they
tinham
got it in
chutado?
2
Acho que
pickoffs, but it's still RRQ Hoshi leading, all because of the turtle takes that they've
aí
been
lá.
taking, and not to mention, look at
Teve o Mundial em
Skylar there over
dezembro,
on
em
the
janeiro
top
não
side,
teve
actually
campeonato
forcing
oficial, fevereiro não
Stitch to
teve
actually
campeonato
go to
oficial,
the
agora dia
XP
9
lane
de
instead.
março vai ter campeonato oficial.
It's a good
Ou
choice. I mean,
seja,
a lot of these
caras vão
rotations happening here
trabalhar,
are very smart on
narrar, o
both sides.
campeonato vai
You know,
ganhar
for the most
grana.
part, in early game, not anything
Ligado?
too
Sempre
crazy
fica
happening. You
isso,
see Blink
esses
as he continues to do
espaços
that
sem
every time the
campeonato,
flicker's available
então
to him.
fica sem
It's
ganhar uma
really going to
graninha.
pay off,
Aí os
right?
caras
Burmese Schools.
trabalham
That's
em
kind of what they
emprego
have to do. But
condicional.
Brusco even on the other side.
E
And well-timed Minoan Fury is going to
parar,
help
né,
them out. And not
rapaziada?
only that, but they have the extra
Também não tá milionário,
CC
né?
available to them with Irad's
Yeah.
kit. Dragon Form going to come down, still be working for this turtle. Second one, Sox able to secure it. Gets the lockdown now on Irad. He's kind of stuck between the wall. He'll get taken out by Delar. And there's nothing RRQ could do there. So objective and a kill for Burmese Ghouls.
I like how Burmese Schools also kind of like knew that Brusco
É,
there did not have that
Brusco aí.
flicker, so they were so
Bruno
confident
fechou
in
seu primeiro
trying to take
item,
down this
Cloud
turtle to the point that
também,
the RQ was just
The
like trying to
Zonk,
find the proper setup there. We kind of see the attempts there from
Arame.
Irad trying to go in for the Violet Requiem and the spatial migration, but
Ixi.
you know, it kind of
Cara,
backfired here
rotação sempre se
onto
ferra.
to
No caso aí
RQ,
o
and
jungle
now,
também.
so
Olha a build
far,
da cara.
Burmese Schools, they've
Já
done
era
a
essa
good job
treta aí no
of
top.
equalizing things out.
Uau.
Brusco, though.
Goes in, yeah,
Vai matar
jumps
ninguém.
in. But look at that. Again, the sustainability is kind of
Eles gastam tudo, mas não
NetherRealm works, so
mata
it
ninguém.
buys you a little more time.
Ixi.
And they're going to
O
be just
Skylar, na
fine.
moral, vou tá base, você tá sem mana, cara.
Yeah, I'm
Pô,
worried
na
about
moral,
the,
velho. Não
for
dá
this,
azar, não.
Burmese Schools, though. They have to
O cara vai entregar esse
check
porra.
Skylar as of the moment. He's gotten all the gold plating over on the
Não
top
dá,
side.
mano.
Not to mention that he's been pushing the lanes pretty fast. You did mention that this Bruno is a turret shredder, and so far he's been taking this turret now almost to 1 port HP. They should be able to take this. Great map control here for RRQ. Great space that they've made, especially
pedido
since
pro
they
Hades,
still
né?
need to take in
Cara,
the
eu tinha-
last turtle and
Ele
possibly the
levou
next
pro
Lord
Hades
coming
lá.
into this game. But
Ele
so far,
trans-
gold lead,
falou
you
que
don't see anyone leading as of the moment because everybody is so
poder e tal, porque tinha.
it's kind of a
E
little
aí,
bit
não ia
careful
poder
when it comes to
transmitir
all
todos
these
os
engages,
dias,
right?
é
Like
um
once you
campeonato
engage, you
longo, tá
don't have that
ligado?
right follow-up. It
Então
might
aí
actually
não-
just be a double-edged sword for your team.
Para minha infelicidade.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, you have to respect the fact that even with everything happening now, you know, in the past couple of minutes, it's pretty much even, economy-wise, right, for the most part. And Skylar not going down, able to kind of just farm up here is great for RQ. But even on the flip side, Burmese Ghoul is exactly Stitch, having an early kill, able to work on his own here, will pay off later on, of course, as you scale up on this Claude pick. So right now, stalemates, third turtle of the game, though, for the taking here. Both teams getting in position. Only Skylar down on the bottom side, so both teams want to go full force here.
Cara, não.
The difference maker could be that gold lane, having that available. You can already see
fazer
in the mid
quase
lane,
nada na partida.
whittling down slowly, but
Ela
Stitch going to go
clica pela
down
tanto
bottom.
lá
Team's
no
going to be
bot lá
fighting
o
out 4-on-4
Skylar.
here
Será que vai ter
for
X?
this
Ah,
third turtle. Taking it slow. Turret
ela
goes down to
levou
the
a
bottom
tua.
side
Ah, não vai ter
as
X.
both
não.
gold laners wait
Só
there.
de
Turtle's going to
recuo.
reset once again. Still looking for an angle here. Brusco there in the front lines. No one committing
has a
just
flicker.
yet. They're trying to feel this out. Yeah, they have to. There's some pressure, though, in the mid lane. They got to deal with it for now. RQ still in position. Right now, Burmese Ghouls just kind of letting them take control of this space. Blink not going to commit. There's the Dragon Form finally going for the initiation.
Olha o Brusco, fez a play, mas não tem time.
Brusco, though, with the flicker and fury. Now the new
Mano,
battle now
aí,
still
ó,
for a
cara.
kill to fall here, though, as both gold laners
Nossa,
trying to make
não
a way.
salvou
Delar
geral,
will
velho.
finally fall. Stitch now joining the
Vai
fight.
errar
Irad taking a
disso.
couple shots. He's almost
Não,
there, but
cara,
another
que
knockup goes
tá
through. Irad falls. It's a
fazendo?
double for Stitch, though.
Boa,
But Skylar
banana.
finally gets a kill
Vivo
as
pra
well.
alto.
And now the mid lane turret goes down next. They find wins on both sides here, but RQ pulling out just a little bit ahead.
Estou tentando
Now
roubar.
Sox up,
Caralho,
can be
matou.
worked on. He's
Olha o dano na
deleted
Nana.
by Banana, gets whittled down
Olha o Blink ali
quickly.
de onde tá. Olha o
And
Blink.
that is tough for them. Stitch now the answer here with Blink. Still,
Boa,
Banana going to be
banana.
able to get away from the I'm offended. Wow, so much back and forth here, Kim.
Quase que ele
Yeah, we kind of expected this coming out. All out brawl from the side. Burmese School, big window. There was a trade from RQ Hoshi on the middle lane, so that's also pretty big for them to give that map control towards their side. Right now, that is big because RQ Hoshi just finally got this first Lord of the Game. Not the Luminous one, but this will actually give more pressure to Burmese Schools. They've been winning all of these clashes, but they haven't been able to convert as much turret takes as compared to RQ Hoshi, who has been slowly taking it in. Care of Skylar, 101 on this Bruno, 7,600 gold for him, at least 1,000 more than what Stitch has. But so far, you know, we can't count out Stitch just yet. This is a claw that you're talking about. He just picked up the Demon Hunter sword too, so that's going to be big for the side of Burmese Schools when it comes to these clashes. That blazing duet that Stitch has to time up really well. He also has that Purify, so pretty much he's just going to go for the cleanup work here if Burmese Schools decides to go in for the full engage.
Okay, and with that,
Pô, depois eu vou fazer um post. Quantas vezes esses heróis foram picados? Acho que essa Ruby se foi na base dos tantos 30 vezes. Acho que até agora a gente teve em média 4 partidas por grupo. 4
It's going to come down once again if Blink can find a setup that he's going to be looking for on this Ruby pick once again. He's kind of the big answer for them. Delar also now at this point with Dragon Form has to be really careful on his positioning. Turret now in the mid lane, tier 2, but fall the focus top side, tier 3.
23
You can already see Skylar very confidently just kind of poking down when he can. Shield's already taken care of as well in the mid lane. But right now, Burmese Ghouls holding it together on the defense.
For Burmese Schools and RQ, what they both have in common right now is the timing of the ultimates. The Netherrealm here, the Blazing Duet. Even for the side of RQ, the timing here of Brusco's setup. He does have the flicker here. They want to go for the pressure here on the mid side. There's tug in by Blink.
Able to get the pull here, but he's still going to be able to stay alive through it all. Netherrealm comes down too. Dragon Form there to cut him off a little bit. Delar, though, takes a few shots. No one goes down in the exchange. Big item picks up as well. The Flask of the Oasis now for Brusco. Sustainability going to be there, and they're getting another turret as well. The jumping from Irad finds the Requia. Now Banana also unleashing. Stitch able to get a kill, but it's Nico that falls. 2 down for Burmese Ghouls. RQ looking to end game
Dá GG, caralho. Dá GG, porra. Dá GG, caralho. Quem... Porra. Nunca ganhou, caralho. Foca Nexo. Isso. Aê, ó, gigante, mano. Ó, o melhor time do mundo. Pelo amor de Deus. Deus me livre. Vai ganhar um Mundial aqui desse ano. Olha esse RQ. Este comportamento técnico. Olha o RQ Game com a minha. Esse comportamento mostra o nível da equipe. A RQ está no mesmo nível que a RQ Akira. Ou seja, vamos ganhar um Mundial. Estamos muito bem. E o nível da nossa queridíssima Akira, eles tiveram que se reinventar. Antes eles estavam no nível de um Peru, por exemplo, uma Infamous. Agora eles estão no nível RQ. E é isso, cara. A gente vai ganhar um.
Yeah, it's crazy again. When you're thinking about that early game, you know how kind of even it looks, and great setup here in the early game from Burmese Ghouls and Blink, you know, able to pull that through. But the problem was, as much as it was a stalemate from the early portion of the game, and it was relatively even economy-wise, it's like a switch just flipped for RQ at some point, right? And they were able to really
Rapaziada, se essa live não tem, ou se esses jogos não terminarem antes das 2, tá ligado? 2 horas eu vou abandonar vocês, vou deixar vocês aí com a narração em inglês, porque eu vou ter uma reunião, beleza, rapaziada? Avisar. Por mim, a Mythical Sea ou a All Sports estaria no lugar da Burmese. É porque é foda falar isso, mano. Querendo ou não, a Burmese é o time mais forte, né, de lá. Tipo, mas como eles ficaram muitos anos longe dos palcos no Mobile Legends, cara, parece que eles aprenderam a jogar Mobile Legends. Fez um tipo a Falcon lá no M4, tem surpreendido e tal.
made it hard for RRQ Hoshi and the team fight. So RRQ Hoshi kind of understood that. They're like, okay, we have to kind of address the backlines here, or maybe kind of force Burmese schools to pop in all of their ultimates. Once it's all down, it's gonna be
Eu acho que se a RQ jogasse contra a Burmese, a RQ ganhava fácil.
For RRQ, they were willing to
Akira,
take down the backlines. Here
é
you see a
fácil,
nice
velho.
setup here from Irad,
Difícil,
which
né?
kind of enabled all of the rest of
É,
RRQ
por
Hoshi to
exemplo,
actually make
tem que
play.
ganhar aqui em
As
solo
long as
brasileiro, com a
Skylar is
comida
safe
do
here,
Brasil.
as long
Porque
as
a
he's
comida da Ásia tá foda. Os
protected
moleques
here
tão...
for RRQ Hoshi, they could have locked in the tower, and for Burmese schools, they lacked that kind of wave clear here. For their side,
Vamos
they
ver
did
aqui,
have
ó.
the protection in the form of the fairness, but it
Lá,
was kind of not enough to take down the main problem, which is, of course, backline, and at the same time, Banana as well, being the MVP here for this game. We've seen
a
him
Falcons,
zone
a própria Falcons.
the side of
Ó,
Burmese
saudade da
schools here
BG
several
antiga,
times,
pô.
not
Por
only in
exemplo,
the clashes, but
os
even in
médicos
the major
antigos era
objectives,
foda, tá?
which kind of is,
Ó,
I would say
Falcons.
that CD is that
Falcons
kind
é
of
muito
hero that
forte.
is
Eu não
not
sei
really
se a
that, for
Mythical
me, it's not
Sea
really that OP, but it
e algo
really
é
is
uma
super
boa
annoying to be in
equipe.
lane with. You've seen even in the early phase of the game
Caramba,
where, you know,
mano, esse aqui
Dilar
tem
really
um...
had a hard time to clear out the lane. Like, Banana
Da
had much
hora,
better
tá?
wave clear, and at the same time, it was really, really annoying when it comes to these clashes that, you know, he was just zoning the backlines, and it was hard for, you know, either Nico or even Stitch here to get the prime position in the class.
Yeah, it was great. Again, you know, Banana didn't even have, you know, he didn't have to have that many items to do what he wanted to do. You know, he had a couple locked in there on the defensive, and he was able to play around the Vengeance as well. And he was just really good at kind of playing that
Enquanto a gente tá aqui, tá
front
com
line
outro
when
campeonato aí.
Brusco wasn't available, or
Com
maybe
11
Brusco had
da hora,
already
tá?
done the Minoan Fury
Cara,
combination,
Mythical
and there was
Sea é
a couple times where
basicamente
it
a
looked like he
Falcons
was
do
going to go
esporte.
down, but Banana was, you know, there
A maioria
then
dos
to deal
jogadores
with, and
deles
he's
eram
just
da Falcon.
kind of a nuisance for a Burmese Ghoul lineup to deal
Caramba.
with. And even though, once again,
Ó,
when
só
we were
tem um
talking
aqui,
about
ó.
it in the
Tem,
draft here, they
eu
had a
tenho
lot of
dois
utility
aqui.
available to them for Burmese Ghouls. They had a lot of just options that they could have used, and we saw
Até a comissão
glimpses of that. You
técnica,
know,
velho.
like that's what we saw from Blink early on.
Pô, será que essa
And
Mythical
it
Sea
just,
aqui é boa,
unfortunately, it
velho?
did not result in what they wanted to. It's like at some point they were keeping up with RQ.
Caramba,
and then things just
Mythical
kind
Sea
of,
tá boa,
you
hein?
know, fell
Pô,
apart from
ganharam o
there, and
campeonato
then
agora, dia
you just
25
don't
de
have enough
fevereiro, eles
time.
ganharam o campeonato.
I feel
Isso é
like
boa
for the
demais,
Claude to
credo.
build
Nunca
up. I
mais
mean, this was a
teriza
rather
o
quick
Arlô
game.
na XP.
And most people will know that when Claude
Cara,
is locked
isso tá
in,
muito
like that's
boa,
the thing
mas
you
eu
need.
acho
You
que
need time, man.
Arlô,
You need
Arlô é
time to
usar.
build up,
Oxe, Arlô é
to get
meta
the
ainda.
3-4 items that
Mas
you
tipo,
need,
lá
and then
tem
to
lá
be
pro
really that
Lapo.
pressure, whether
Tem
that's in
que
the team
mais,
fights
deixa eu
or you're
lembrar.
just pushing a side lane. But you
Cadê
know,
que
and
isso?
that's one of the great things why that matchup happens so often, where a
Tem
Claude is locked
Rubi,
in, and then you see a Bruno
que mais?
across from you, because honestly, Bruno just needs like 2
Dragão, né?
items, and he's kind of already doing the damage, you know, like
Heróizão
he
da
already kind of
hora.
hurts. So you know,
Caramba,
this is
mano, a
something that
Mythical
was
Sea tá
unfolding here.
legal
Not to
demais,
mention
velho.
the
Eles
reason why, Kim, we see so much Nana
têm.
right now, because sometimes all you have to do is drop the blitz. You know, that's it. Drop the blitz in the straight
É,
line. You've got the
rapaziada.
Minotaur,
That's
but
fine.
yeah, you've got the, you know, you've got the Minotaur as well. So it lines
Parece que
everything
a
up
história
really
seria outra.
perfectly, and I feel like again,
Qual como o boa, os
Burmese
caras
Ghouls lineup,
precisam
they
aí
kind of
que
needed a little more time here.
desnecessário, hein,
And
velho?
RQ knew the assignment. They're just like, yeah, we're not going
Necessário
to give
essa.
you guys the time that you
Essa aí.
need to scale up against what we have, and that was the case of
Cara, é
game
muito
number 1. You
engraçado
know, it's a
vendo
well-played
o
execution,
MOBA
because
vem
anytime you really
transmitindo
see
o
these
campeonato
games
russo, mano.
end at
Cara,
this,
Estados
you
Unidos.
know, this time frame, a lot of the times that first Lord push too, after
Deixa o
first
país
Lord,
dele
there's not even a
descobrir
need
isso.
for the second one. It's just a finesse by the team. It's just a good execution of whatever they
Batismo,
drafted and
Bazene
the way
Ney.
that they played around their
Zen.
timers, and the
Who all
rotations,
these
and I
then?
feel like
Dois
that's what we
anos.
saw from
Where
RQ
do
from game
you
one.
think
So,
like
now we have to kind of
presidente
consider the fact while we wait for game 2 draft here,
Watch your
Kim, like
phone
what
do
does
plate
Burmese Ghouls do
iPhone
here?
14.
Like, did you agree with the draft?
Essas aqui
the
são
game
as
plan it seemed
perguntas
like they
padrões
had?
aí do
And should they change that up for game 2 to
Mó
get to a game
basinho.
3? Because again, it's match point now for
Caramba,
RQ
o nome
Hoshi.
dele é Zane,
I
velho.
keep forgetting that these are like just
Gente,
BO3s,
olha.
like
Yeah, it's
huge
just a
matches like
BO3.
these are BO3. There's just only so much you can do, right? Like the adjustments
Aí
that
pra
you
você
have
que
to
não
make,
sabia, o
knowing
nome do
that,
MOBA
and
Zane é
even the pressure
Zane.
thinking about that the next match is gonna be a match point for you, and if you don't win it or if you don't take it to a game number 3, it's over for
Eu já
your
volto,
team,
peraí.
right? Definitely a lot of pressure from Burmese schools. What I noticed from their draft is they're kind of reacting to what RRQ actually put out, right? Like they had bursts, they answered it out with the Faramis, but they pretty much didn't think about like the overall picture of like how that will all pull in together, right? Like they had the
Yeah.
for what RRQ did is they worked in on those turrets. They gave so much space also for their team in that early game. So for the side of Burmese schools, I think they kind of have to play it out, of course, real safe here in the second game, and at the same time maybe try to go for what they did in the group stage, like picking something different in the mid lane, or maybe perhaps like going for a little bit more of like comfort picks rather than reacting to the draft here of RRQ.
Yeah, I feel like if I had to pick something apart, like I understand the Faramis kit and how it can provide some of that utility, of course, with the Netherrealm and everything else, but it just didn't feel like it could have been, like there probably was a better option for me personally that you could have put in the mid lane there to match up against the Nana. And I did mention, again, we have seen so much Aurora pop up. Of course, I believe the Vexana was, I think it was banned out,
it was banned
that has
out,
also
Sério,
popped up. Yeah, that has
jogo.
popped up a lot. Of course,
Pô,
Novaria,
vou
but
pegar
that was
cuscuz e
banned out.
café.
So it's like,
Me dê,
again,
papai.
you kind of have to decide
Pô,
what is our game plan. It just felt like that lineup, that
eu nem sei se tem
composition that
cuscuz
they
pronto.
had was like, all right, utility.
Cozinho.
That's what we're going to go with.
Meu
And we're going to
café
hope
ainda
that,
não.
again, we are buying
Foi
enough
muito
time
tarde.
for our Claude to farm up, and it just didn't get to that point. So you were talking about what they could do here. I personally think that what I'd love to see Burmese is do kind of what they did yesterday, They were a little more aggressive in their picking and their play style. And if that also means, hey, maybe this means put Dalar, put a Paquito in Dalar's hands so he can be a little more proactive and a little bit more like of a threat, I guess, in this and deal with it, because I don't know. Yuzhong right now for me is just not cutting it. I don't know the 100% statistic on the win rate for Yuzhong. I don't think it's that good though, because so far from what I've seen, I know he's only been picked a couple of times. Maybe he's even
6 times
just
to be exact.
Okay, he's been picked 6 times. Like, it seems like a struggle for the Yuzhongs to really work right now, especially when they're dealing with how much impact right now CC has. Like, CC is also just one of those heroes that's popping up often, and it's tough to deal with. So I personally think that Burmese Ghouls, they opt for a little bit going back to that foundation of let's be aggressive, let's make these plays, and not play to the pacing set by RRQ Hoshi.
Vou trocar papo aqui com a Burger King. Caramba, que hora,
picking
mano.
up a Harriet very early on, even picking up like direct counters to Ruby, like Barrett's and Paquito, even being so bold to putting the Paquito in the mid lane. So I think they should kind of go back to the basics here for their side. That was their kind of identity. I think even for the draft of Burmese schools, I would have gone with somebody who can split push, right? Like that's what RRQ was doing. They were pressuring the lane. So if Dilar was on something like a Benedetta or a Paquito, these can go for split pushes. But
Hello, Burger King.
Like, okay,
hello,
I have to be
hello.
in the team fights. I need to have that black to zone everyone
Tá
away.
certa. Tá certo.
So I think
E agora vamos aos piques e bans. Eu estou aqui com a Burger King.
And go back to their identity, which is
Fala,
being
Burger
aggressive
King, como é que você
and
tá?
also at the same time having these uncontemporary picks in the mid and even in the XP lane sometimes here for Dilar.
I think
Então vamos mandar uma
step one
foto
for them,
aqui pro
now that they're going to be on
meu
the
amigo.
side getting that first pick. if it doesn't get banned out, I think they should take Guinevere because that was in the recipe for them yesterday, right? They had Guinevere in both games that they won. They can go ahead and start there and then build
Yes,
on that.
yes,
But,
yes.
you know, both games as well, like I said,
E a
DeMar
gente tá aqui
had a
nos
little bit of
participando aqui dessas
more kind of
equipes
action-packed
maravilhosas.
hero where he could make
E
these
aqui o Chile
plays
banindo
with these
Bates
setups,
ali.
and
Se
if that
inovaram
happens, then
banidas
great.
por
Bans,
mais
though,
gol.
so far, you know, the Navari and the CC being taken out by Burmese schools is a great step also in the right direction, dealing with that. And, you know, for RQ Hoshi, they're going to be like, you know, we're going to focus on this utility jungle. We don't want to deal with that right now. And we'll see if they actually go still that way with these last bans in this first phase. What are we thinking here, Kim?
É isso, rapaziada.
Looking at BG here is you can kind of see the impact of the CC, right? I mean, I'm not so sure if Delar's
Baniu
very
Master
comfortable
ali,
with this
aqui
hero.
o Chile.
But looking at this hero pool, it was more of those heroes that can be a bit
Mano,
more
Sky
bold,
lá,
can take
ele
care of
vai pegar uma
himself.
lá, ele vai
He's the
pegar um herói
general after
estranho,
all,
velho.
so he can,
Certeza. Este
has to
maluco,
be the one to,
lunático.
lead the charge in
Ele é
TSP
louco.
lane. And for Burmese schools,
Ah, ele é
I
maluquinho.
think for RQ Hoshi,
Ele é
they have a good
menininho,
idea
doidinho
of,
da
like,
cabeça.
banning away these utility type of heroes that
Tá
Saxo
vendo? Ele
has
vai
been
pegar algum
so good
pique
at
estranho,
picking
o
up.
lunático.
Last ban is going to be the Matilda here.
Tô doido
That
da cabeça,
still,
completamente.
I think it should be permanently on the ban list with the
Eu tenho
how much shields it can
pesadelos com
give, and
Sky
at the
lá.
same time how much mobility it can give
Meu
to the
Deus.
entire team. And Burmese schools, like what you
Mundo
mentioned, Laxo,
cruel.
it is going to be your first pick here for the side of Burmese schools. Again, I cannot confirm if this is going to be in the jungle. A good flex pick here cut out from Burmese schools, but for RQ Hoshi, they can kind of shake things up here, kind of answer out to the Guinevere, maybe pick up you know, the Ruby, or at the same time pick up the Claude that Burmese schools actually prioritize in the first game.
And there it is, right? I mean, I know I disappeared for a second. I heard everything you said there, though, Kim. But the Guinevere popping up, I think that's a great choice. You kind of play
Ruby.
around that now.
Pode ser que eles peguem
Like I
Ruby.
said, you said this too.
Cloud.
Go back to some of that foundation
Gosto
that
de
you
Cloud,
have
né?
and the recipe for success.
Principalmente é
You know,
Ricky.
even yesterday, but I feel like still you got to be able to answer. There it is, the Nana. The Nana was open, so it's probably most likely going to be taken once again for RQ as they do that. And this time too, they go with the Claude themselves. So this
A
could be
Nana
something
foi
where it's
garantida
like, all right, Burmese schools, do you actually
novamente
want to go
pela
with that similar
RRQ.
matchup? Like, do they want to lock in
Hoshi.
the Bruno, you know, and deal with? It's again, it's a flip side type thing.
Rapaziada, eu queria
and
lembrar
build
vocês,
around
se
that.
vocês
I think
quiserem
this is still,
apostar
though,
nesta
so
partida,
far,
beleza?
let's see what these
Vocês
next two
podem
picks are
acessar
gonna
o
be for Burmese
site
schools, but I just
a
love the fact that they
Rivery,
at least went with the
rivery.com/obuff
Guinevere, because although we did see it,
e usar o código
twice even yesterday,
OBuff100
giving them
para
a
garantir
success, they could still
100%
flex
de
it. Like,
bônus no
there's
seu
still
primeiro
room for
depósito,
that.
beleza? É o comentário
Paquito there
fixado
we
aí
go.
no chat.
It's just like I was
That's
saying,
what I was
Kim,
waiting
like,
for.
Fazer um
go to
dinheirinho, né?
what worked for them yesterday.
Cara, né, de ferro.
And
Todo mundo.
try that here. There's the Bruno. So this is looking
Caramba,
very
mano, o Grêmio
similar
perdeu
to
para
if you
o
guys
São
caught
Luís
game
na
two
Recopa
of
do
yesterday against
Gaúcho.
Twisted Minds. I think it was a very quick
Ah,
game. It
meu
was like
Deus, que
12 minutes.
horroroso.
And they had the Guinevere Bruno, Paquito. I think they had a Grok as well. And I think they had Valentina, if I remember right. So the Grok was there, and you know, it's we'll see if that happens. But they're going back to that foundation we were talking about here.
Yeah, the Paquito here and the Guinevere. I just want to say that this is really confusing right now, especially for, let's say, some of the people who just come in. They're pretty new to the meta. Nico has actually flexed this Paquito in the group stage twice, back-to-back games in the mid lane. I mean, not only can Delar do that split push, Nico can also do the exact same thing. He was a menace to the team that they were going up against. I think that was Lil Gun that they've gone up against in the group stage, and Nico's Paquito was really deadly, like hiding in the bush, getting in those single target pickoffs with his ultimate, and is able to delete, like pretty much like the Nana, I can delete you out of the map. So I still can't tell, like, if this lineup of Burmese schools is like is it a Paquito Delar or is it a
É, o
Nico
Bidói.
Paquito?
Eu falei que não
Things like
pegava.
that. But for RQ Hoshi right now, they have this lineup that's packed with like
Meu
bursts, so they
Lancelot.
need someone to front
Mas de
line,
Lancelot
pick up the
não,
Ruby here. Again,
cara. Eu
I
quero
still
ver
don't know
herói
if this is gonna be
bom,
a Brusco hero
gameplay,
or a Banana
pá.
hero. I think
Vocês
they
não,
might
vocês não
adjust
gostam de gameplay da
depending
hora,
on what
mano.
Burmese schools
São
will pick up
inimigos da
here for
game.
their last two picks.
Deus
Yeah,
horroroso.
I'm wondering if RQ Hoshi even wants to ban out the Valentina. They might not go that route and just let it slip through, because I could see also if it is a Delar Paquito, right, and then you take the Valentina for Burmese Ghouls, you actually can take the Ruby Ultimate, the I'm Offended, and use it. We've seen that happen before, but obviously too, just having the Nana available to you, having that Melina Blitz is also quite devastating when you have a Guinevere there. And like you mentioned already, Paquito, one of the great things about it is you put the pressure of getting that passive from Nana down really quickly, because like, you know, couple hits and that's the thing about her, right? She's kind of squishy.
E a por México vai pegar o seguinte herói. A por México primeiro vai banir o Baxia. Será que eles vão banir o Baxia?
And so they decide to take that out and leave that Valentina open for now. And Burmese Schools is up to their last ban. So we'll see how that falls into place. But, you know, I'm sitting here thinking for RQ Hoshi, based on the fact that they just have this Ruby, how do they want to build up the XP lane, you know, specifically? Because if it is a Paquito across from them, or even maybe they go with a Lapu if they want to have some more setup potential.
Gringo, você acertou em Lapu, uma boa escolha aí pra equipe.
We'll see where this kind of falls into place here for our
RQ. Eu acho que fez uma boa escolha porque estão aqui Neveri lá e
Looking at the draft here of both sides so far, they've already taken away all of the options here. Even got all sides covered by taking out the Grok, like just kind of anticipating that might be another thing that the Burmese Schools might pull off here in this match point for RRQ. I like how they have the burst here for RRQ Hoshi. Burmese Schools has that in the form of the Guinevere here. Still thinking, what else do we have here? They still, sometimes these drafts can get pretty confusing because you still don't know who's gonna go where. But now RRQ Hoshi, they lock in this Fredrin here, which is actually a very good front line for these burst damage dealers. I think this might be I'm thinking like this might be a Brusco hero. Like this would be so good up against like Burmese Schools' lineup. Like having that Ruby just roam all around the map can be really, really hard for heroes like the Guinevere and the Paquito here. Still not confirmed where it's going to be going. I like the Valentina choice here. Could be a great pickup. But and again, there's so many good ultimates here from the side of RRQ, which kind of gets you thinking, which one did you pick up, right? Is it going to be the Melina Blitz of the Nana? Is it the I Am Offended? Or is it even the Blazing Duet here of the Claude? I think the Valentina would still be good here.
How do you feel about Aurora?
Aurora?
Kind of hard though to
sugeriu Aurora?
I think I prefer the Valentina. I prefer the Valentina. I mean, the Aurora is great though, but it can't burst down the tanky front line here of RQ. So I like this coming out from Burmese Schools. It's kind of going back to what they're known for, and here it is.
A Ruby pode fazer rotação e XP.
Is this a... Oh, okay, so it is gonna be... Yeah, it's gonna be a Roam Guinevere here, and then that's gonna be a Baksha in the jungle.
Yep, and that's what I was saying. Like when that was locked in the first time, like there was
eu acho que essa Ruby
and they kind of left that open because the Grok was taken out, so they kind of adjust from there.
Não, eles podem pegar suporte de
you know, just assuming, you know, we might as well fight utility for utility in the jungle and kind of try to win some of those objective fights, those dances. The Minotaur is going to be locked in once again. This is very tanky for RQ Hoshi, right?
Yeah.
And they could find themselves in a position that Burmese Schools was in the previous game, right? Where again, you're really waiting for this Claude to scale up, get the items that he needs. But that's where I feel like Nana shines, right? I mean, that's why she's picked up so much, because the early damage potential is very threatening. So the fact that you have a Valentina now is actually going to put you up to par with that, not to mention just having Terrify in her kit as well, kind of helping around the kind of early skirmishes that will happen here, and you have to respect her damage as well. So this is a lot better. Like, I like the Valentina a lot better than the Faramis. I know Faramis, you know, some people be like, oh, you can build them in a certain way, pick up a certain emblem, and you could have great damage on a Faramis. Yeah, you could, but, you know, this I like this better because it also goes back to what they did yesterday in one of their quickest games, 12 minutes. And just like we saw in the previous game, it was a very quick game from RQ Hoshi. So I feel like the pieces here to this puzzle for the Burmese Ghouls is exactly what they need. So jumping into the game at Land of Dawn, game number 2 here. We're still on your screens. There it is.
E começou o joguinho aqui, né? Se Deus quiser, o último jogo dessa série.
Already early action as well. But yeah, anything standing out
Tá
of the
metendo
ordinary.
cacete ali na Valentina.
Look at the emblems. Nothing too out of the ordinary here, I would say. The spells though, you got the
Isso,
Purify
dá
from
cacete
Bruno.
nela, Bruce.
Again, that's gonna be crucial too, especially since RQ has all of these setups, right? You got the Minoan's Rage from Minoan's Fury rather from Brusco. You also got Bananas I Am Offended. Not to mention the Blazing Duet too from the Claude. It's not gonna be easy for Stitch though, but I think if they go the route here of being aggressive early on, which is kind of what they're doing right now here up against RQ Hoshi.
Vai morrer.
Yeah, already. Saksa gonna take some damage, but again, these are, you know, very tanky heroes that don't have a ton of damage right now, so no one gonna go down. Still a lot of CC potential though. Brusco should be fine as well. One thing that's great about the Minotaur, especially later on when he kind of rushes that Flask of the Oasis, it is tough to deal with, but hold on. Brusco could be the one in trouble as he's going to go down to first blood. Now Arad in trouble as well. 2 kills now for Burmese Ghouls. Exactly what they need here in game 2, Kim.
Yeah, level 4-2 gonna be attained here by the Valentina in just a bit. I like how they picked this up too compared to the Aurora that you kind of mentioned, which is also still good. But the Valentina can scale up really well, care of her passive, right? Like she can scale up to level 4 right before a major objective like the Turtle, which is really good, right? You need all of these great ultimates to pick up. Right now, it's all up to Nico whether you want to pick up that Minotaur's ultimate or whether even if you want to go for Octa's ultimate here would be great. Burmese School started out real strong. Now they're looking to take in this first Turtle game, and so far RRQ after that those first 2 pickoffs actually, they're kind of having a hard time here.
Eita.
They knew he was there. Brusco once again going to be the focus. They forget the Turtle for now. They want to get the kills here. The pull comes through. Arad could be in trouble, but look at the response.
Nossa, aí.
Get out of there. He's the one to fall from Octa.
Defesa, veio virada de texto toda hora,
Arad, the
mano.
one to fall, still bloodied here. 1 HP. Banana trying to get away, but it's Nico that
No
falls.
final foi o Banana que pagou a conta. O Banana e o Rádio. Salve, galera. Salve, Cérbero MLBB.
Brusco not having that level 4 just yet. Take a look at the replay. They might be able to just get that Turtle. Keep an eye on that. It looks like they do, but this was a great play here from both teams. I mean, a lot of response back and forth, but yeah, the Turtle is taken here by Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, I like the clapback there of RRQ. They kind of like, okay, you know what? Burmese Schools is going full aggressive. They actually went in for the full aggression too. Brusco actually flickered out there. What's really hard here too for the side of Burmese Schools is like the tanky front line. Like we're starting to see the damage coming out from the Nana, which we'll see even more later on. Like 2 kills already for Octa here, which is kind of something that Burmese Schools have to watch out for, especially in these clashes. Even here on the top side, we have to check the laning phase here of Stitch and Skylar, and so far Skylar has been doing well up against this Bruno as compared to earlier. Like a lot of poke here coming out from both of our marksmen.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here though. I saw Saksa rolling in, still hungry for it though. They should be able to protect him. Good rotation and response from RQ right now. Also the fact that I don't know if they still want to put the pressure here, but like you mentioned, Octa having those 2 kills early on will help him scale up pretty well. He does just have that magic penetration for currently the arcane boots, but he'll still be working around building up.
E aqui, você vai rolar
It looks like Burmese
topzinho, ó,
still wants to put
blinkei,
the
ó.
pressure here in the top side.
Aquela-
Arad gonna spot blink out, trying to get a little bit of extra gold here for Stitch, but ultimately resulting in nothing for now.
Yeah, you see how Burmese Schools also positioned themselves over on the top side, right? Kind of anticipating that our Hoshi might actually create some pressure here up against Stitch. As long as he's fine, right? As long as he's able to get in his first 2 items, that should be good. Which is actually pretty much what the Burmese Schools has been doing so far here. 4 minutes in, they've been taking all of the turtles, and not to mention, like I want to point out that Saksa has been getting all of the kills too, which is really good for a Baksha here in the early game. If you think about it, it's not easy, right? To have this Baksha. You got the Nana, you got all of these frontliners, you got the taunt from the Fredrin, so it's not gonna be easy to go up against them. But for Burmese Schools, as long as they can keep this up against RRQ, have this early take-ons onto the turtles, winning in all of these clashes, they should be okay. You see Nico actually popping in.
O Bruce.
Ultimate Nana, but it's
O
gonna
Bruce
be Arad
ajudando
actually
ali.
stealing it away.
Roubado.
Yeah. And Delar still wants some more though. He's the one to flicker
O de
in.
lá, o que você
Now
tá
has
fazendo
to
de lá?
continue
Mano,
to
o que
fight.
você tá
Nico jumps in as
fazendo
well,
aí,
trying to fight
cara?
him back, but on the run, Appraiser's Wrath comes down. Octa
Nossa,
flickers
ó
in.
que tu
Delar
gastou
still
flash pra
still
matar.
alive.
O Banana gastou
Banana
também.
goes in and gets the kill. Still gonna be looking
Ih,
for more.
velho.
They find Blink as well. RRQ able to find 2 kills. When really, I mean, Burmese
Best
Ghouls, they didn't have to go for that.
Yeah, for the side of Burmese Ghouls, I think RQ Hoshi knew that they're going to be aggressive. They kind of answered out to their aggression. Stitch in trouble here. Man, it's not easy. You got all these three heroes to add up to the burst that they have. And now, RQ Hoshi right now, a little bit aggressive, going to the jungle side of the Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah. Okay, Nico not going to be able to connect on his own I'm offended, but Brusco now taking the brunt of the damage. Still, will he be able to get away? He doesn't as Blink gets the kill. So still, a lot of back and forth here from both teams. Kim, economically, though, it's pretty much even with all the action here. And now it's the 5-5 even across the board.
Yeah, if the economy is kind of equal, what you kind of take a look at is, do they have the map? And so far for RRQ, this is what they did in the last game, right? Getting in that map control is so vital for them, even though they didn't really win those early game trades up against Burmese Ghouls. They managed to be able to take in the space. And mind you, this is a clone you're talking about. Blink, gonna try to go in for banana here.
Oh, he's actually okay. He is not gonna be able to get away. Great setup once again. Spatial migration into the Requiem. Able to get a kill now on the bottom side. They're gonna focus here. Putting the pressure still, like you were mentioning, you know, you have to look at who has this kind of advantage, right? And space-wise, yeah, it's RQ. They've got 2 turrets. They don't care right now. And they're going to be making their way to this next objective, the turtle. If they can secure this one, it'll help them just a little bit deal with this. But right now, look at this. RQ doesn't want to go ahead and just give this away. They want to fight for it and get this positioning. Burmese Ghouls getting the first turret of the game for themselves here on the top side with Delar doing the work. But nothing committing just yet. They're going to back off. Sox are going in with the rest of the team. Nico has the guy offended himself. Goes in right for Brusco. Brusco waiting for the team to come in. Delar goes in. 1-2 punch gets the kill.
Oh my God,
Brusco out of the picture here. Now down a member. Burmese Ghouls for the taking for this turtle. Unless RQ Hoshi can do something.
Yeah, like what Delar did there too. He's actually going to recall back to the base after taking in that turret and joining in the side of Burmese Ghouls here. Kind of adds up to the burst damage that they had. Not only do they get it in the form of like Blink here with the Guinevere, but with Delar actually joining in the fights, it's actually pretty good here for Burmese Ghouls. But Delar also understands that he kind of needs to take back the space that RQ Hoshi has been taking. And so far, he's doing in the split push pretty much what the Burmese Ghouls has been doing even in the group stage. Here comes the last turtle though.
Blink could be in trouble here. Skylar going in with Blazing Duet, gonna force him back. Irad able to get the turtle though off of it. So they're happy with it. Delar able to get the next turret down to the bottom side. So trade at cross-map objectives for now. Was that worth it? Is that the good call for Burmese Ghouls here, Kim?
I think it's a point that Burmese Ghouls kind of understands that RQ Hoshi, yeah, okay, they've been taking in, they've been winning in all these team fights so far. So Delar, I like what he's doing, and this was what he has been doing even in the group stage, right? Creating the space for Burmese Ghouls, and you really need this, especially in the current meta that everybody really loves to go for team fights, and sometimes you don't even notice it. You don't really have that space in the map. It's going to be harder to go for those team fights, especially like once these turrets are down, you kind of have to send someone back in. So it's going to be like -1 when it comes to the team fight. So not only do you have to join in the team fight, you have to get the map control too here for the side of Burmese Ghouls, which is what Delar has been doing so far here for the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Yep, and with that, right, this the main thing is building up enough time for this thing for Skylar here. Now, once again in the mid lane, they want to go ahead and duke it out. Brusco taking a ton of damage, goes in with a jump, gets the Minoan Fury as well, but look at the backside. Nico's going to be the one to fall, and now Irad holding Stitch back. Blink trying to help him out. Skylar now joining the fight. Appraiser's Wrath going to come down. It's Stitch that falls there in the jungle. So RRQ clapping back, looking for Delar. He's on the run. Into the jungle he goes. Banana going to stick to him, cancels him out from the dash, and still going. Might even get the kill there in solo, but also looking at the replay here, look at how this unfolded. Not sure he's actually still in the chase there, by the way, on the live cam, but what a setup and what a play here from RQ. Oh, they're going to get him. It looks like they're getting him.
Oh, yep.
Delar, you tried.
There it goes. Yep. Well, he was successful though. He was able to take down that second tier tower there on the bottom side. And if you look at the goal too, like it seems like RQ he's managing pretty well up against the Burmese Ghouls here, but it's not that far of a gold lead. It's 1,000 yeah, 1,000 gold lead at least here for the side of RRQ. If they manage to take this Lord, this should be at least a little bit more space for them to take in at least all of the second tier taps here for Burmese schools. Again, the space for their side, and not to mention,
Se você não tá
like if you
inscrito
look
aí
at
no canal
Skylar's
do
stats,
OBuff,
203 on this Claude. You saw in that last replay that he was really shredding apart all these tanky front lines that the Burmese schools had with just one blazing duet.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, this is where you want to be. 11 minutes in, you're quite beefy on this Claude here for Skylar, and it's showing, right? A lot of the times, even if Brusco was out there, you know, some people might be like, oh, Brusco, what are you doing? But a lot of the times, he's actually able to be a nuisance so much on this Minotaur that he's able to get a lot of resources out, and then Skylar able to shine later on with the setups, and of course, that's just how it's been so far. But now that they're playing around this Lord here, you can see Delar's still putting the pressure on the top side. Yep. He picks up the Malefic Roar. He's going to go ahead and try to get that, but there it's the tier 2 going down mid lane. Irad keeping Soxa there at bay. They might want to respond to this. If he still gets to that base, it looks like Skylar is going to go back. Lord is going to get worked on, though, but not the mid-turret in the base half health. Now Delar making to cut them off here. Conceal play going to be used as well, but it gets spotted out for now. They don't commit. So again, Delar is just trying to find what he can here, Kim.
Now it seems like this was the same case. Like this Paquito seems to be a staple choice here for the Burmese schools, not only for Delar. There was also a time in the group stage that this was the thing that Nico has been doing. And taking a look at the items here so far, it is going to be, wow, Skylar at least leading in terms of a gold lead here right now. 9,700, nearing already 3,000. That is way far from what Stitch has. 1-2-0 on the Bruno. He's already gotten that Wind of Nature too, just in case he gets picked off here or gets into like a head-to-head here with Delar. Having that Wind of Nature is going to be crucial in the team fights.
It's going to be clutch, right? That's what that's going to be. And like I said, when Claude gets to this point, you have these 4 specific items locked in. It's really tough to deal with because you also got to catch him, right? The way that he's going to use that BMI to kind of get out of some of these situations.
Agora é TF, o Brusco já estou dando já um meio brabo, tá? Aí, matou. Agora é a vez de lá.
Trying to get the punches off here, but he's got to respect the damage. I'm offended, not going to connect. And they might still just pull it back. Still 30 seconds away from this Lord, but RQ finds a kill.
Yeah,
Quem tá narrando o Brasil aí?
Ninguém. Like narrador brasileiro. For the side of RQ, then it swooped all the way up to like a 4,000 gold lead right now. Just with that one shutdown onto Saxa, which is exactly why RQ was willing to commit that clash. Like Saxa was right in the middle, Skylar having that insane amount of burst, plus Octa too. So it's not gonna be easy for a boxer to just roll in when you have the Molina on them. Actually, if you take a look at the replay, you might actually catch it. He gets in that middle one spear from Brusco, and at the same time it really set things up here for both Octa and Skylar to do some pretty hit. And now it's gonna be the first enhanced Lord of the game. 14 minutes in, RQ Hoshi gonna be starting it up.
Let's see, Burmese ghouls, do they actually want to try to pull something off? Soxa could go down to it. Nico holding on to that Ruby ultimate once again.
Inclusive,
RQ knows what's up. Delar also positioning here. Gonna have to go for it. Praiser's Wrath gonna come down. Irad able to secure it though. Gets the Lord. And now Sox left to his own will fall into the river. Now Blink.
Finalmente vai ser
I'm offended. Combination here. Flickers on out. Delar couldn't do anything but watch. And Soxa's the one to fall. RQ ready to make the power play.
E todos os outros dias anterior a esse campeonato, beleza? Já tem explicando o formato, Na descrição tem uma matéria explicando o que é o campeonato e esse daqui é o resumo de tudo que aconteceu. Deixe no chat aí quem quiser ler depois. E se vocês gostam de ler, mas ler faz bem. O que você tá fazendo aí dentro, Irad? Ah, vai morrer, cara. E chegou o Brusco pra salvar, o Brusco matou, Nana matou o cara, e o de lá continua indo, velho. Mano, de lá não para, velho. De lá. Pare de lá. Pare imediatamente. Caramba, de lá deve estar louco pra matar os caras ali. Será que ele vai? Será que ele vai? Ele não vai. O Banana fechou pra isso. E ainda matou, meu Deus do céu. Olha isso, velho. Eu vou acabar, cara. Só loucura, rapaziada. Loucura no caldeirão.
Almost all the items that a marksman needs, right, in the late game. And by this time, like 16 minutes in mid to late game, everybody has what they need to be able to go up against your opponents. But what RRQ Hoshi has here, as compared to Burmese schools, is the burst damage. You've seen it in the Nana, that was like 2 hits onto Saksa. He also has the Athena's shield there, so even now wasn't able to counter it out. And not to mention, I just noticed his emblem here right now, that additional burn that you get when you pop in your skills from that emblem from Okta. So kind of really hard for the tanky frontline here of Burmese schools. They're gonna have to rely on Stitch here and even Blink. Then again, same case from what they had in game number 1. Great solid front line, but no one to kind of answer out to the back line here of our Hoshi, because Dilar's busy pushing, right? Dilar's busy pushing. There's no one to take down the Nana, no one to take down Skylar, who is also very mobile here as a Claude.
When you're looking at RRQ Hoshi here, Skylar 3-0 and 7, Octa 4-0 and 8, it's tough to deal with, like that kind of damage, because it's kind of like, even if you try to get them down, you have to work through the passive, you have to work through a BMI and a Wind of Nature. Like there's so many things to fall through, not to mention get through that front line, right? The front line, not to mention the peels available with a Ruby or even a Fredrin, right? So this is going to be a Lord, most likely going to the hands of RQ once again.
Brusco dá muito ouro, pelo amor de Deus. Ai, cara, eu estou perdendo a minha cabeça com ele. Eu vou mandar o Luiz para a Indonésia para poder destruir esse jogador. Já tô vendo que a RQ não vai ganhar MPL em Indonésia. A Kairi vai meter outro cacete nele. Brincar, afinal vai ser contra a Geek. Lamentável, lamentável. Futebol pífio e joga brusco.
Yeah, the presence of mind too of like
cara
Octa and Skylar. To think that they had their eyes on the Lord, and they were also keeping Dilar in check, right? He was trying to go for the mid tower, and RQ Hoshi knows that. They have all the space that they get, so if they had took Dilar down there, that wouldn't have been a big thing. But for RQ Hoshi,
pergunta se esse
they
Bruce
gotten
faz
everything secured. They got
show
all these
tank.
beefy frontline to kind of contain
Cara,
that Lord pit. And
é crazy.
Skylar was chunking out
O Irad já chegou tacando carçar, velho. E foda-se. Olha lá, vai morrer. Enquanto isso até está rolando. Olha só. O cara matou de lá. O cara matou também o Blink. Vai dar GG. Não matou a Valentina. Querem um S. E GG da RQ 2-0. E a aposta do OBuff acaba de bater. Vamos ver quanto foi o lucro. Vamos ver o lucro aqui. Acho que não apostei isso exclusivo neste jogo. Eu apostei em... eu fiz uma combinada. Fiz uma combinada.
2 bursts coming out from the Molina Blitz, and at the same time they had to deal with the Blazing Duet. And mind you, they haven't shut down Skylar or Octa that entire game, so that already sends their gold lead all the way up. Without the shutdown gold, without the items, it was really hard for the side of
2-0 aqui da RQ.
I mean, even taking a look at the highlights here, like you said, Kim, there was some moments
once again for Burmese
schools that looked pretty good, but
agora a gente vai ter
AP.Bren
contra
Hoshi just had an answer
Homeboy.
for so much of this game. And really, again, this is really pointing out why Nana's so strong in this current meta. I mean, it was impossible for anybody to get to Octa. And then that was the kind of thing that we were talking about. You know, Dilar was really trying to put pressure around the map. Yeah, he was able to get some turrets and actually get some space to work with. But even with that case, like,
A
there was
chave, tá
no
ligado?
opportunity really for Burmese Ghouls to punish because the lineup that
Eu
they
vou
had to
colocar
work
aqui.
against, you know, and great setups here. A lot of the times, Brusco doing what he has to do on this Minotaur pick.
Yeah, I mean, he was the one that's soaking up all the damage. I mean, he's the first one
Vou
taken out. Like, if
introduzir o
some
campeonato
people would argue, actually, what is
para vocês
Brusco doing there?
saberem do
He's
que
actually the one
estamos falando.
making Burmese schools actually waste their resources on him. If not him, it's actually Irad, to the point that I actually thought that Irad was the XP lane here, the one zoning away the side of Burmese schools. And by the time like Skylar and Octa already had all of their items, all they needed to do was make sure that they had the prime position at the back. And you see that, like, you see there were times that
Eita,
Lilar
tá
actually
lagando.
tried to go for Octa, right? But he
Laga
had to
não.
deal with the passive 2 of the Nana. Like, oh wait, no, I can't take this of our
Só lagar
Kiyoshi.
aqui do
We're
nada.
so hard to catch. Like Skylar, he could just BMI out. Octa here has that passive, plus the tanky front line here for our Kiyoshi. That was also a big factor here why Burmese schools couldn't really answer it out here up against the side of our Hoshi once it reached the late game.
Yeah, it's
Pronto,
tough.
aí,
I
ó.
mean, again, looking at the lineup that they had, Burmese Ghouls,
Este campeonato
it
aqui,
looked like they could
rapaziada,
have.
é o Games of Future 2024. Aqui, ó, ele paga $1 milhão em premiações. E, ó, os últimos lugares ficaram com $15 mil. Os nonos barra 12º ficaram com $25 mil. Quem perdeu agora fica com $35 mil, né? No caso, a Burmese Ghouls aí, ó, vai para casa aí em 5º barra 8º lugar com $35 mil. O quarto, $70 mil. O terceiro, $100 mil. O segundo, 160 mil. E o primeiro lugar, $350 mil. Mano, isso é muito dinheiro, velho. Muito dinheiro, mano. E aqui a gente tem o MVP, os MVPs até agora. Ó, os MVPs aí da fase de grupos. OBuff com 3, Skylar com 3, Sunset Lover com 3, Flap TZ com 2, Sans com 2. Tem vários MVPs aqui individuais. É MVP dos playoffs. Nits. Opa, tá abrindo coisa aqui. Nits da Homeboys aí com 2 MVPs. A fase de grupos é assim, ó. Não foi tão pegada. A Team Digon foi eliminada aí, ó. Não ganhou uma partidinha. E tem os detalhes aí, ó, de como foi os jogos. Beleza? Agora a gente tem os playoffs. Playoffs que é o seguinte. Perdeu, tá eliminado. Não tem Laue, Shiro, Mohamed Sama. O safado. Mohamed Sama. Aí, ó. O Burmese Ghouls aí que ganhou da Twisted Minds no round 1. E passou aí contra a RQX. Agora tá eliminada o Burmese. Deus Vult e Homeboys. Mano, esse jogo aqui foi uma tristeza, viu? Eu apostei na Deus Vult, me ferrei. Aí, ó. AP.Bren e agora Homeboys vai começar daqui a pouco. Burn Flash Fireflux. Fireflux venceu. Blacklist contra Fireflux hoje, 1 hora. E 12h50 a gente tem Onyx e RCC. RCC que ganhou de virada da Team Flash. E foi da hora, tá? A equipe aqui da RCC é um time russo, mano. É o time que representa a casa. Esse campeonato acontece em Kazan, na Rússia. Palco gigantesco, muito bonito lá. É isso. É que eu mostro as fotos do campeonato pra vocês. Quer ver como é o palco? Acho que tem algum no site do OBuff, tem uma foto, peraí.
Great job, great performance from them, but ultimately that's the nature of
Você vem aqui,
competition.
digita obuff.com.br.
And now that we are just waiting to see exactly what happens for the rest of today. Of
olha
course,
só
our
como é
next
o palco
matchup
de lá.
is going to be in a little bit, and that's going to be
Bonitão,
AP.Bren
tá?
Homeboys. I'm sure people are, really excited about
Que
that.
partida?
Again, that was the first series that we had here between RQ Hoshi and Bernie Schools, ending in a sweep. I was hoping for the 3-game series, but unfortunately that didn't happen. RQ Hoshi looking strong as ever. For Kim, we are going to be showing a short video for you guys. Gives us a little time to kind of reset here before our second series. So you guys go ahead and take a look at this video.
In a world that seeks a balance between metaverses and healthy lifestyle, video games and traditional sport, live shows and web entertainment, we found the only way to harmony. Introducing a new era in the realm of sports, Phygital, a revolutionary fusion of the physical and digital worlds. This is an unparalleled mix of the most exhilarating and dynamic youth sports disciplines, all integrated with popular video games and cutting-edge technological devices. This unique sports format is accessible to all. Anyone can participate in Phygital competitions. Any sport has the potential to evolve into a Phygital experience. Football, basketball, hockey, racing, martial arts, shooters, and many other sports have successfully adapted to the new reality. The 2024 Games of the Future is a global multi-sport event that represents the pinnacle of Phygital sports worldwide. The event is attended by best clubs and teams, bringing together 2,000 participants from over 100 countries. It marks the beginning of a series of top Phygital tournaments that will take place annually worldwide. The current official program of Games of the Future includes 21 innovative disciplines. They are classified into 5 groups, which we refer to as challenges: sports, technology, speed, tactics, and strategies, openness, show, fun, and healthy lifestyle. Coming our way is the exciting Phygital era. So stay tuned, join our global Phygital community, and come over to the upcoming Games of the Future. Emerge as winners and heroes of the new era. Games of the Future, made for young generations.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that very short break here in that video. Kim, we just witnessed the first series of the day, of course. Like we said, it was RQ Hoshi sending home Burmese Ghouls out of the tournament in a sweep. And now we have, we have the next matchup that I know a lot of people have been waiting to see unfold here. And it's going to be AP.Bren and Homeboys. So, Burger Kim, now that we've had a couple of minutes here to reset, how we feeling?
Vamos lá nada, né? Porque ainda falta um
I had
pouquinho pra
a
começar o
very
próximo
quick
jogo.
break actually, and then dashed back in. I was like, oh no.
Será que eu vou passar
Is it
comercial
time
duplo?
yet? It's nice you're gonna do this solo. Yeah, actually, got back here in.
Quer saber mais sobre o competitivo de MLBB? Aqui você fica por dentro de tudo sobre o jogo. Entrevistas exclusivas. Últimas notícias. Momentos engraçados. Tudo sobre Mobile Legends Esports e muito mais em OBuff.com.br.
I have to say, as someone who has watched a lot of their world tour in a way, they are a team that just, how they play in game, it's very apparent that their synergy is the same outside of the game. And I feel like that's one of the things that makes them a very strong team. And I want to say, like, a lot of the teams are probably like that.
Tá bem, né? Você tá esperando nada, velho. Tá vendo esse time, bora andar por aí. Bora pisar uma...
It's very apparent play style of
Bora ver a agenda de campeonatos que a gente vai ter. Verdade, eu devo fazer essa agenda de campeonatos no OBuff. Eu atarefado e eu não fiz. Mas vamos lá, ó. A gente tem uma MPL Filipinas e uma MPL Indonésia. Começar pela MPL Indonésia, que vai começar em breve. A MPL Latam também vai começar em breve. Vai começar dia 9 de março. E ó, a gente já tem as equipes aqui, ó. A Stamina que anunciou ontem, mano, a equipe deles, né? Eles vão colocar o Zoro, o iFreeze, o Owen, o ABS e o Maicão aí. Maicão Realmente voltou aí de vez. Aí o coach é o Biel e o manager deles é o Jansen, que é um mexicano. Que aqui é a mesma line de sempre. Luiz, Cabral, Blink, Gusta Lagusta, Seiken, Tekashi, King. Mesma coisa de sempre. Cabral, eu esqueci de alguém, eu acho. Oi. Oi, Paulo Ferreira dos Santos Ferreira. E aí, meu mano? Tá. A gente tá aqui esperando a próxima partida começar, então eu tô introduzindo pra galera que tá aqui um pouquinho sobre os campeonatos que vão rolar nesse começo, né? Vou ligar aqui minha câmera, rapaziada. Porque eu acabei de perceber que eu tô sem câmera. E deve ser mó estranho assistir uma live sem câmera, né? Pera aí. Meu Deus, onde tá a câmera? Aqui, ó. Realmente, minha câmera tá aqui. Eu vou colocar bem aqui no cantinho pra vocês conseguirem guiar bem, tá ligado? Ó, vou colocar aqui. Vamos dar uma olhada aqui, mais bonitinha. É a Bigertron Sons aqui, que vem com Akashi, Buzizio, Syndra, Upa e Vaguinho. Eles anunciaram foi semana passada o time, tá? E o time não tem o Black. Não sei se o Black saiu da Bigertron Sons, provavelmente sim. Não sei se ele vai se aposentar ou se ele vai entrar em outra equipe, tipo a DreamHack. Já a DreamHack não anunciou oficialmente a sua line-up. Mas eu postei no OBuff um rumor aí que tá tendo, velho, de andar lá na app dele, né? Eles postaram que vai ter dois gringos, dois filipinos, eles postaram lá. E aí eu soltei aqui no buff que vai ter uns possíveis jogadores, vamos ver aqui. Aqui, ó. Jumpstyle na jungle, Horyuki na reserva, Yuji no mid, Shukaku na rotação, Vito na gold, Trisante na XP, Enaex na rotação e a Kou como coach. Ó, eu introduzi aqui, ó, da onde são os jogadores das Filipinas. O Drissante é um ex-experiente que já teve passagem pela MHRLK das Filipinas, né? MHRLK que é uma equipe aí que disputa aqueles campeonatinhos que pagam $10.000, esses campeonatos lá, eu vou chamar de Tier 2 da Filipina. Pra quem não sabe, Tier 2 é tipo, tem o alto nível e tem os níveis abaixo. A diferença são os campeonatos que eles jogam, porque a MPL Filipinas é uma franquia, então não dá para essas equipes entrar. E é isso. O Enaex é um rotação aí, com passagem pela Impunity KH, que Impunity KH é uma equipe que já jogou aí Mundial e tal, MPL Camboja, essas coisas aí. Jaco é um campeão da MPL PH S1, eu acho que S2 ou S3 também. Ele é bicampeão, se eu não me engano. E ele é vice-campeão do MSC, eu acho que foi o MSC de 2018, foi o primeiro. Os carinha aí tem nome, tá? Vamos continuar aqui mostrando para vocês um pouco. Aqui o Vasco aí que entrou no Mobile Legends finalmente, né? Anunciou uma line-up da hora, tá? Inclusive eles jogaram ontem lá na Last Victory. O Vasco aí que tem o Stacks, o Kazel que é o design que já jogou na Zodiac, jogou na Randoms, tá? Jogou nas equipes aí. O Roxo, jogador novo. O MF Fox, ou M Fox. Acho que esse M aqui é tipo Megan Fox, tá? Mas o Fox, ele é o quem? Ele é o Foxin. Foxin que jogou aí no Santos, na MPL Brasil Season 1. E o Asa não precisa falar não, né? Jogador lendário, jogou na GEL, jogou na DreamHack, foi pro M1, pro M2. Conhecido pra caralho. Vice em várias MPL, por aí. O Eren, que é um jogador conhecido na comunidade, né? Ele é jungle. Aí então, Stack XP, Kazel na jungle, Roxo na mid, M-Fox aí, ó. A Gold e o As na rotação. E a Steph é Luma. O WZeno aí, pra quem não conhece, o WZeno aí é um dos caras aí que manja muito de Mobile Legends, tá? Ele já foi analista da Bigertron, se eu não me engano, ele já trabalhou numa equipe da Filipinas, Acho que como é que é o nome? Execration. Se não me engano, ele já foi da Execration em 2018, lá na MPLPH, como analista, se eu não me engano. E ele vai ser o head coach aí da equipe do Vasco. Aí tem a Randoms Royale, que vai ser a equipe da Royale que tá escrito na Last Victory, tá bom? Basicamente aquela mesma line-up, deve mudar alguma coisinha ou outra. A Team Zeus, que eu também postei, mas parece que vai mudar algumas coisinhas. Não tem problema, depois eu mostro pra vocês a line-up direitinho. Ao Flames, que tem o Lúcia, Borocrazy, Prime, Neutro, Luna, o Silver. Pô, um timaço, tá? Timão, mano. Isso aqui é uma line-up boa pra caramba, mano. Esse daqui, eles vão longe, velho, né? Pelatão, eles vão longe. Esse daqui é o grupo A, beleza? O grupo são divididos em 2 grupos, grupo A e grupo B. O grupo A tem as equipes do Brasil e a equipe do México, que é Estamina. Aqui a gente tem o grupo B. Voltou aqui? Não voltou. Vamos continuar. A gente tem Império, Império que é do Peru. Se eu não me engano, a Império tá divulgando jogador por jogador no Instagram deles, ó. Tirando o Neutro tá bem. Mano, o Neutro jogou muito na Gold, velho. Jogou muito, mano. Jogou muito na DreamHack na Gold, velho. Tipo, ele quando voltou, ele voltou jogando muito bem. Aqui, ó. Eles já estão anunciando um por um, ó. O Mobados, né? Não sei quem é Mobados. O Magan, também não sei quem é. O Gonza, né? Eles estão divulgando um por um. Já tem 3 divulgados. Por quê eles estão divulgando esses caras? Porque parece que eles não conseguiram, né? Fechar com a antiga equipe da Império. Aquela equipe tava forte demais com o Marquinhos. Marquinhos joga muito. Marquinhos foi pra Entity 7 aqui, ó. Ó, Sporting Cristal aí também entrou. Sporting Cristal é um clube de futebol do Peru. Eles são campeões nacionais, né? Nunca ganharam Libertadores, mas dentro aí no Mobile Legends, com a organização deles, se chamam Sporting Sport. É Crystal Sport, na verdade. Crystal Sport. A Real Stars aí, ó, sem line-up divulgada até o momento. Mas eu já tenho uma breve noção de quem seja. Infamous, também do Peru. Entity 7 que postou ontem. Aqui, ó. Entity 7 que postou ontem a line-up deles. A line-up deles é muito forte, mano. Vocês não têm ideia. Porra. O inimigo da beleza. Escreve direito, cara. Oxi. Tira o Cláudio. Acabou o homem. Ah, mano. Você tá falando merda, pô, da hora, pô. Quem tá nas redes sociais? Calma que a gente chega lá. Aqui, ó. A equipe da Entity 7, eles postaram há pouco tempo aí, ó. O Chan, o Erin, Aiden Bush, Marquinho e o Furry. Furry que saiu da MX Ice e agora tá aí. Line-up forte, tá? E a DreamHack Ice. DreamHack Ice aí que tá com os Humo. Humo não, já é. O Rainbow já viajou com os caras, tá lá. Na Argentina. É o Rainbow. Ele. Meu Deus, é o Rainbow, Frost. O Papadog. O Joselo. A secretária como coach. E eu não estou lembrando o outro jogador. Mas eu já volto, rápido. Mohamed melhorou a live. Ué, não tava boa não? Chega, rapaziada, eu tô vendo um bagulho aqui. Bom, é isso. Pera aí. Aí, já estão apresentando aqui as lines, depois eu volto lá pra falar pra vocês um pouquinho da Império Latam. Aqui, ó, AP.Bren, Owen, Owen e Sneak. Antigamente a tela era feia. Ué, que tela? Ah, mano, o cara me tirando pra merda, mano. Caralho, que safado. É verdade, eu mutei aqui, né? Pronto.
We're going to
E vamos pro próximo jogo, hein? Eita, vamos apostar nesse joguinho aí. Eu vou fazer minha aposta, rapaziada. Aqui é contra Homeboys. Homeboys é um time bom, tá? Mas é a atual campeão mundial, meu parceiro. Não tenho o que falar, meu. É atual campeão mundial aí, ó. Homeboys aí vem com o Shorn, o Jill, Sipá, Tibi e Nitz. Nitz aí que tá jogando muito. Tem 3 MVPs no campeonato. Será que eles vão conseguir atuar o crime contra a atual campeã mundial? Será? Not possible, man. Not possible.
In the group stages, they got up against AP.Bren, which is they mentioned it's going to be a rematch here between these two teams. And now looking at what they have so far, what they've pulled off so far in the tournament, I can safely say they can kind of give AP.Bren a run for their money, or maybe at least extend this to a 3-game series, like a 2-1. For this rematch between
Homeboys and AP.Bren. Será que eles vão conseguir
that both of these teams are
cometer
actually the respective champions in the respective regions. MPL Philippines for AP.Bren, and of course MPL Malaysia for the side of Homeboys.
Yep. Good pointed out. Also taking a look at their picks here. Most picks, most bans, very similar to what we've seen, of course, throughout the tournament. And at the same time, you're probably not going to expect to see that Joy slip through the Matilda or anything
E aí
like
a gente
that.
tem os heróis mais picados e banidos aí do campeonato. Ruby 30 vezes, Cloud 24 vezes, Guinevere 21 vezes, Quer 20 vezes, no Vale 20 vezes picado. E os mais bonitos, Joy 40 vezes, Matilda 40 vezes, Jarlo 25 vezes, Nolan 24 vezes, Cici e a Cici.
Again, when we're talking about what they have to do, and it's outside of the box, while we wait to see exactly how they approach it, it's once again like what we saw yesterday, where it was I believe it was a Lancelot pick that was
vai demorar, então vamos continuar aqui. Bom, MXI eu já explanei para vocês. Espera aí que eu vou pegar aqui no meu WhatsApp a line-up da Malvina. Eu tô ligado qual é já. Aqui, ó. A Malvinas vai vir de Jotun, né? Aqui, ó. Malvinas vai vir de Jotun, Paquito, Meteoro, CIV e Arctic. E aqui a gente tem a Prime Sports, que foi uma equipe classificada pelos qualifies abertos lá dos caras. Beleza? E a MPL Latam vai ter uma premiação total de $80 mil, né? Sendo dividido por 2 grupos, grupo A e grupo B. Os melhores de cada grupo vão se enfrentar em uma grande final presencial em São Paulo. Caramba. São Paulo aqui, ó. A hora, tá? A hora. Vejamos aqui. Vamos falar de MPL. Ele é Indonésia, né? Tem aqui as mesmas equipes de sempre. A única que mudou muito a line-up foi a equipe da Roshi. Também tinha que mudar, né? Se quisesse. Eles contrataram o Ven, que foi campeão mundial com a AP.Bren, mano. O cara quer vencer mesmo. Onic, como sempre. Rebellion aqui mudou uns jogadorzinhos. Pá, pegou um emprestado aí da Onic Prod. Ó. Tiki Fan vai meter a mesma line? A mesma line, né? A Evos aqui que mudou tudo, velho. Mudou tudo. A Dela também mudou. Vegetão mudou uns caras. A Aura Fire trouxe o Yaoi, que foi campeão mundial com a Echo. A Alterigo aí mudou muita coisa mesmo. Porra, e trouxeram o Taz aí. Tiraram o Taz da Evos e levaram o homem. O Taz. Pô, os caras têm jogador pra caralho, viu? Ai, não. A premiação do campeonato aí é por volta dos $200 mil. 336.500 Muita grana, mano. A grana. Tá maluco aí? Não. E a MPL Filipinas aqui, ó. $150 mil de premiação. É até triste, velho. Os caras cara é atual campeão mundial e tem uma premiação dessa, velho. Cadê? Tira, mano. É questão de público também, né? O cara das Filipinas não tem muito público, não. Não é tipo, tem muito público, mas não é nada comparado à Indonésia. Mas é comunal. A AP.Bren aqui manter a line campeão mundial, né? Se trocou o Cult, porque o outro saiu. Blacklist aí tirou uns carinha, mas é a mesma coisa basicamente. Echo, mesma coisa também. Só mudou rotação porque o Yaoi foi pra Aura da Indonésia. Minana Evers aqui, ele e todo mundo novo. Ômega mudou uma boa parte das pessoas, né? E finalmente o Quer saiu da Ômega e agora ele tá na Unic Filipinas. A SG Filipinas aí mudou muita gente também. E a TNC Pro Team. Essa TNC aqui, eles deram... Pô, a Bigertron Sons alugou a GH deles pra ficar lá na Filipinas no Mundial. E da TNC Pro. A hora, tá? E vai começar daqui 2 semanas. Vai começar aqui dia 15/3. Ou seja, depois do MPL Latam vai estar no ar esse campeonato. Vou usar o PMSC direto, pá. Vamos ver aqui. Tá tendo mais campeonatos. A Leste Victory, né? A gente tem a Leste Victory Zona aí. Leste Victory aí, pô. E paga 4 mil reais aí de premiações. RQ. Não, vamos descer logo pra chave. Aqui também é perdeu, tá fora, né? Perdeu, tá fora, não tem o que falar. É isso, é mata-mata. Hoje a gente vai ter esse jogo aqui, ó, da Bigertron Sons contra Team Ectus. Team Ectus que é a line da DMX. Já eu mostro. Abyssal Order, o Vasco do Abyssal Order ontem. 3x0 tudo aqui, mas aqui teve jogão, tá? Às vezes teve jogão aqui contra a RQ. 2 jogões. E a Royales contra a Random. Pra mim, o que vai acontecer aqui? Bigertron Sons passa contra a RQ Akira. RQ Akira elimina a Bigertron Sons e vai pra grande final. Aqui, Royales Club passa. Vasco contra Royales Club. Vasco ganha. Vasco contra RQ na grande final. E nós teremos o primeiro vice-campeonato do Vasco no Wild Legend. E aí vai ter a disputa do terceiro lugar, que vai ser contra a Royales versus a Bigertronson, tá bom? Provavelmente é isso que vai acontecer, não tem muito segredo. Só se a Royales aqui se surpreender, velho. Vai ter que surpreender muito. Agora eu acho uma equipe muito forte. Vamos ver aqui a line-up da DMX. É essa daqui, ó. Esse aqui, ó, não se enganem por esses nicks aqui. Esse daqui é o Gu. Esse daqui é o Jump Style. Esse daqui é o Yuji. Esse daqui é o Vito. E esse daqui é o Shukaku. Beleza? Aí tem o Pop TZ aí, que é o Pop TZ mesmo. E aí a gente tem o Amora, que é o Thor. E o Yako aqui, que nem esconderam. Yako aí que eu falei, que ele era campeão da MPL Filipinas. Eu errei, né? Season 1 não. Foi Qualify que ele foi campeão. Ele foi vice-campeão na MPL Filipinas. Ganhou a Season 2. E aí ficou em segundo lugar no MSC. Ah, então tava certo, pô. Graças a Deus. Parece que o cara é bom. Ele foi da Digital Denver, seguir na Ultra, que foi as equipes aí que surpreendeu em 2018 para 2019. Kickfan PH. Verdade, né? Por onde anda o Kickfan PH? Nunca mais existiu. Opa, e vamos lá, os jogadores já entraram no... Vamos lá, né? Chega de falar merda. Ah, foi a apresentação. A apresentação é o Pio. AP.Bren, vamos lá. Pio. Oguen. Super Marco. Ilitizi. Eu te... É os homens? Alzame? Atual campeão mundial? O cara é brabo, tá? Aí eles entrando aí no palco. Poucas ideias, mano. O troféu do campeonato parece um pedaço de ferro, mano. Eita, as mulheres. Ei, campeão mundial. Aí deu uma apagada do nada. Agora a Homeboys. E vende o Dio. Ibi. Cipá. O cara é o Cipá, mano. Pat. O Shorn. O Nitz. O AVAAA. E essa é a Homeboys. Pô, essa Infinix tá estampada aí na camisa, se eu não me engano, é uma marca da Positivo, hein? Uma marca brasileira da Positivo. Posso estar enganado. Acho que a Infinix é uma marca que vende celulares da Positivo. Eita. Aí, ó. Os moleques do palco, pá. Nossa, falando nisso, tava sem som.
Digital kind of pairs in together because it's that concept.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about before we actually headed
Bom,
into the match.
enquanto
So
não
that was
tem
really pretty
IBAN,
interesting.
eu vou dar uma olhada aqui no site da Infinix. Pra eu ter certeza, ó. Aqui, ó, Infinix Brasil. E no final tá escrito aqui, ó. Tem um lugar que eles falam que é o... Nossa, esse celular aqui, cara. Tá. Não sei se o celular é bom, não. Acho que não é um bom celular. Cara, aí tá R$ 849 esse celular aqui. E vem com MediaTek Helio G37. Tá on desde que horas, mano? Eu tô on desde as 8 horas da manhã. Todo dia das 8 da manhã até as 5, 4 horas da tarde. 5 não, né? 4 horas por aí. E vamos para os Pix e Bans aqui. AP.Bren contra Homeboys. AP.Bren bane aí o Parames. E a Homeboys bane a Matilda.
Even before, Matilda's still not going to be open here. I think that's one of the top band, or let's say it's open. Actually, there was a time, yeah, it was open for AP.Bren to take. That was also the matchup with Homeboys, where Owen got into this Matilda, was the MVP, not a single death, and he actually built the Matilda to be like a magic damage Matilda, like Holy Crystal, Blood Gangs,
Cara,
that
todos
kind
os
of
bans
lineup.
aqui
So
são
that was
padrão.
pretty interesting coming out
Se
from their
você
side.
vir aqui pra ver coisas diferentes, lings,
That's what I like to call
bans,
Big Damn Matilda. You know,
não pode dizer,
like
mas
you
raramente
just
tem.
build it that way and it's got the damage.
Toda hora a mesma
And
coisa,
it's a
rapaziada.
threat because actually the way her kit works, it has good poke potential, and then you build it that way.
Ó, o Nolan aí,
It's scary, right?
banido.
So it's a good ban. I mean, obviously, even without that, like Matilda's constantly banned out just because of how strong she is. Nolan also being taken out of the picture here. We know that AP.Bren loves that
Olha isso
pick if
daqui,
they
ó.
want to go that route. We'll see. Even with this is still leaving some of those other heroes that are picked up often in the first phase. Joy is still open. That's still available. Of course, you still have the rubies available. You still have Nana, of course, that has been in high contention for a lot of the different teams here. So even ban-wise, this is a
Esse é
little bit
campeonato
different. Like,
russo.
typically,
Eu acabei de mostrar,
that's a
porra.
surprise.
O campeonato russo que passa $1 milhão de dólares. Na descrição aí tem uma matéria explicando como o que ele é. É um campeonato russo que tinha 16 equipes. Entre essas equipes tem AP.Bren, Hiroshi, Homeboys, Blacklist, Onyx, e várias outras equipes. Deus Root, que foi eliminado ontem. 16 equipes, $1 milhão de premiação. Acontece presencialmente em Kazan, na Rússia. E, pô, campeonatão, tá ligado? Ele acontece a partir das 8 horas da manhã e vai até umas 3 da tarde. Tem campeonato pro dia inteiro, praticamente. E tem como apostar nele, hein, rapaziada? Se você entrar no link fixado aí, você vai direto pra Rivalry de Mobile Legends. Aí você pode apostar, é só depositar, usar o código OBuff pra ter 5% de bônus. E você vai estar me ajudando a manter o OBuff de pé, tá ligado? Porque o OBuff não é barato, não. O OBuff é bem carinho. É tudo isso. E, tipo, não é só campeonato de Mobile Legends esse campeonato. O nome dele é Games of Future 2024. Ele também tem CS2, Laser Tag, basquete, Dota 2. Lembrar mais o que ele tem. Futebol 7, inclusive no Futebol 7 tem o time do Ronaldinho Gaúcho. No basquete também. Tem o FIFA Não é FIFA não, é o Esportes FC, né? Futebol Esportes. É o jogo de futebol, videogame lá a concorrente do FIFA. E tem um monte de outras modalidades, tipo hóquei no gelo, batalha de robôs. Pô, velho. Queria muito ver a AP.Bren perder hoje. Você tá louco, mano. Deus me livre. Fala isso não.
How do you want to play around this? What ultimates, do you want to give over to, to homeboys?
You know why the Valentina is still pretty good right now, even despite the fact that she was released back in November 2021, okay? And even up until now, come on, somebody give this girl a break. She's been staying on the ban list or the top pick list. It's all because of it really limits out what the opponent can bring out, right? Like once the Valentina is out, you kind of have to double think, like, okay, I can't pick up these heroes that have really good ultimates. The Valentina can pick it up. But right now, if you give them so much CC here or so much crowd control for the side of AP.Bren, Util might actually have a hard time picking up the ultimates. They lock in the Brody here and the Fredrin as well, which is something that CalTZ is known for doing or known for picking up, even in the M5.
Yeah. And with that too, the fact that, the Novaria paired with the Brody, this is a very... Again, all these picks at this point are kind of like signature picks so far. Nothing out of the box for AP.Bren anyway right now, right? We've seen this so often, and at the same time, it's making me wonder, even with the Brody being here, already Brody, Novaria, what you're automatically thinking is, all right, range. These guys got range. We have to deal with that range. If we're homeboys, how are we approaching this range? Well,
pra vocês,
for them, it's
amiguinhos.
Well, we do have a
quando eu tiver tempo, eu vou atrás de algum patrocínio da hora e vou tentar fazer um campeonato da hora aí de Mobile Legends no Brasil.
We have to make
da
the
hora,
play.
bem da hora.
We have to be
Uma
able to,
premiação
if
legal.
you're a Zorn, you have to be able to flicker in and get the I'm offended. The problem is,
Mas pra isso eu preciso de tempo, eu preciso de estrutura. E eu preciso de pessoas confiáveis ao meu lado. Não pode demorar um pouquinho. O AP.Bren já pegou o Brody, Pedrinho, Novaria, e a Homeboys pegou Valentina, Ruby, Mar. Mano, nada... eu tô cansado de falar que não vai ter nada diferente.
Brody fighting from afar, and you have to also be safe enough to deal from the vision provided from Novaria, right? So we'll see exactly how that goes. We have a couple more bands left.
Por que só vai estar saindo só de um lado do fone? Tá bem baixo o som da tua voz. Tá saindo só de um lado do fone? Peraí que eu vou colocar aqui no meu celular e eu quero ver também.
I wouldn't say signature picks, but at this point they're limiting out the XP lane,
Agora
which
você
is also
perguntou,
very
não sei
crucial
não.
in the early game. Like you've seen a lot of the teams do Like instead of going to their usual rotation in the gold lane, they kind of pressure out the XP
Mano,
lane.
meu,
So you kind
poxa,
of
meu
need
PC
that
do nada.
solid or that stable type of XP lane that
PC
can
do nada
sustain
abriu
you up
Photoshop.
until it reaches the point that you can get to that level 4, help out in the turtle. That's gonna be the X board taken out here for Homeboys as their final ban. I think they're limiting out
Caramba, tá.
a flat TZ here in terms of the hero pool, and for AP.Bren, they could take away the Bruno here, or they could take away more XP laners.
Ei,
CC is
rapaz,
also out here, so that means it's gonna be more focused
peraí.
on the XP lane. And I like this ban coming out from the side of AP.Bren too. This CC can really reach the back lines here. As you were talking about, that the Homeboy still needs someone to kind of disrupt
mano,
like
meu
the Brody
Photoshop
and the Warrior
sozinho
that
aqui.
has the range here for their side.
Vamos ver aqui, eu vou...
Okay, and with that, you know, fighting.
Mano, eu acho que eu vou colocar mono. Vou colocar aqui nas opções mono, né?
That's
Pra
kind of
ver
what I was
se
thinking is like what options would be available.
aí ele vai aparecer nos dois lados.
So many that's been banned out, you know.
Caramba, isso é estranho, velho.
Lapu Lapu is probably one of the safer options you could kind of just go for Homeboy. So like with this lineup, this is not out of the box, as I was saying, but it, you know, in a way, it's like you have to approach this ranged game that AP.Bren is going to have with this, you know, and you kind of got to cover that base here for the most part, because playing against or playing out of the box and then against the fact that you're going to be getting spotted out with vision is troublesome. And then Phoveus is still like Phoveus. Signature pick for AP.Bren. Nothing crazy, nothing new for AP.Bren. Like this is something they like to do.
Eu acho que eu não consigo fazer isso em live não. Pra mudar isso eu tenho que fechar a live.
A lot here that Homeboys kind of has to tackle. We'll see what this last pick's going to be. What, anything off the top of your head for that gold lane?
Existe a menor chance de eu fazer isso em live.
Oh man, like does the next Nets kind of go for like the Harriet that can go like head to head with the Brody from the start, or maybe like go for like a safer choice, like you know, the Brody that you've been mentioning earlier that is actually open here for their side to take, or maybe go for something completely different. The Claude, I think, is still open. That is actually pretty good here with the tanky picks, but there's a Phoveus here that they have to deal with. They're gonna be locking in the Claude for the last pick here for the Homeboys, which I think is a direct answer to the tanky front line that the side of AP.Bren has, but I'm just a little bit worried that there is going to be the demonic force here coming out from the side of AP.Bren, which is not going to make it easy for the Claude.
That's
Eu vou
I feel like the name of game. The name
Salve,
of the game
bom dia.
is like
Salve,
gótico
Dark.
of range, and now that
Ih,
you
o
have
cara é
Phoveus,
gótico,
who's
mano.
like the counter of that, like he's all in your face. You know what I mean?
Pra você
Like,
tá
that's his
normal,
job.
sou.
So it's like
Valentina é muito
for
counter de
Homeboys, I feel
Pogeu,
like the
complicado.
biggest,
De Poveus, complicado.
issue
RQ ganhou,
we have to solve
RQ
here in
ganhou
game
de
one
2
is,
a
like, how do
0.
we protect
Amassou a
what we
Burmed.
need to as we approach the game, but then dealing with getting in range, because it's already hard enough to catch a Novaria. You know what I mean? And when it's just kind of sieging down your lineup. Especially when it comes to these objectives, where what I was saying, Kim, earlier, we'll probably see this happen and unfold. Like, pay attention to this, the timing that I've been talking about from AP.Bren. I wouldn't expect it to change so much, because they had it down to a T, and leading into that first Lord is probably going to be very crucial for them, even with this lineup. So, you know, with that being said, we're jumping in here into the Land of Dawn. Game number 1 in this second match of the day, AP.Bren and Homeboys. Ogwin, though, taking some damage already.
Yeah, this is classic moves from the side of Homeboys. What they do actually in the early game is make sure that they
começou o jogo, vamos lá focar no jogo, bora.
Make sure that they poke them heavily so that they can go back
Super Marco
and
aí vai meter no
before, like, objectives. And even Zorn here. Super aggressive here up against AP.Bren, which is something that they actually managed to do even in the group stages. And so far, we haven't seen any of these like any early game takedowns so far, but it's a matter of like pokes from both sides.
And you know, with that, I like the fact too that Homeboys dealing with the poke, if they want to, dealing with the range, they at least have a couple options to get out, right? Like the purifiers are there. Nets is definitely needed. You have to kind of break some ankles here too, Kim. You know, like he's got to have the timing on the BMI on point, which, you know, again, he's done many times. He's obviously he's gone through the ropes here, right? Obviously in the Philippines, so nothing new for him. for the rest of the team, they kind of got to give Nets enough time to build up to where it needs to be. So that leaves it up to Adil and the rest of the team, you know, to be able to scale up, to be able to hold the grounds down throughout this portion of the game. And now that this subjective is going to be up here, you're going to see it kind of unfold as both teams really try to get that level 4 available and work around this. But you can already see the positioning happening here. Kyle Teasy will go ahead and start the turtle, but spot it out, right? She's just around the corner for here, so they're going to go ahead and go with this turtle dance first portion of this game.
Flapteasy already here. Oh, Deal got in that demonic force as well. It's gonna be Flapteasy starting it up. Turtle already at 1/4 HP. It's gonna be Chibi picking it up for the side of Homeboys. There's the Appraiser's Rat from Kyle Teasy. Storm gonna be able to get out, but it still goes on. Flapteasy gonna be able to pop in that demonic force and knock it out the first time. There's still not gonna be any casualties just yet, but AP.Bren, or rather the side of Homeboys, starting it off real strong by picking up that first turtle of the game.
Yeah, it's good they get that, right? I mean, at least they're able to pull through with that. No one goes down, so no first blood just yet. And, you know, you're going to have to kind of see these rotations happen now from Homeboys, because with a little bit of this, you know, it's like a baby step, honestly, at this point. But that's what I was saying. If they can secure the first turtles of the game, maybe even all 3, that gives them this minor advantage where they really have to go toe-to-toe with AP.Bren into that first Lord. And even with that, right now, look how aggressive they are on this side of the jungle of AP.Bren.
Yeah, Kyle Teasy going to be soaking up the damage. Not going to go for the full commitment of Chibi here. He's actually 2 levels ahead of Kyle
Esse
Teasy
Nix é muito bom.
And this is exactly what you need to do, right? If you're a Martis, that is so good in the early game. And if you're talking about the light switch, this Martis also kind of has that light switch, right? Once it reaches mid to late game, it's already at par with everybody. It's fine. It does not have that kind of early game snowball, I'd say, once it reaches that mid to late game. So they have to watch out for that here to Homeboys, and they gotta capitalize this early game that they have.
We'll see how they play around that once again. 30 seconds away from this turtle.
Cara, 3 minutos de jogo não. Esse Nix é muito bom de Harriet.
Kyle Teasy forced to use a retribution, and that's gonna be Sepat picking up the first blood. Here comes Flapteasy to the rescue by taking a lot of damage. That's Chibi gonna go in for that decimate and take him down. Homeboys starting off real strong here. And this is what they have done up against AP.Bren in the group stage. Just pressure out the XP lane, and if you notice it, like, they're just letting that gold lane side. Let's take a look at the instant replay here.
Yeah, so as it all unfolded, once again, you know, it's just the scaling that's been in favor right now of Homeboys. The fact, too, like you pointed it out, the Martis has been just farming up, doing well, and that's another turtle now taken as well. So the pace,
caramba, mano, o cara roubou, velho. O Martins roubou o buff do Kylie, velho. Mano. Olha esse time jogando, velho. Nem parece que foi campeão mundial, mano. Na moral, velho. Olha esses caras, mano. É questão de ressaca, velho.
Too reckless. That's where Homeboys has to keep together. This is that play style we were talking about earlier, you know, from the Malaysian region, really kind of paying dividends here. And meanwhile, Nets has just been able to farm up. That's the best case scenario for him, you know? Have that gold lane experience. Hold on, they're going to go for it again.
Flapteasy is going to be starting up. There is going to be the demonic force, but he's taking up too much damage. Kyle Teasy and the rest of the gang forced to back away. Not going to go for more. And that's going to be AP.Bren backing it away safe and sound. 3-0 right now. And so far, Homeboys are leading. Looking at the advantage too. Chibi is levels ahead here of against Kyle Teasy, who's just level 7. He's already level 10 here. Interesting choice of emblem too here, Naisu. I think this is one of the first few times I actually see this impure rage on a Martis. Usually, like, you go for a quantum charge. How is this different from the quantum charge?
Acho que você falou. A comp da AP.Bren é muito late game.
I thought you were about to call me Naisu.
Eu diria que nem
anyway, the impure rage for the Martis, you know, I think
a composição da Homeboys melhor pro late game do que da AP.Bren.
Of course, I don't think we actually get a glimpse of, you know, the tier 1 and tier 2 what they're rolling with, but it works, right? And for the most part, it's a little bit of that extra damage, and of course you can roll around with the scaling as well that comes with it. And it's kind of debatable. Some players, they like to go even with the assassin emblems. Like some of them still go with that, you know, and they can work around it. But right now, whether it's quantum charge, whether it's this impure rage, he's making it work, and that's what counts for Chibi, because he's doing it against a very renowned jungler and team. So now third turtle's going to be up here. They're going to get in position for this one as they break through. Deal holding on to the demonic force himself.
A ODD está 2.44 para AP.Bren, mano. Será que eles viram isso?
Going at it. Turtle's going to be reset here. Odile taking a lot of the damage though, coming out from few. Let's see. I think they're just kind of. It's going to be
Olha a TF.
Flickers out. Odile's going to be the first target here. Nice setup there coming out from the Minotaur. It's going to be Kalatizi picking up that turtle. They're still going to go for more here. Kalatizi's going to get taken down by Chibi. Getting shut down there by Super Marco, who's kind of free hitting everyone, getting in that double kill. 2 kills for the gold laner of AP.Bren.
Nossa, eles aprenderam a jogar do
Did I
nada,
just
né?
say it, Burger Kim? You can't get too reckless. Pressing on the gas here, Homeboy was, but this is the punishment I'm talking about, right? Yes, they're still ahead. They're holding on to a lead. That's great. But they can't let that happen again.
Agora, tá 2.44,
that Super Marco got
Mano,
those 2
apostar ao
kills, and
vivo é
now
muito
he's got the 2
engraçado.
items he needs. He's got the blade. He's got the malefic roar.
Pega umas outras
He's going to be a
muito
threat. He's going to be kind of tough to deal with, because right now, Few is still building up, right? He's not where he needs to be on the Novaria just yet.
Se a
He's trying
AP.Bren
to scrap up a
perder,
little
vai
bit more
rolar uns
gold to get
memes
to
do
the items
se
that
meu
he needs.
coach.
And also a DHS
Sem meu
being
coach eu
picked
não
up by Super Marco.
consigo.
So now he's got the 3.
Então,
That was a huge
Filha da mãe.
kind of power spike in this
Safado.
last minute that he just went through. And this is what I'm talking about, where this usually happens in the case before that first Lord coming up. So in
O cara
under a minute,
estagiário
it's
no
going
lugar
to be
do
there.
coach.
And Super Marco, if he is not taken care of, if he's not focused down, he's going to be a threat to the Homeboys. So they just got to keep it together right now. The lead they have, work around it, try to get some turrets if they can. But you can see this. That's exactly why Ogwin, for the most part, will just kind of plan himself
que a
around
AP.Bren
here
vira
for
isso
Super
aqui?
Marco. So Homeboys,
Vai,
they wanna
deixa
make a
as
rotation
opiniões de
down
vocês
bot.
no chat. A AP.Bren vai virar esse jogo ou não vai?
It's going to be Odile taking a lot of the damage. Torn apart memories. Is it enough? It's gonna... As it takes out Odile from the backside, Sepat's still going to be going for it. Appraiser's rat there being popped in by
Caramba, agora eles
Kalti.
voltaram a
From the
jogar bem.
backside, Sepat's going to
Pô,
get
mano, tá
taken
travando
down,
muito
but
isso aqui,
Flapteezy
velho.
still going to go for it. Demonic Force is still up as Chibi and the rest of the Homeboys are going to be running away from it. There's going to be Astral Echo too from Few. Everybody's real low, but they won't be committing for more, as AP.Bren going to be setting themselves up against this Lord. This should be a
entendi
free
porque tá
Lord here for
travando.
the side of AP.Bren.
Kim.
Homeboys are chunked down to half.
Did I not say?
Esse tá usando
Before the first Lord,
95% da...
there is a
Yep.
play that
Processador.
AP.Bren does, and this
Agora
time
entendi.
it wasn't even on their will. It was Homeboys that tried to make the play in the bottom side. But Ogwin knew
Olha,
that would
pegaram
probably
lote.
happen with the pressure they were putting on that turret. They see it coming, and they fight. And Super Marco, like I said, he had the 3 items he needed. It didn't matter. Udil took a couple hits, got marked up, and then torn apart, right? Like that's what happened. And now the first Lord is secured. I've been talking about this for months now, that AP.Bren, this is their timing, this is what they like to do. And this has now garnered themselves to a point where it's
É o
even
momento, hein? Se eles perderem essa
But
TF
still,
aqui, já
Super Marco
era.
is huge, and he just picked up a Wind of Nature. So that gets a little bit more dicey
Pode
for
jogar lá
Homeboys,
de
because
fora.
one, it's like, how do we get to him? And
Aí
Few
vai
is
no
also
top.
building up really well now at this point. Another
Equilibrar
turret's
mais
gonna
as
fall
coisas,
here.
né?
So huge space advantage now for AP.Bren to work around with. Yes, it's only 1 turret against Homeboys, but the power play that they're having right now is huge in comparison to the past couple minutes.
Rose Gold Meteor has been picked up too here by Sepat. I'm thinking about what the Homeboys needs to do at this point exactly. Definitely the shutdown on Super Marco will be big. The shutdown goal is gonna have to be there. But at the same time, like AP.Bren has already taken back the space that Homeboys has been taken in for the first few games. And so far, like
mano,
at this
vocês estão
point, right,
torcendo
we're
pra
gonna
quem,
burst
velho?
down
Deixa no chat aí,
Flapteezy,
na moral,
Kaltizi. All these players already
usar o
have
chat, rapaz.
items that they
Não
need,
usam.
and at this point, like Super
Usar,
Marco
velho.
can
Tem que
also
interagir,
sustain
cara.
whatever Homeboys is going to be throwing out, since he already has the Wind of Nature, like what you pointed out. So it's either up to Nets, who has been quietly farming actually so far for the side of Homeboys, but hasn't been able to pop any of those basic movements yet.
Caramba.
Well, I would say like Nets is still in a good position to have, you know, some impact here as we get in further into this game, and that is something that AP.Bren knows very well. It's something that Super Marco himself, when he's on the claw, does. And you can see it, Nets is already putting the pressure there. And AP.Bren is going to respond exactly to that, right? So this is something we're familiar with. It's almost like a game of cat and mouse. Like they have to be able to answer the pressure on these side lanes. Even with the minor lead that they have in space, they still have to manage it, right? Because it can quickly go in favor of Homeboys.
Quero que a AP.Bren perca. Me fez perder 100 conto. Agora eu quero que eles percam 1 milhão. Bem equilibrado. Caralho. Porra. Ah, tu perdeu 100 conto e quer que ele perca 1 milhão, velho. É foda, cara. Ele tá apostando em que jogo da AP.Bren, mano, pra poder perder esse dinheiro todo. Porra, eles não perderam nenhum jogo até agora? Se apostou contra, foi? Caralho. Mas tem que ter coragem pra apostar 100 conto. Eu coloco R$2, R$1, no máximo R$10, velho.
Máximo. Actually in a good position. If they can pull this off, even possibly with a concealed play from Zorn, if they want to go that route, it could happen. You can see them. They're actually putting pressure in the space around this Lord already.
AP.Bren versus Zorn, na grande final.
Exactly that. Nets is going to work on this turret. He's got to make sure he's fine.
Eu achei que a única ia vencer.
Still the push and pull here for the second Lord as both teams work on it. The shots though coming out from Few. They're going to have to be careful about that.
Not gonna be any alternative invested just yet. Just gonna be coming out from Few just for Division Gaming. Lord's gonna be reset here. Taking a lot of the damage there.
Mano, fica resetando esse Lord, mano.
To all of these clashes, knowing that there's also pressures on the sides, but AP.Bren might actually want to close this out by taking this Lord Ogwen, going in for that setup there.
Ó, o Tibi vai fazer o Lord, ó.
Rather Lord though, 1/4 HP here. 1 more HP. Let's see how easy can be able to take it with the retribution.
O Messi ganhou? Não. A RQ Roshi ganhou. Mas a única que tinha amassado ele nas semifinais. Ah, cara, mas a única é leão de semifinal, né? Leão de grande final. Né?
This is where they're good at. They're going to be pressuring this mid tower. Second tier already down. Only the inhibitors left here.
Oh, that's tough again. Still going to be fighting it out. Chibi going to
o erro do Kairi foi que na última partida, se eu não me engano, ele pegou Hayabusa.
They still have a little bit longer for
Zorn to be up.
A couple seconds here. They should be full forced, of course, by this time that AP.Bren.
Cara, se eu tivesse pegado aquela ODD ao vivo aqui da AP.Bren 2.4, mano, eu ia pular de ADD.
They approached it very well. Homeboys for a little bit looked like they had some control, and then AP.Bren.
Eu devia ter aproveitado a oportunidade.
So now Lord's here, it's going to go ahead and charge in.
Cara, se eu pudesse, eu colocava a ODD ao vivo aí na tela, mano. O meu navegador ele não atualiza o bagulho sozinho.
Knowing that Few is just at the backside to cover, Kyle Teasy going to be jumping in, soaking up all of the damage.
Flap
Teasy not going to be investing that demonic force just yet. There's help from Zorn, but it's not going to do much as AP.Bren just going to be backing away from that one.
Yeah, they don't have to find it. I mean, for the most part, AP.Bren, they're very objective-based right now. That's what they're thinking. They get the 2 turrets. They're most likely going to get this third, too. It's only a couple hits away. And still, they might put the pressure to actually force the situation if they want to.
Não era pra ele ter Baxter jungle. Ele pegou muito herói de dar longe da zona de conforto, tá ligado? Pipoqueiro.
Demonic force is still up as he goes for more here. Minion waves are also crashing in here for the side of AP.Bren. They might actually just go for the finish, but there's just a lot of heroes still up here for the side of Homeboys. They might actually just reset here and try to go in for the next Lord.
Okay, they take the discipline route, they back off. Sapat was the only one that went down, and you know, I know we didn't get a good look at it, but there was a relatively a good effort from Homeboys there, and it kind of split off also the team AP.Bren from really trying to like win that fight through. And Super Marco, he still did not go down, but overall, you know, Few was able to be very elusive, and he hasn't died, and that's why the Novaria is so strong with the way that
AP.Bren é um time muito sem carisma,
so it's like Homeboys, your biggest thing is like, how do we find
jogadores
a
não
how do we
fazem
actually
live,
get one of
não
these targets
faz
locked
vídeo,
in?
não faz nada.
And at this point too, Nets has the
As
items that
redes
he needs. It's
sociais
not
deles,
really
mano, tipo, eles são
much of an
campeões mundiais de
itemization thing.
Mobile
It's like,
Legends,
how
mas
do we
os caras
actually
têm
execute this and pull it off? And that might
20
come
mil
down to
seguidores, 50
just
mil
going toe to
seguidores,
toe
não
with these
trabalham
Lord
em mais.
fights, right? Like the next one is now
Aí tu
up.
vai ver, mano, tem
We're
maluco
nearly at
que
the
nunca ganhou um
17-minute
campeonato
mark.
na vida.
Homeboys has the
E
items they need.
tem
It's like they just have to win
500
this
mil,
dance, and that's what they're gonna get
300,
prepped and ready
pô,
for. But Ogwin also waiting
1
patiently.
milhão, 2 milhões.
Udil holding on to his own demonic force.
Um bagulho muito
We'll see how they
desigual,
approach it.
mano.
Lord gonna be half health here. Super Marco also double buffed up. This
O erro de
is
jogador
very
de esporte
crucial
é
on
não
how
trabalhar em
Homeboys
mais.
tries to get in position.
Brod
Not
farmou
sure
e
if they're
garantiu o
even gonna
leite
be
dos
able to
caras.
right now.
Ele,
Five
Tibi,
kills
mandando
there.
até recal,
They
se
have
fudeu.
to. So
cara.
Chibi waiting patiently. He's done this
Não,
multiple
aí
times.
achando que
Okay, goes in.
é o bonzão, né? Que vai
There's
carregar
gonna
o
be
time.
the pokes that are coming out from a few.
Mal
Actually
sabia
causing
ele que o
the
time
rest
dele
of
é
the
ruim.
homos to actually back away. Just one wipeout can
Todo mundo
actually
baseia
take them
time.
down. They don't have any inhibitors left, and that's gonna be AP.Bren securing in. Leave the second Lord of the game.
Albert
Actually,
tem
here
1
for the
milhão de
side. So
seguidores,
without any
kkk.
inhibitors here,
É,
second
mano. Aí tu
enhanced
vai
Lord for
ver,
the
o
side
Albert
of
nunca foi
AP.Bren. This
campeão
can create
mundial.
a lot
Tu
of
olha o
pressure,
campeão
but for the
mundial,
homeboys,
tem
right, they have to find
50
that
mil.
pick up on the back lines. The only one that can actually do
Esse dia eu
that
fui
at
ver o
this point
Instagram
is
do...
Sorn with the nice setup, or Sepat. Actually,
Yeah.
you've seen him attempt on the
E um
on
jogador
Super
da
Marco
Echo,
and
mano, o
few,
cara
but
tem
at this point,
20 mil,
no inhibitors left.
9
They gotta
mil,
focus
velho.
on defending
Seguidor.
their base here. They have the Lord for the side of
Sacanagem, pô.
AP.Bren.
Yep, conceal already used here. They're gonna get spotted out though.
Olha a TF.
Flap TZ.
Agora,
He's gonna be
no
using that
momento do
demonic force
GG.
up. Gonna keep it
No
going.
momento
Look
que
at the
minha
damage
aposta
on
vai
the
ficar
Chibi.
viva.
Nice setup there by
Vamos.
Owen.
Vamos.
Real low here from
Let's
the side
go.
of Homeboys.
Oh my
Razor's
god.
gonna take
Oh
down
shit.
Sorn. And from the
Yeah.
backside, they're still dealing with that
GG,
demonic
pegar
force, which is
GG.
Odile.
GG.
Not gonna be able to make it. It's only Nets and Chibi
GG.
left to defend. The Lord is still down.
Caralho,
in the
que
base of
virada.
Homeboys, and that's
Meu
gonna
Deus
be
do
it.
céu.
AP.Bren takes
Nossa.
in game number 1.
Cara, se eu tivesse apostado naquele momento que eu falei pra vocês que a ODD da AP.Bren tava 2.44, se eu tivesse dado a win, eu estava muito feliz agora. E a Wii, depois que foi pra Indonésia, tá estourando firme lá. Pois é, o homem tá. Aí, rapaziada, a gente tem aí a Homeboys, né? 1-0 AP.Bren. A gente vai ter que esperar mais um pouquinho pra começar a próxima partida. Bora dar uma viajada no mundo do Mobile Legends. Agora vai pra câmera dos caras. Na verdade vai não, vai mostrar o MVP depois dos resultados da partida. Os highlights estão aí.
You're going to see what we're talking about. Now, this is already 7 minutes in. That was the turtle fight, and you can see just how strong
Foi aí que
things
começou
were
a
for
virada.
Homeboys. But this is where
Essa
Super
até
Marco just kind of flipped his own switch.
Jogo
He got
mudou
the
aí.
double here. And this is where the scaling really went in the favor. We've seen him play Brody time and time again. And when he gets these 2 kills, 2, 3 early kills like this, that's what happens. He scales up really fast. He's very good in positioning. You know, Super Marco as a player, that's one of the things that really stands out for me on depending on whatever marksman he's playing in the gold lane. His positioning is so good, and the rest of the team does a great job at peeling for him when he needs to. This also was just showing how strong that power spike was at this point in the game on that Brody.
Yeah, it was a shutdown gold actually on Chibi at that, like, which is why the massive gold swing went to the side of AP.Bren, and not to mention it all went to Super Marco here, which is someone that really you want to give all those kills to. And at this point, like 13 minutes in, there were some attempts here by Chibi to actually take in Lord, but unfortunately for the side, it's going to be a retribution battle, right? And it's going to be Kyle TZ taking it in here for the side of AP.Bren. And once it reached the point that, you know, there was only the inhibitors left here for the side of AP.Bren, what they did right was actually take this the safer route, like just go for the next Lord, not force anything too crazy here in the final encounters.
Yeah, and so with that again,
E
it took
aí a
a little
última
longer, you know,
TF
18
foi o
minutes into
GG.
this push, but you could just see at this point, like, how that positioning and how everything else was where they needed to be, you know, and it was, at this point, Homeboys just a very difficult time, like, trying to
E o
go in
MVP
with
foi o
that fight
Super
and deal
Marco,
with that, and you
Broad.
can see it, Super Marco
Já tira
deserving
print
of
da
this
build aí, pra
MVP
você
here
não
for game
fazer
number
build
1.
véia.
Very, you know, standard for him.
Pô,
Honestly,
cara,
Super Marco at this point
fazendo...
on this hero 7-0-2.
Tão vendendo as botas, velho. Os caras não tá mais jogando de bota, velho, nos ADC, mano.
when it comes down to it, the micro decisions that he makes within the game, if you just pay attention to Super Marco, you'll know what I'm talking about here, specifically his positioning.
Bota.
And, you know, when he just picks up the two
Inimigos
items,
da
even on this Brody,
bota.
that blade plus the malefic roar, he's already a force to be reckoned with. And then it gets to that point where the question, even from the draft, Kim, was like, how do we deal with this range? How do we deal with this elusiveness, is like what I like to call it, because of the fact that you have a Novaria that can basically, you know, shift
as builds dos jogadores
through the map in a way. Like, that's tough enough. But then you have the Brody who works from range, and then paired up with the fact that you have that Phoveus, a factor of a lot of teams don't actually go with the Phoveus, right? Because it takes a certain lineup and a certain type of player to really utilize that in the best way possible, and Flat TZ does that.
Para ver pouquinho sobre as redes sociais dos jogadores campeões mundiais. Cara, se eu não me engano, eu estou seguindo eles aqui. Mas aqui é o Pio. Vamos ver quantos seguidores tem o Pio. Pio tem 5.000 seguidores, mano. Campeão mundial, tá? É campeão mundial. Só isso. Só isso. O canal dele tem 13.000 inscritos. Vou me inscrever aqui, né? Se eu não me engano, nas Filipinas, o Facebook que é a rede social predominante. Eles estão na análise ali, ó. Aqui, ó, no Facebook ele tem 303.000 seguidores no Facebook. E a Filipinas tem a rede social predominante como o Facebook. Mas, sinceramente, eu acho ainda muito pouco para um mundial, velho. Aqui é o Killer. Deixa eu ver se eu acho... É verdade, vou pesquisar o da AP.Bren aqui, ó. O perfil da AP.Bren. É a organização AP.Bren tem 25.000 seguidores. Aqui, ó. Olha as fotos dos malucos. Poxa, mano, a AP.Bren praticamente faz nenhum post, velho. O post dos caras é foto do jogador e foda-se. Nossa, como é fácil ser social media da AP.Bren, né? Geralmente só posto isso daqui, cara. Caralho, mano, o cara não trabalha, velho. Tá bom. Vou ver se aqui no Facebook eles fazem algo diferente. O mais forte lá nas redes sociais é o Viewage da Black. Pois é, ele mesmo. É a AP.Bren aqui, ó. Bem Esportes. 1 milhão de seguidores. Agora sim eles estão fortes. Tá tão forte. Bicampeão mundial, pá. Aqui o social media deles trabalham mais, ó. Postinho de gameplay. Vendendo a camisa. Mano, essa camisa aqui. Quanto é que tá? Quanto é que é? PHP, né? 200 para reais. Para reais. Hã? Não, 1.2 não. Foi. É estranhando, né? Ó, 106 reais aí. 106 reais na camisa da AP.Bren. Aí você vai lá na loja da MBR pra ver quanto é que é. Olha quanto é o preço da camisa do MBR, velho. Olha aí, ó. Cara, esse negócio aqui é bonito demais, tá? Aqui, ó. 179 conto, irmão. Essa porra aqui, ó. 179 conto. Tá louco, mano. E adivinha, o último título do time faz anos aí. Aí tu vai lá, Tu compra aqui a camisa da AP.Bren e pronto, você tá feito, velho. Camisa de um time bicampeão mundial. Se eu não me engano, tem como comprar na AliExpress. Vamos aqui, tentar comprar camisa da AP.Bren no AliExpress. Olha o My Venus aqui. Uma Venus já cheia de seguidor aí, ó. 354. Fazendo comercial de suco. Comercial de suco aí, velho. Insta Level Up Pro. Fizeram um campeonatinho de Mobile Legends. A camisa da AP.Bren é bonita, hein? Mas o casaco da Echo é outro nível, é mesmo, né? Cara, ô, esse suco é tipo é tipo a é tipo a Blaze dos caras, tá ligado? Aqui é casa de aposta lá da Blaze. Aqui na Filipinas é um suco, mano. Um suco verde. Puta que pariu. Olha aqui a foto dela com o Luna, ó. Não bem demais, hein? Deixa eu ver. Faltando foto com os brasileirinhos aqui. É. Faltando as fotos. Tem a foto do Luna, já tá bom. Luna tem essa foto aqui e é isso. E aí tá com 800k depois que ele foi pra Indonésia. Em Guaraná Jesus filipino. Oh, muito bom. É. AP.Bren. AP.Bren. Tem uma loja aqui no AliExpress, mano, que ele vende as blusas dos times das Filipinas. Eco. Não achei da AP.Bren, não. Só tem da Eco, provavelmente. Será que é na AliExpress mesmo? Será que é na Shopee? Deixa eu ver. Shopee. Será que já começou? Nada, velho. Demora da porra pra começar os jogos. Aqui, ó. Eco. Pô, cadê a camisa da Eco, velho? RRP. Oxi. Cara, eu lembro que eu tinha achado, mano. Ih, rapaziada, não tô achando não, mano. Que loucura. Pera aí, eu vou pegar o link aqui. Enquanto isso, a gente fica com essas camisas, essa foto aí do Luna com a Maivena. Vou ver. Eu lembro que eu tinha compartilhado nos grupos, né? Dos caras. Ai, ai.
The case really like for playoffs. Like once we get through group stages for, any of these tournaments, it's really where you have to pull out all the stops, and sometimes it's like, you have a little more breathing room in some formats where it's like, all right, this might be a best of 5 or something like that. But with the best of 3 pressure and then immediately being at match point, you have to pull something through. And then even then, if you get to that game 3, Kim, like you have to do it again. You know what I mean? Like you have to pull that out again or something different, or maybe AP.Bren is the one to do it. Maybe even in this game, AP.Bren, despite being 1-0 currently, they do it. And and that could possibly happen as well. So I think, you know, there's a lot here for Homeboys to consider while they approach this game. And I think that's why, you know, they needed this a little bit of time here to really decide, like, okay, what is our approach for this? Because what they did in the previous game, and talking back about the weakness points for AP.Bren, like that jungle comparison, or the jungle pacing that's set out there for Chibi in the early game was actually good, you know. And I think if they can replicate at least that and kind of.
Achei o link. Que horas o próximo jogo? Mano, ainda tá entre AP.Bren e Homeboys. Parece que vai começar agora aí, ó. Começou os piques e bans. Aí eu vou mostrar aqui, ó. Tá vendo, ó? Tem a camisa da Echo aqui disponível pra comprar nessa loja. Eu tinha achado em outra, na verdade. Tem uma outra que tinha várias camisas, mano. Deixa eu achar aqui o link.
Novaria, I'm thinking something along the lines of AP.Bren or either Homeboys taking
Isso não fica aí nesse
AP.Bren
Pix e Bans. A Homeboys banindo aí a Novaria.
The most number of times here in this tournament, Homeboys, I like the fact that
they banindo the
Novaria this time. Even though they can actually pick it up for themselves, they are on the blue side here. But then again, that's going to open up so many things here that they need to consider too. Like CC heavy, chain CC, these are what the teams are actually going for in this current meta. So Homeboys taking away a lot of the heroes here from few, like Novaria. Then you got the Faramis here too being taken away. AP.Bren. I'm looking at the Joy Band. It usually comes out from the red side here, knowing that Homeboys has that first pick.
If they don't take it out, if the Joy is not banned out here, I actually think that it might be a good pickup for Homeboys. Take that Joy.
Pô, minha câmera tá no meio agora que eu vi.
Constantly banned out. I forgot how many times it is. I think it's like 40 times up to this point, but it is a very strong choice, but it's also kind of risky. Like there's some risk factor there, and I think that's again what Homeboys needs to do here. So we'll see. A couple more bans left. The Faramis was taken out, Matilda's taken out. We'll see if they still want to opt for what we've seen for the most part too. You know, the fact too that Nana is still left open. You can still work around that. There's the Phobius. Wow. So this is just like, it's like pure respect at this point from Homeboys, right? They don't want to deal with those kind of annoyances, those new nuances. I was like,
nuances.
I was gonna say something else. Nuances that came from this lineup in the previous game from AP.Bren. It was like range and then pressure combined, you know, because of Phobius and Novaria. So with that, we'll see what this last first phase from AP.Bren. But if it's not Joy, like I would actually like to see Homeboys take the Joy.
Yeah, I feel like Homeboys kind of banning away that the Phobius here is a respect ban coming through for Flap TZ, and at the same time it's kind of forcing AP.Bren to ban away, you know, some of these other stellar picks, especially these glass cannon types of heroes that Chibi is also known for picking up. They ban away the Nolan, and you did mention that you want to see the Homeboys pick it up. They can actually pick it up here first, but for AP.Bren they can actually answer it out by picking up say an Arlot. They love to pick up Arlot and a Ruby here. Wow, that's a lot to take in here for AP.Bren. So Homeboys kind of has to decide right now. Do we go for Joy, or do we kind of take away Arlot or not? But, you know, since it has always been banned away, it's great early game, which Homeboys is known for. This could definitely create some pressure up against AP.Bren.
This is the reason why I was saying this, as soon as we started to see the pattern of this first bans, the phase of bans, was because this is what I was saying. You know, if you want to pick up anything for Homeboys, it's to replicate what you did in the previous game. And you actually, like if you're Homeboys, you controlled that jungle side and everything early on. So Joy's able to do that here, possibly for this. But AP.Bren picking up CC and Angela. Interesting pickups to go ahead and start up their first phase. Angela has been very, I would say it's not that it's like a very specific condition type hero right now currently in the meta, but it fits in a lot of compositions. And the fact that you have CC here, who has been a monster so far throughout the games of the future, this is tough, right? They're going to have to be able to answer some of that sustainability, the shielding, of course, and everything else. Homeboys will pick up the Ruby for themselves alongside the Valentina. So they're like, you know what? We'll at least take the Valentina so that depending on whatever else AP.Bren takes up, we have the opportunity to go ahead and take some of those ultimates.
Yeah, even down to the skin, right? I know the Valentina can do that. So if you don't have those skins, like, just pick up a Valentina and take care of everything.
Yeah, you get to enjoy
everything,
it, right?
Like, yep, which kind of forces AP.Bren into a situation that, okay, yeah, we can pick up all these good heroes in the jungle, Barretts even at this point, but they need to answer out to the early game hero, the Joy. They pick up something that they're known for too is, actually they could have gone with the Red Rin, but instead they went for the Baksha, counter out to the possible tanky setup here from the side of Homeboys. I'm thinking something along the lines of like a Minotaur here for Zorn. That's going to be a lot of problem here for the side of AP.Bren, knowing that they have the Angelic here that only can invest the Heart Guard onto one hero. So for AP.Bren, it seems like they want to go for these head-to-head clashes with Homeboys with this Angel pick. I don't really see this very often in the current meta, especially when you pick it up in the first phase.
The only thing that scares me here about AP.Bren with this first phase, actually specifically to the two heroes for Homeboys, is the fact that you have a Baksha and an Angela. And the reason why I say that is because rotations are going to be very quick. Anytime there's a Baksha, goes around the map everywhere. You pair it up with the fact that you have this global ult, the Heart Guard, to be able to just pop up as well. Very quickly, in a snap of a finger, AP.Bren can be where they want to be, with that kind of speed. And so I feel like in a way for Homeboys, it's how do we control that? How do we deal with that? And that's why I think, once again, the pacing that is going to be set in the beginning is crucial for them. And this time it's you got to be able to deal with that Homeboys speed, because if you're going to be putting the speed out there, control it, right? Control it for the most part, because AP.Bren will look for those moments where they try to punish you. Now, as we get through the second phase of these bans here, you can already see some of the gold lane focus, obviously, coming out from Homeboys. They take out 1-1. We'll see if they still focus on another marksman option, because the carry was taken out by AP.Bren, which I think is a great choice, because you don't want to be shredded through, especially if you're this Baksha, right? Especially if you're trying to build around these shields and this sustainability. So they also deal with another big true damage dealer in the department here. X-Borg is going to be taken out. They don't want to be slowed down either as well, and dealt with that kind of layering with the armor. So good, smart bans here from AP.Bren. We'll see if Homeboy still focuses on that gold lane, one more option, because still for both, for both teams, we don't exactly know what they want to throw there for now.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is this an Ogwen hero or is this a Few hero? Because for Homeboys, they should actually limit out Super Marco at this point, right? They're taking away the gold lane here. Claude is still up. The Brody that actually did so well. And I want to point out the Brody too, because that's one of the marksman heroes that can really protect itself, in the lane. And just like I said that, there you have it. Not only is a signature pick, but I think it can really go well up against heroes
o
that
que temos aqui? AP.Bren de Brody, Axia, Angela, Cici, Homeboys de Joy, Ruby, Valentina. Vou esperar os próximos heróis. Não, eu tô gostando mais da composição da Homeboys. Composição da hora, tá?
It's interesting too,
Só que eles vão ter que colocar uma ADC da hora e um tanquezão na rotação. Minotauro, se pá. Total, eles baniram a Vexana, né? Minotauro e Cloud. Ou será que eles vão escolher outro ADC? Tem o Bruno, tem quem mais? Pegaram o Clint Tigreal, caralho. Pô, queria falar nada pra vocês não. Sinceramente, eu acho que isso daqui é 2-1, tá? A Homeboys vai empatar essa coisa aqui, mano. Essa composição deles tá legal.
not so enjoyable, right?
Ó, o mapa 2 os caras tá pagando
no
real.
pun intended, because Hilda's gonna be everywhere in your jungle, trying to slow you down, trying to keep you at bay. But with this, I don't know, Kim. Like, I actually really like Homeboy's draft here. I'm just trying to picture it, like.
Ou será que é 2-0 sequíssimo?
Let's be honest. If you've been watching Games of the Future, everybody's gonna think of that one play from Tigreal that was a 5-man setup, KDA machine, and he did it. So like,
rapaziada, eu vou fazer um post. Empata assim, confia, mano.
Can you do something? It doesn't have to be 5-man.
E a Homeboy não entregar, acho que empata, velho. Olha só, a DreamHack Sport acaba de anunciar de vez a line-up feminina deles.
Again, it's a match point here between AP.Bren and Homeboys. AP.Bren getting that game number 1. We'll see if Homeboys draft here.
Eu ia postar sobre outro time, mas eu acho que eu vou postar sobre essa line-up feminina aqui da DreamHack.
Yeah, this is I think one of the first few times that we're going to be seeing a lot of these new picks coming through here. Super Bark also pretty low here, but this is what we expected in the jungle, right?
E a line-up feminina da DreamHack é Aslan, Angelis, Lala Lens, Quer e Hybrid. Possivelmente essa line-up vai jogar o qualificatório para o Mundial Feminino. Eita porra, já começou como? Matando ali o time. Ih, rapaziada. Moiou aqui, hein? Moiou.
Even if she's banned constantly, like, you still have to be able to have a relatively safe start.
Tô zicando geral hoje,
viu? And then, your damage is going to show up, but look at Ogwin.
Hoje tô zicando.
He's going to be doing exactly what you expect a Hilda to do, and that's live in the enemy jungle, right? As much as possible, gain that distraction, and just be there. Yeah, you can always regen in the bushes as well, and that's what he's going to be going for. They'll fight out for that crab, and with that, so again,
não tá conseguindo fazer nada
over here by AP.Bren, and the fact that it went in hands of Kyle Teasy gives him that small, that minor edge, right, in terms of the jungle matchup. Because the great thing about it, Kyle Teasy can be like, you know what, Ogwin, go do your thing, go invade the jungle, make Chibi's life hell for now. And I will roll around, literally. I'll get these objectives, I'll farm up, and I have a heart guard available from few. So that's what's happening here.
Oh man, that's not gonna be easy. And I actually thought that Olga was gonna have like a sprint there just to get out of the situation. But you know what? While all that is happening, right? Like Chibi just turned level 4 while Kalti has been taking away all the resources here on the side of Homeboys. And Ogwin hasn't even left the jungle camps here at the side of Homeboys. I think this is gonna keep up even until the end of the game, just not letting this joy of Chibi farm anything at this point.
Yeah. So much support has to come from Homeboys here for Chibi. And that's the downside of picking a Joy that is kind of reliant right now. And that's what you see AP.Bren do it. So if they can pressure,
o Chibi conseguiu pegar o buff dele.
He's gonna be safe for now. He's got the shields too.
Essa Ruby tá doidinha pra ultar e flechar. Aí, ó, ele ultou e flechou no nada, velho. Pax é mais Hilda contra Joy. É absurdo. Não é aquele que... tem que ficar invadindo muito, mano, pra acabar com o early game. Ele é muito forte, early game.
He's going to be taking a lot of the damage, and that's going to be the first kill picked off here from the side of Homeboys. Electrifying beats as well, but they're not going to get more here.
Let's go AP.Bren
from Homeboys, especially from Zorn, knowing that, hey, Ogwin already used his flicker earlier, right? Like, if we can catch him, especially having the ultimate available and everything else, like, the implosion is going to keep him there, and then you push him back and work around it. So now, but still, Kyle Teasy, he's going to go for the pressure.
Oh man, the Zorn have the ultimate here. Kaltizi's gonna be soaking up the damage, but you know what? This is why AP.Bren's so confident. You got the hard guard, you can just create chaos here in the jungle, pandemonium in the jungle. You got the hard guard available. Omen's gonna be able to
Só que o Tigreal só precisa de uma play no leite pra acabar com tudo. Exatamente, meu amiguinho aí.
We'll see. Heart guard is secured here for Udil, but I'm not sure if they actually want to go for this.
Wow.
Oh, Zorn.
Yeah,
Eita, Tigre é só vivo ainda.
They got the hard guard for themselves too. But look at this,
Wow, Chibi got it.
gonna take in that
Ele
turtle.
conseguiu roubar
Steal
tanto.
from their side, and it's gonna go to the side of Homeboys this time. Nice bounce back though here on the side of Homeboys. They definitely need it because AP.Bren has been such a menace here in the jungle. Chibi hasn't been able to farm well. I mean, you can't farm well. Look at how Owen has been trying to make sure that Chibi doesn't get anything at this point. And so far, 5 minutes in, it's still AP.Bren leading this time. Quite a different take this time. It's usually Homeboys actually taking the lead.
Yeah, this is big though. The 5-minute mark now.
Será que eu vou pegar? Pegou. Olha lá, ó. Moleu.
Okay.
Jungle
so,
bom.
as I was saying, big item pickups here for Homeboys. Neck of the rounds, Blade as well. Kyle TZ.
Nossa, velho, ele errou caçar, mano. Tu falou Jungle bom, o cara errou caçar, velho. Parabéns, você zicou o cara. Se fosse um narrador bom, tinha feito uma narração boa nesse roubo do Tigre aí. Pior que os gringos é ruim de narração mesmo, velho. Porra. Os gringos é fraquinho de narração. Fosse o Bane aqui. Monstro. Acabou de roubar o Lord Tip e joga muito. A joy do menino é pesada demais. E usou caçar. Ele joga demais. Time, por favor, joga no meu time. O Bane teria narrado assim, cara, com toda a emoção do mundo. Monstro. É muito engraçado quando ele fala isso. Muito bom. Imagina, se eu estivesse jogando e o Bane falasse assim, monstro, mano, eu ia meter um edit de mim mesmo, mano. Porra, seria foda. Monstro.
They're tanky enough, they're able to have enough mobility to get out of here. That's one great thing about Hilda. But Homeboys,
Aqui, ó. Aí, vai tomar um. Esses narradores dos Estados Unidos são fraquinhos demais, pelo amor de Deus. O único que é da hora, eu acho que é aquele do UFC, que é It's time. Os da Indonésia, os indonésios é bom pra caralho, tá? Pura narração dos malucos. É porque o jogo é basicamente de lá, né? Aí, pô, os caras dão tudo de si. Pô, também, se eu atrapalhasse do Mobile Legends da Indonésia, mano, porra, eu ia sair falando assim toda hora. Já ia meter aqui. Aqui, ó. Olha o K3, vai dar start aqui. Eu já esqueci o que eu ia falar. Vai dar start no Tigreal. Pô, eu não tenho raciocínio pra narrar, não. É muito difícil. Olha o que então saiu. Olha o Tibia aí. Mas não dá, velho, aqui pra Homeboys. E a Homeboys vai de aeroporto. Vai pegar a primeira passagem de avião de volta para a Malásia. Vai pegar a Malaysia Airlines. Malaysia Airlines.
This is always, like I said, this is the time AP.Bren might look for some play, and it looks like they're getting in position for that.
Tigreal só toma. Coitado de Tigreal, cara.
Again, they're not gonna let Chibi take anything right now. Even the jungle are not safe.
Mas se Tigreal pegar todo mundo junto, ele vai meter. Ele vai meter ele um ultizinho em todo mundo. Tô vendo. O cara joga, mano. Ele detém a gameplay. E o Chibi vai sendo solado, mas não foi solado.
Making him pop that electrifying beats very early on as AP.Bren. They're getting in the map control too, while everybody is busy trying to either take down Owen or take down even Kaltizi, and just like that, Super Marco.
It's on point every single time.
Just like that.
Before the 9-minute mark, before the Lord spawns, they get a kill. And just like I said from the previous game, that's what happens. They spawn it out. Now the question is, do they actually just commit to this Lord? And does Homeboys actually want to commit to actually keeping the fight here for it? It looks like being down Zorn, I mean, he did just come up, but it's going to be too late by the time he even gets there. So they just give this up.
Sabe muito Tusk. Tusk que é o cara do dia, que adivinhando os roquinhos aí.
Ogwen again distracting everybody. They're not gonna go for more here, but Conceal has been popped here by Homeboys. I'm looking at AP.Bren this time. They are very early actually, as compared to what we usually known them to
a ODD
do,
pra
right?
Homeboys ganhar tá 9,
mano. And just like that, even Owen there can't be taken down. And to think that they don't really, they're building this Angela to be a magic damage Angela. Calteezy gonna be checking up the damage sort of facades. Has been casted here. Flapteezy as well, zoning everyone all the way back to the turret here. They still have to address that Lord that's marching in on the top side here. Homeboys just have a lot to deal with here right now. Not just Owen, right? They got the Lord. They have to defend their towers here. 10 minutes in, what do they need to do? Like, Sword has been using all of his implosions onto one hero, which is actually either Owen or Calteezy at this point.
Louco doido, mano. Foda-se, time lixo, maluco, horrível, horroroso.
They're gonna deal with the Lord right now on the top side. Nets there alongside Sapad.
Ernie já vai sair do time aí. Não vai jogar a próxima MPL Malásia pela Homeboy. Dá nota aí. Essa é a cara.
The tier 1s and tier 2s cleared out, right? They cleared it out. They're happy with that. They've garnered themselves quite a lead, though, here. That's one of the big things, because they got the 6 turrets. They now have about 8,000 gold on top of Homeboys. Homeboys, despite them actually having some decent setup potential and whatnot, they have no space to work with. Look at Ogwen.
Yeah, Ogwen just goes... At this point, like, even few though.
Mano, o flash do Shorny, velho. Meu Deus, cara. Ele lutando em tanque. Mano, morreu. Velho. Ele já não quer nem saber, ele já quer tacar o celular na parede, ele quer que todo mundo vá tomar no cu. Ele já tá xingando o organizador do evento, que colocou ele na chave do campeão mundial. Os caras já escaralharam tudo, velho. É o time, velho. O time tentando vencer a todo custo. Tibi, eu admiro a sua tentativa de vencer, cara. Eu te admiro.
I'm not so sure what he has right now. We'll be seeing the items later on, but AP.Bren, very great start up to mid game. So let's see if this might kind of be like a Homeboys.
Foi o Shorny e o Tibi que foram recém-importados para Homeboys.
AP.Bren here at this point.
Well, as we take a look at the items right now, I mean, Zor used the flicker. He did not land the implosion.
Não, eu já vi esse Tibi jogar várias
vezes. The way
vezes.
he saw it in his head did not happen. So at this point,
Eita, rapaziada, meu celular aqui desligando.
Make it happen, right? Because even if he's able to pull it off, let's say he does catch a couple with it, whether it's the flicker or not, I mean, you still have to hope that you have enough damage to pull through, you know? And Nets he might need a little bit more time. But right now, that's another Lord in the hands of AP.Bren. There's the Malefic Roar for Nets. So it could line up properly if Zorn is able to get it off. And Sepot as well, he could be the one setting things up. So it's 2 for Homeboys to find the set they're looking for. And the hard part about that, again, is getting through this.
É foda, meu celular descarregou. Depois eu vejo se o Shorny ele é importado de outro lugar. Mas eu acho que não. Ou será que não?
Still tough to deal with this lineup right now from AP.Bren. And with the Lord going on the top side, Chibi looks to be next target here.
Yeah, Owen is just not letting up here up against Chibi. And even Calteezy at this point gonna respond to that. Turtoise Posant has been casted. He's gonna be poked down real low, but the problem here is gonna be the Lord here. The enhanced Lord for the side of AP.Bren, marching in the side here of Homeboys. They have to defend up against this one.
Yeah, so they lose that turret on the top side. Lord's gonna be worked on though. Look at the back though. Udil takes quite a bit of damage just from Flapteezy alone. So right now they hold it together, but AP
let it go.
More here.
Let it go.
Working on the buffs. Ogwen waiting patiently. Right now, the homeboys do a pretty good job at defending. How long can they continue this on? AP.Bren might just get that one turret, though.
Só se o Shorn virar o Keyboy e repetir o feito dele. Infelizmente, o Shorn não é o Keyboy. Na verdade, infelizmente, o caralho, eu não apostei nele. Apostei R$2 agora, quando o DD tava 4x. Mas eu apostei outros valores na derrota da Homeboys. Então, por favor, vença AP.Bren. Cara, eu falo aqui, ó. Campeão desse campeonato vai ser a Onyx. Tô falando sério. Campeão desse campeonato vai ser a Onyx. Porque a Onyx pipoca em Mundial, mas não pipoca nesse campeonato. Ano passado os caras ganhou todos os campeonatos, menos o Mundial. São pipoqueiro profissional. Mas eles não perdem um campeonato dele. Eles só perdem o Mundial. Puta que eu tô hablando pra vocês aí. Onyx wins.
Yeah, this is tough. We have to just kind of
vai ser RRQ. Não vai, não será RRQ. RRQ não vai ganhar nada com aquela line-up horrorosa deles. Eu não sei quem não. É a Onyx, pode ter certeza. Pode me cobrar.
That gets us to that first step to like turn things around, right? That's kind of where they are, and we'll see again if they actually decide to play around.
I don't think
it's a good idea to contest the Lord, even though they're trying to push into this side of the jungle.
Yeah.
It's
way
quickly
too fast.
Yeah, it's good. Conceal play comes out though.
Yeah, AP.Bren. Owen gonna try to find someone. It's gonna be Chibi this time. It's gonna take a lot of the damage here, but you know, AP.Bren gonna be backing away. They have the Lord on their side. They don't really have anything to worry about. It's gonna march down on the top
tem que
side.
trocar o brusco.
Let's see how Homeboys will
apostar
defend this one.
pro canal.
I'm looking at Sword at Sepat at this point.
Faz sua conta na River e usa o
So we're
código
gonna have to wait for
aí.
that miracle play coming out from both sides, but it's not gonna be easy, right? The solid front line of AP.Bren plus the Lord to boot here for their side.
E é isso. Onde já se viu importar um cara da Evo Filipinas que não arruma nada nem na Indonésia? Apostar no apartamento na hora. Nossa, eu quero ver, eu duvido. Vou apostar tudo que eu tenho na hora. Vou vender o OBuff, vou apostar o OBuff. E eu compro o OBuff de volta. Isso.
They know that Homeboys has the tools to kind of have that miracle setup, but they're just going to take in what they can get. All the inhibitors are down here for the side of Homeboys.
So even given the fact that they're so far ahead economically here, AP.Bren still kind of being careful how they approach this. Sepat though.
Eita, que ATF, hein?
Sepat, nice tug in there, but they're not going to go for more. But I think
ATF. É o momento. Chegou o momento, amigo.
They're just gonna be taking in a lot of damage. A lot of ultimates have been invested just to make sure everybody's alive. I mean, at this point, right? Like, once you get a takedown onto at least like one person on either side, it could be like a game changer here. Like, if Homeboys manages to take one down from the side of AP.Bren, they can really set up the play here. But for the side of AP.Bren, one down, no inhibitors left.
Apostar 200 na Onyx na final pra recuperar o sim do Mundial. Aí tu perde mais 200, tá ligado? Caralho. É que eu acho que a final vai ser Onyx contra a AP.Bren. Oh my god. Oh, uau, uau mesmo, hein, mano. Olha isso. É, GG. Caramba, que demora. Limpa o wave, mata o cara, velho. Meu Deus. Aí, o cara ainda matou a Cici, velho. Aí, ó, GG. 2x0 AP.Bren. É isso, rapaziada. É isso, rapaziadinha. Pior que o Kairi não tá perfumando legal. Aquele emo corno. Ele é um safado. Corno eu acho que ele não é. Mas é um emo safado. Aqui, ó. Essa aqui é a camisa da Eco, beleza? R$70 eu acho que vem. Opa. Não é nada de importante. Agora vai vir highlight, pá. Vocês querem ver highlight, mano? Digita aí no chat. Vocês querem ver highlight. Nossa, mano, tá no precinho, hein? Será que eu consigo comprar? Entra na minha conta. Cadê? Quem vai querer comprar uma jersey aí da Eco? Aí eu mando o link, você compra. Se vier, você fala. Se não vier, você pede reembolso. E quem quer? Quem quer? Tem da Eco, tem da RRQ, tem da Backlist. Acho que só tem desses três. E outras equipes. Tem da Evos. Ih, mano, quem quer comprar?
That it got very difficult for them to actually make plays anywhere across the map. Again, like they have 0 turrets. Like that's the thing, right? No matter how these team fights looked for the entirety of the game.
Aí, ô Gótico, compra tu aí, ó. Tu não tava querendo botar R$5.000 na porra da Onyx. Você é louco, velho. Pega 70 e compra aí a blusa aí. Ou do time lá.
AP.Bren, like there could have been a play for that or swing back and get an objective, a lord or something like that. But
e o MVP aí, ó. O 2-0 Homeball, ou 2-0 AP.Bren.
AP.Bren with the sweep, 2-0. Homeboys now out of contention, out of the tournament here.
Digital. 12 kills contra 14 kills da Homeboys, 29 assistências contra 9 da Homeboys. E de estatística, né? E o MVP do campeonato aí, ó. Super Marco. Mais um MVP aí. Tem um MVP na passada com o Brod, nessa também. E dessa vez ele deixou a botinha. A Dude é a mesma coisa da passada, basicamente, só da botinha.
In the consecutive days here, they are going to have to go against Ark Hoshi, in the semifinals, and there's a lot that they can.
E a AP.Bren vai enfrentar a Ark Hoshi aí na semifinal. E a Homeboys está eliminada. Ela fica entre os 8, os 5. Entre o 5º e o 8º lugar, a Homeboys fica aí. E é isso. Adiós, Bromboys. Bromboys aí que fatura $35 mil. Caralho, $35 aí. É grana, tá? É uns 100 e...
Even in M5, right? They've been picking this up, even prioritizing it still, which is look at the stats
here. 170, 180 mil reais. É grana, viu? Se eu tivesse esse dinheiro agora, compraria um PC Gamer, arrumaria um quarto, estaria live o dia todo e contrataria funcionários para trabalhar no OBuff. Aí eu não ia ter mais que trabalhar.
But eventually, right, with that massive gold lead from the side of AP.Bren, plus the map control that they had, there was just a lot that they had to deal with at that point for the side of Homeboys. A good job, though. Like, it wasn't easy to
É isso, agora eles vão ficar enrolando aí até começar o próximo jogo. Vamos ver aqui, ó. A gente tem aqui essa... a camisa aqui do M4 da Eco. E da Blacklist também. Tem a da Blacklist. Opa, meu WhatsApp vazando aí na transmissão. Ó, Blacklist é... Nossa, Blacklist tá barata, né? Tá no precinho. Ó, se eu não me engano, são todos os mesmos vendedores? Não. Não são. Tá barato, hein? Tá, velho. Ó, aqui da RR também tá baratinho. Vendeu 3, pá. Ó, esse daqui, ó. Essa loja aqui, ó. Sport Jersey. Eles têm um monte de camisa de time de esportes lá dos times lá da Ásia, velho. Mas tem umas camisas aqui que é estranho. Vou mentir. Vou ligar minha câmera, rapaziada. Aqui, ó. Tem uns times aqui. Deixa eu ver. Aqui, ó. Tem o da Evos. Esse daqui é a Evos. Evos Surras. Evos Surras deve ser algum jogo aí. Rocket League, algum jogo assim. Já tem um do MBR, né? Mais barato. Aqui, ó. Tem um do Real Madrid. Cara, eu queria achar. É a da RQ Akira, mano. A da RQ Akira era de cria, tá? É que eu acho. RQ Akira. Deixa eu ver se acha. Não acha. Não acha. A gente vai ter que sustentar aí com essa da RQ mesmo. Cara, tem esse daqui da RQ, ó. R$35. Ah, não vendeu nenhuma. Será que é confiar? Foi Hadil. Falando. Pô, mano, ô Maurílio, arruma esse seu negócio aí, cara. Tá errado esse negócio. Digita uma certa. Aí eles vendem umas camisas da hora aqui, hein? É louco? Será que a gente achou essa tailandesa? Tá maluco, mano? Foi o Dil que entrou na Home Boys. Ele é da Indonésia. Ah, tá falando do Dil. O Dil é ex-alter ego. Esse é o da alter ego. Aqui, ó. Tem da Blacklist. Esse daqui da Blacklist. Eu já mostrei, né? Não? É, mano, é isso aqui, mano. Esse aqui é bonita, tá? Qual o nome da loja, mano? Pera aí que eu vou te mandar. Tem duas lojas. Cara, eu vou te mandar o link das camisas e você vai na loja e vê. Eu vou te mandar o link da loja e você olha aí. O link da camisa e você vai ver na loja. Deve ser pirata, velho. Também. Não sabe que é pirata. Aí, velho. Aí você olha aí. Isso aqui. Algum time lá do Japão? O que é isso? Red Stock Baju Yamaha. GP 2024. Ah, de algum time de carro lá dessas regiões aí da Ásia. Cara, é isso. A gente vai esperar agora. Acho que vai ter uma pausa pra próxima partida, rapaziada. A próxima partida tá marcada pra 11h40, então provavelmente vai ter uma pausa. Seria maravilhoso se eles já começassem o próximo. Mas eles não vão. Bom dia, Bom dia, OBuff. Bom dia, WZeno. Que jogos teremos agora? Blacklist contra Fireflux. Onyx. O próximo jogo é Blacklist contra Fireflux. E o último jogo, né? Porque já acabou os outros dois. Será Onyx versus Onyx contra quem mesmo? Ah, eu esqueci. Cara, eu esqueci os jogos, né? Ih, rapaziada, vai ter Vai ter 1h30 de pause aí, mano, pra você. Cara, eu vou dar uma pausa também, 1h e pouco. Eu tenho que postar umas coisas no OBuff, tá ligado? Postar umas paradas no OBuff lá. Aqui, ó. Onic vs RCC. RCC é um time da Rússia, né? O único time da Rússia que sobrou. A Deus Vult foi eliminada ontem. O RCC que tem os jogadores que eram da Umbrella. Tá? Umbrella Squad que estava no midcard do M5. Aqui, ó. Deus Vult perdeu para Home de 2x0. E hoje os resultados foram 2x0 RQ Rush em cima da Burmese Goals. 2x0 da AP.Bren na Homeboys. Agora a gente tem Blacklist, Fireflux, Onic e RCC. A Bren estompou rápido assim. Cara, não foi, né? Não foi um stomp, não. O que aconteceu foi que a RQ meteu uma vitória em 11 minutos. Mas a AP.Bren só demorou para fechar mesmo. Agora que virou o primeiro jogo, a AP.Bren virou. Ganhou de virada. E esse Blacklist e Fireflux? Velho. Olha, jogão, tá? Vai começar aqui 1h30. Eu vou junto. Vou descansar um pouquinho aí, né? Também vou descansar, tá ligado? Vou colocar aqui. Foi igual o Vasco ontem? Foi. E Vasco seu aí, cara? Falo nada, mano. Falo nada. Falou, rapaziada. Eu volto daqui 1h30, tá ligado? Eu vou descansar, vou postar umas paradas no OBuff. E é isso. Falou, mano. 1h30 a gente tá aí com o jogo da Blacklist. Não, WZeno, você não vai ganhar DRT. Opa, parece que voltamos. Tô 3 minutinhos aí, ó.
Games of the future. Games of the future. Games of the future. Games of the future.
Welcome back to the Games of Future. We're here in the quarterfinals, second half of the day. We've had some big games so far, and we got some possibly bigger games coming up. My name's Trex. Joining with me today is G, the ACO. It's been a while since we've been on the desk together. How are you doing today, man?
I'm doing good, man. It might have been a while since we've been on the desk together, but we grew MLBB and NA together. So this is like, you know, we're talking about the games, but this is kind of bittersweetness for me because, like, I'm getting to see you again and me on a desk. Like, it's a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity again. Don't cry, Trex. Don't cry.
They weren't ready for this at all. They were not ready for this. But here we are at Games of Future. And it has been an amazing several days. I've been waking up at 5 a.m. every morning to catch these games. From group stages to now, yes, there's been a lot of sweeps, I would say, a little more than I would like, but the games have definitely been hype, and there's been a lot of teams that have showed up, G.
Yeah, that is true. And I mean, I've been there, man. I've been casting nonstop, it seems, but it's been a great experience. And these teams, man, they have been fighting their way up this bracket. Though most of them are sweeps, they're not normally clean, right? Like, I mean, you could say 2-0s, but they fight. Like, they bring everything that they possibly can to these battles. And I've seen teams pressed against the wall and have to fight back so hard to be able to get that pushback and to be able to do that 2-0 sweeps.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of some of those teams that have had their backs pressed against the wall, the two teams that we're about to watch, Fireflux versus Blacklist, we saw that exact thing. Fireflux in game one was so close to grabbing that victory. So close, had them pinned up against the wall, but all it takes sometimes is one implosion from Haji and everything crumbles. And I feel like that has been the storyline of just Games of Future in general. We've seen a lot of the maybe B tier, C tier teams almost get the wins, but then those stronger teams get those clutch moments where they take the game back into their hands. So what I'm wondering today is, like, can Fireflux break through that barrier today? It's definitely not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy, but to kind of build off of what you were talking about, I mean, we've seen in that very first game, it literally only took that one implosion to do it.
Voltamos, amiguinhos e amiguinhas, com o GOF 2024. Hoje a gente vai ter Blacklist contra Fireflux, né? É o próximo jogo aí. Finalmente, né? Depois desse pause de 1h30. Mais joguinhos hoje. É isso.
Like growing non-stop, and with Trex being at M5, he kind of has a little bit of the scoop. You want to build off of that?
Yeah, I mean, this has definitely been a rivalry built up over the past year, one that I think a lot of us never
em breve. Os caras tá só se apresentando, né? Trocou a equipe de narração.
Was Blacklist, not because
e vamos
she saw them as an enemy, but because Blacklist was a team that kind of inspired some of their strategies. So what happens in M5? Rosa gets the wish come true. They face off in group stage.
Eu vou entrar aqui no Discord,
not
né?
just a win, but a 2-0. But revenge is always bittersweet because then
Corregedor
Blacklist comes up, meets them in the lower bracket, and takes them out. Now, once again, they meet in the group stage. Blacklist gets the win this time, and now for the fourth time in a row, in I think under 6 months, we're seeing them face off one more time, but this time there's no lower bracket, everything's on the line, the largest prize pool that Mobile Legends has ever seen so far.
Acho que não preciso ligar a luz,
for
não.
me, this is one of the most hyped watches, even when I saw it in group. This is something I wanted to watch even when I saw it in group stage. This is the match I wanted to make sure I was going to be up for, make sure I was going to get to watch, because I think this could be a rivalry that really builds up over the next year or so.
Yeah, and the best part is that you actually get to watch it and cast it at the same time, which that's huge. That's huge, right? So you get to do that on a couple different fronts now, and I'm kind of wondering what they're going to be bringing to this field, you know? Like, and we were kind of talking about it back in M5. They brought out a Leomord, which just absolutely took Blacklist by surprise. They attempted to try to do that a second time here into the digital games of the future, and they just, that time around, Blacklist seemed like they knew what was going down. It wasn't a surprise. It wasn't that like rabbit in a hat that Fireflux was able to pull out before. And I kind of want to know, can Fireflux do that again? What do they have in their back pocket that could possibly take Blacklist International by surprise?
Well, I think at the time before, it was a great pocket pick. Back in M5, it was a great pocket pick. It was a great surprise strategy. It's something that could catch you off guard. But just like the meta changes, your pocket strategies have to change as well. You can't pull out something that you used 3 or 4 months ago. If they want to try to catch Blacklist off surprise, or do they want to just stick to the meta? But if they go for the surprise route in game 1, game 2, hopefully game 3, something like that, it needs to be something fresh. It needs to be something that still pairs with the current meta. You know, at that time, the Leomord, the Lilia, they were very strong and they paired well along. I mean, the Lilia and the Tigreal were very strong and they paired well with the Leomord, things like that. So they need, if they're going to pull something crazy out, it's got to pick with what's going on right now, which is heavy CC, big burst damage from your mages, big CC comps, and they got to make sure it's going to work right. They also need to be ready for early aggression because Fireflux, I think it's something that we kind of saw them have a little issues with. Same thing with teams like Deus Vault. We saw a lot of these teams that back in M5 when it was
Fala WZeno, Zeno WZeno, Stardust Zeno.
But now, teams can get aggressive
Cadê
very,
o
very
chat
fast. And if you're not
desse
ready for
Discord?
that, you're going to get steamrolled on.
É maluco, Zeno
Not only
WZeno,
that,
Zeno
the
WZeno.
diversity in
Discord não tem
gameplay
chat
is
não,
also
cara.
a bit wild this time around as well.
É o quê?
You can either be steamrolled
Discord não
early
tem
in the
chat,
beginning, or
sua voz
the
tá muito
teams
baixa,
can
peraí
like
que eu vou aumentar
AP.Bren. Like they stay
Tô
relaxed.
perguntando se esse
They don't
Discord
care
não
if
tem
they
chat.
Tem, pô.
lose
Tem
one
óbvio
or
que tem
two
chat, velho.
like actual turtles
Pode
or anything like
mocar.
that, and then they're able to come back,
Ah, achei aqui,
get a little
bate-papo.
pick before the Lord, and be able to turn
Então.
things around.
AP.Bren's
Aí, a
disgusting,
voz
man.
foi
They're,
tá
they're
alta
a
agora.
completely
O povo
different
vai
beast.
desculpar.
Like, they will give you the
Como é
gold
que é
lead
minha
in the
voz?
laning phase and just be like, it's all
Vou
right.
entrar aqui.
We're going to collect interest on that later.
Tristão,
Don't worry, man. They're just
tristão.
loaning that gold out.
Mano, é
in
que
the...
tem muitas vozes, tem esses gringos falando, tem...
É, só você mutar a transmissão dos gringos.
É,
Ué, você não
então
pegou
mutei.
você não pegou o Cliff, não?
Peguei, mas... Tem hora que eu fico assim, calado, tá ligado? Aí
Ah, tá ligado, tá ligado. Aí é
eu
ruim
prefiro
mesmo.
colocar na transmissão. Dos gringos mesmo.
Entendi, aí é realmente zoado.
E como infelizmente não tem uma transmissão BR, né? Ou tipo, não tem um narrador BR narrando o bagulho. Pô,
Jesus.
legal que o perfil brasileiro dos caras tá tá compartilhando tudo.
Perfil brasileiro? Qual? Game of Culture Brasil?
Uhum. É o Pigital.
Cadê ele no chat?
É só digitar aí, ó. Pigital Games BR.
Achei. Ah, ele tá acompanhando o bagulho de lá, não tá compartilhando nada de MLBB não, pô.
Não, é o Pigital, cara. Pigital.
Então, pô, tô no Game Future Brasil.
Não, é Pigital, cara. Pigital Games BR. Vai até o final. 11 minutos atrás.
Ah, achei. Digital Games BR, achei.
É doidão.
Time de basquete, final de CS. Olha, tá... Ah, caralho, o evento tá pica, tá?
Aham. Você viu o tamanho do palco, que é esse daqui do ML? Gigante, mano.
Louco. Physical Gamers Brasil, a empresa de especialidade em jogos digitais e esportes tradicionais, credenciada e representando no Brasil do torneio multiesportivo Games of Future. Pô, mano, pergunta pra eles aí, por que eles não mandaram um time de LBB?
Do Brasil.
É.
Nem ele sabe responder.
Já perguntou?
Eu não, eu tipo, pedi algumas informações e tal, mano, mas o cara não parecia saber muito, não.
Pergunta, cadê nosso time de MLBB? Cadê nossa RQ aqui?
Ah, mano, né, depois dessas transmissões aí, mano, eu acho que, quem sabe, eu acho que eles podem ter interesse. Pá.
Cadê minha RQ Kira? Tu viu aí o anúncio da...
Hã? É o quê?
Tu viu aí o anúncio da DreamHack? O que você achou desse time da DreamHack para MPL lá, tá?
Ah, esse time da DreamHack, oxe, a gente já sabia que era esse time, pô. O melhor time de feminino que tem no Brasil. A Abjetron. A Abjetron não vai fazer um time melhor, não, velho.
Tem um time aí no mercado aí que tá sem...
Eu sei,
tá sem...
é a Tricas, mano. Tricas da...
Uhum.
Esse é o nome, da Fiusa, velho. Vai ser a Abjetron? Não...
Acho que não.
Vai dar muita coisa, velho.
Deve ser Think... Acho que elas vão ser a STM Sport, Thinkball, sei lá.
Não.
TZ?
Com toda certeza vai ser a BTR, velho. Fiusa é streamer da BTR.
É verdade, pode ser BTR feminina.
Mas eu acho que não ganha, não.
Não, mas já tem a
tá muito à frente.
Não tem como ser BTR, agora que eu lembrei. Tem a Beletron Mika. E no cenário feminino não pode ter equipes irmãs, pelo que eu lembro.
Eita. Não, acho que é por ser da Montum, acho que pode, pô.
Não, exatamente, pô. Você dá montum. O cenário feminino não pode ter equipes irmãs no
Pode,
Mundial
pô.
lá. Não pode, não, pô.
Claro que pode, a gente tem no RQ Akira Mundial aí, pô. RQ
Não,
Akira.
pô. Tô falando no cenário feminino, irmão.
Ah, com certeza pode, cenário feminino, mais
Não, pô.
ainda.
Lá na. Só tu ver a WSL, a RRQ tinha 2 times femininos até, onde eu sei.
Não, mas aí é
Era.
WSL, pô. É outra coisa. Mundial
Ah, mas
é
a
outra história.
WSL é da própria Montum, pô. A WSL é que dá vaga pro Mundial.
Não, mas aí é outra história totalmente diferente. Lá é
Não,
nacional, pô. A nível
não,
mundial, investindo em outra região, pô, acho que eles vão liberar.
cara, já tem esse problema aí com equipes irmãs. Acho que não vão deixar duas. Porque, tipo assim, vai que passa Big Tron daqui, é Big Tron lá da Indonésia. Não vão deixar, entendeu? É isso que eu tô querendo falar.
É, mas eu acho que eles vão deixar. Não... Querendo ou não, acho que eles querem que tenha mais
Cadê,
investimento pra
cadê o
cá.
link do torneio, mano? Cadê o link do torneio que tu não
Ah,
mandou,
é
mano?
verdade, eu esqueci, nem te mandei, mano.
Manda o link do Clifford aí, vai.
Não, do Clean Feed não. Vamos de instrução gringa pra ficar
Não,
ao mesmo
você,
tempo.
você vê a tradição gringa, eu vejo o Clean Fit, porque eu não quero ver os
Não, o
caras
Clean
falando.
Feed tá muito à frente, você não tem nem ideia.
Sério?
Porque
Então,
você vai estar no futuro e eu vou estar no passado, pô.
que nada, eu dou aqui e te acompanho.
Não, você vai ver a transmissão gringa com nós. Não vai fazer esse trabalho todo, não. Pronto. Mandei no WhatsApp.
Você é louco, mano. Você te pelei, cara.
Você reclama demais, Zeno. Ah, deixa eu olhar o chat aqui.
Também quero ler o chat. Cadê? Tem alguém no chat? Alô? Bom dia,
Acho
bom
que
dia,
não.
bom dia, boa tarde. Deixa eu
Ah,
ver
não
aqui.
tem ninguém, não. Que bom, não queria conversar com ninguém mesmo. Bebezão aí tá dormindo tarde que só, velho.
Quem é que vai jogar agora? Blacklist e Fireflux?
Aham. Quem é que tu acha que ganha, vai? Manda cal.
Cara, eu acho que vai ser Fireflux 2-1, mano.
Ah, vai tomando seu cu. Começou.
Não sei porquê, mas eu tô nessa, mano. Eu tô nessa de Fireflux 2-1, não sei porquê.
Só
Porque,
porque o
tipo assim,
time
no
da
primeiro,
Blacklist é
primeiro
horroroso, cara.
É porque o primeiro jogo é porque eles botaram o rádio de rotação, tá ligado? O rádio não joga muito bem na rotação. Já tá se adaptando ainda. E o que a gente viu no primeiro dia, a gente viu a Fireflux ameaçando bastante a Blacklist. A Blacklist conseguiu voltar no jogo no caso de uma play. Aí o segundo jogo foi Mental Diff.
Pera aí. Ah lá, 3 minutos de paz. Eita, mano. Esperar 3 minutos, velho.
Eita.
Dá vontade de voltar daqui 3 minutos mesmo. Caramba! O 101 foi pra Team Liquid, velho. A Team Liquid tá no PUBG Mobile, né? E eles anunciaram o 101 do PUBG Mobile.
Só mais o time da Fúria, filho. Você viu o time da Fúria?
Aham, tem uns jogadores ali que eram da Vivo Cage, Influence. Mas eu acho que essa Team Liquid aí, meu parceiro. Ô, Team Liquid, cadê você no MLBB, hein? Cadê?
Cadê?
Ó, o Warzone vai lançar dia 21, velho.
O que vai lançar dia 21? Ah, mano, pra que lançar o Warzone se tem código mobile, cara?
É simples.
Hum.
Ah, os povos querem jogar Battle Royale. Não quer mais jogar 5x5, não, pô.
Não dá pra botar Battle Royale na...
É que a engine do Call of Duty Mobile é muito
Ui.
ruim, velho.
Saquei.
Do Battle Royale, velho. Tu já jogou aquela porra horrorosa, meu Deus?
Já.
Fica pulando, o tiro não pega. Eles arrancaram o sistema de adrenalina. Bagulho lá, velho. Tem que
Sim,
piorar.
suficiente. Caraca, mano, 12 minutos de pause, cara. Você é louco.
Né? Sacanagem isso aí, velho. Legal, hein? Essas organizações aí. Fúria no PUBG Mobile, mas vir pro ML que é bom, não vem, né? Muito engraçadinhos eles. Season 1 eles queriam. Safados. Zeno, vamos bora voltar daqui 12 minutos, pô.
Que isso,
12
cara?
não,
Espera aí.
10 minutos.
Espera 10 minutinhos, já passa. Vai passando o comercial do OBuff aí pro chat aí.
É verdade, ó. Aí, rapaziada, toma esse comercial do OBuff aí pra vocês, aí.
Quer saber mais sobre o competitivo de MLBB? Aqui você fica por dentro de tudo sobre o jogo. Entrevistas exclusivas. Últimas notícias. Momentos engraçados. Tudo sobre Mobile Legends Esports e muito mais em OBuff.com.br.
Aoba, rapaziada. É porque eu fico vendo pra baixo por causa do celular que tá aqui embaixo, tá ligado?
Entendi.
Aí a câmera fica apontando. Aqui, ó, tá ligado que eu tô com dois fios aqui, ó. Tô com um fone e o headset. Aí eu tô escutando a live no fone e falando, escutando o jogo pelo headset. Tá. Tem um galo cantando aqui. Mano, o galo tá cantando meio-dia e 47, velho. Esse filho da mãe. Porra de galo é esse, cara?
Tá com o horário errado, pô.
Porra, mano, alguém tem que regular o horário desse bicho. Ele canta numas horas muito estranhas. 11 horas da noite, meio-dia, 4 horas. Ele canta tudo isso, menos 6 horas da manhã. É o horário correto.
Isso aqui.
A gente tem que enfiar o dedo no rabo dele ali e girar pra arrumar o relógio. Esse galo safado. Bora dar uma voltinha aí nas ligas que vai ter de Mobile Legends. Dá umas voltinhas.
Vai, abre aí que pedi pra nós. Transmite tua tela aí, porra. Transmite tua tela no Discord aí.
Não, se eu transmitir vai queimar de vez o PC, velho. É muito pesado, mano.
Não.
Mas eu vou te... Então na live aí, eu vou te contando aí.
Não, mas o dele tá muito grande.
Cara, acho que tá em 1 minuto. 1 minuto não, tá em 30 segundos.
Entra ali. Tem a Liga Chinesa aqui agora. A Spring
Aí, já
Invitation.
adicionaram?
Acabaram de adicionar. Ali, ó. China Spring Invitation, ali embaixo. Lá em cima, filho. Sobe, à sua direita.
Não tenta me guiar pelo que você tá vendo, não, velho, porque tem delay, cara. Calma, eu vou achar.
Não tem delay. Calma, sobe, à sua direita.
Tá, ali, entendi. Aí vai em UP. Tá, China Spring Guest. Nossa.
Isso.
Por que tem um time da Arábia aqui, porra?
É porque eles convidaram alguns times de fora. O engraçado é que tá RSG Singapura, mas esses jogadores aí é tudo chinês, mano. Pelo que eu entendo.
Gas Match é o que? É Showmatch? Gas Match?
Showmatch.
É. JD Game.
Não, peraí, só tá 2 times aí?
Não,
Só.
calma, isso daí era Gas Match, que é o Showmatch.
Esse é o Showmatch, pô. Esse é o Showmatch.
Eu tô falando, não se baseie em tudo que você tá vendo aí, calma lá.
Isso aí.
Vamos ver aqui o dos times, ó. O primeiro jogo vai ter
Xiangyu. Cara, ele JDG, mano, entrou no MLBB. Isso é louco, velho.
GD Game aqui, depois eu vou olhar o perfil deles. Xiangyu Gaming. Nova Sports, a nova já tava.
Já tá divulgado.
JD já tem uma página aqui, ó. Já tem um jogador, pá. Não é ninguém que eu conheça, né? Porque, sei lá, de onde esses caras veio, deve ter vindo lá do de Rift. Ou então lá do Arena of Valor ou of Kings.
Eu já achei, a squad da JDG tem 2 malucos que era da KPL do Arena of Valor.
Vamos ver aqui, ó. SG Singapura, Não tem
Calma aí,
line-up confirmado.
calma aí, abre aí. Caraca, peraí, a JDG já tá com página?
Uhum.
Você é louco? Abre a página da JDG e vamos no Arena Favela aí. Copia o nick de algum fulano aí. Eu vou tentar lembrar aqui qual é. Eu lembro que eu vi ele na KPL. Deixa eu ver. Eita, Malvinas acabou de anunciar o Roaster. É o time do Jotun e amigos. Esse time tá fraco, tá?
Opa, Malvinas? Pior que tá fraco
É,
mesmo, né?
tá muito fraco esse time, mano.
Pô, tu
O
viu os
Jotun.
anúncios que a Império tá fazendo, velho? Mano, só o maluco desconhecido, velho.
Anúncio que a MPL tá fazendo? Como assim?
Ou não, que a Império tá fazendo.
A
Cadê?
Império fez a... não. Eu sei que o Max, ele tirou a line-up, ele fechou com os
Aqui, ó,
porte.
vamos assistir aqui, calma aí.
Tô vendo aqui.
Gotta be the one to put us on, cause I ain't waiting for nobody else to make it. Breaking through the game, and I don't want the fame, but if the money comes of being famous, I'ma have to take it. Please don't tell me when you're in my face, and I won't have complaints. I never been complacent when it's shit for grace, and I don't do no third or fucking second places. Oh!
A ver si cortamos con tanto misterio. Estos son los jugadores que van a representar a Malvinas en la próxima Mobile Legends League.
A mais
línea
alta
de
da
oro
Latam.
Es para sí.
Bem-vindos lá, Malvinas.
En la jungla,
IV, o jungle aqui.
Jotun.
Jotun. S11, velho.
La línea de experiencia.
Nossa. Não, ficou um pouco desse. Pô, eu queria falar uma coisa não, mas tem
Eu
uma
acho
sujeira
que
rolando.
Rumer.
Ó o Civil Goldline, tem uma sujeira rolando aí no grupo B, mano, tá ligado? Modificaram uma regra modificaram uma regra essa semana agora, tá ligado? Pra como é que eu posso dizer de um jeito bem? Modificaram uma regra pra um time se dar bem lá no grupo B.
Un viejo conocido de la casa. Tostado. El que piensa.
Você é louco, velho. Olha essa maneira tá Malvinas, mano.
Cai. Y ya sabes, te esperamos para alentar a Malvinas, para que confíes en este equipo, porque tenemos con qué. ¿Y el equipo? Acá están.
Ó, time fraquíssimo, rapaz. É horroroso. Ó, vai ficar em último na MPL. Lá, vai.
Sexto lugar. Ó, sexto lugar vai vir forte, hein?
Deixa eu pesquisar. Sexto lugar. Pera aí, deixa eu ver aqui na Wikipedia a MPL Latam. A gente colocar aqui a... Cara, eu acho que o último lugar vai ser da Império, na verdade.
Cadê? Essa lá na live da Império vai pedir inscrito comigo, só que, tipo assim, eu tava achando que era o time do Max, mas aí eu descobri que o time do Max foi pra Sporting Cristal.
Outro time fraco. Deixa eu ver aqui, MPL Latam.
É aniversário do Cabral? É aniversário do Cabral?
Foi ontem.
Ali em cima, tá aniversário do Cabral, não tá?
Tá. Sobe. Mas foi ontem.
Ah, tá.
Foi ontem o aniversário do Cabral, mas aqui tá dizendo que foi... É hoje. É tudo bugado nessa porra. Vamos ver aqui, MPL Latam Season 1. Malvinas aí, anunciou o time deles. MX Ice, que é aquele time de Brasil lá, né? Rainbow, Frost.
Essa DreamHack é isso aí, mano. Que tá dando o que falar lá na comunidade Latam, tá?
É que vai ter 3BR, né? E não pôde ter 3BR de jogador.
Não podia ter na regra, não podia ter 3 jogadores BR no grupo B, tá ligado? Tipo
assim, vai ter 4, né? Porque tem a secretária.
Eles podem escrever, eles só não podem colocar os 3 jogadores BR pra jogar, tá ligado?
Ah lá, Entity 7. Mano, esse time do Entity 7 é forte, tá? Mas eu acho que da MX vai ganhar essa porra.
Não, esse da NTGS tá bem forte.
Ó,
Espera pra tu ver o da Sport Cristal.
meu rank é assim, ó. Império em último. A Prime provavelmente...
Cadê o time da Prime Sport? O time da Prime Sport, tá aí não?
Aí não. Tem que colocar. Esqueci qual é a line. Mas eu acho que provavelmente é a Prime em último ou a Império. Aí vem... a
Eu acho que não, mano.
Infamous. Aí vem Infamous, Real Stars, Malvinas Game, Sporting Cristal, Entity 7 e DMX Ice.
Meu top vai ficar Entity 7, Sport Cristal, DreamX Ice, Infamous, Real Star, Malvinas Game, Prime Sport e Império. É isso.
Horroroso, né?
Nossa, esse Entity 7 aí tá muito forte, mano. Pra mim,
isso... O cara tá divulgando os times no mesmo dia, velho. Que bagulho feio.
Quem que divulgou o time agora?
Ó, a Malvinas lançou agora, a Stamina lançou, tipo, o mesmo dia. Foi ontem.
A Prime lançou ontem.
Prime ontem, essa Stamina ontem, Malvinas ontem.
Eu só vi um conhecido. Eu só vi o Dominique que jogou a... Foi MLSL1 que ele jogou, foi a 2, não lembro. Ele jogou uma MLSL.
Vou lembrar aqui, ó. A Império aqui, ó. Olha os nomes. Só time horroroso. Pô, só jogador horroroso, mano. Fala a verdade, rapaziada. Eu vou ter que ficar assistindo esses caras jogar. E fazendo clipe deles.
A Império tá anunciando 1 por 1, velho?
Aham, ó.
Gonza, quem é Gonza, mano?
Gonza,
Maga, quem é Maga, velho?
Magan, Mobados. Ó, cara horroroso, velho.
Você é louco, mano. Nossa, o que fizeram com o meu Império?
Time triste aí, velho, da Império. Vamos voltar lá pro chinês
aqui,
lá.
Ó, achei o roster da Prime. Vou te mandar o roster da Prime, calma aí. Cadê? Você tá no PC pelo Discord?
Aham, não, relaxa. Manda no WhatsApp. Manda no WhatsApp que eu tenho um WhatsApp no PC.
Beleza, então. Cadê? OBuff.
Não,
achei.
Mano, eu pesquiso Prime Sports e aparece o Prime, velho. Ah, sacanagem isso aqui.
Eu mandei aí a foto.
Meu Deus, olha o anúncio do 101 aqui na Team Liquid. Meu Deus do céu, veio o anúncio do 101 apareceu simplesmente no perfil oficial da Team Liquid, velho. Que louco.
Anúncio de quem?
O 101, streamer brasileiro aí de PUBG Mobile.
Cara, tá todo mundo vendo investindo forte em PUBG Mobile, hein?
Cara, você viu você viu a PMSL, velho? O prêmio disso?
Viu os stories ali da MSC, que eu acho que tem alguma coisinha ali.
Ei, mano, peraí.
Eu vi histórias do MLBB Esportes.
Peraí, mano, eu tô escutando 2 lives aqui, velho. Eu tô ficando maluco.
Ali, ó. MLBB Esportes ali. Do lado da Diana.
Qual é o... Diana, cara, não tem Diana aqui. Ah, é o bagulho da China?
Ah, é só o bagulho da China? Achei que fosse outra coisa, pô.
Ó, o bagulho da China, China e Esportes.
E aí, o jogo já vai começar?
Meu Deus, daqui é o perfil oficial?
Uhum.
Nossa, eu vou seguir. O lugar aqui que eles vão ter o quê? É que começou o jogo lá? Começou porra nenhuma, velho. Esses gringos enrolando aqui.
The First MLBB China Spring Invitational.
É, vai ter um joguinho aí legal, pá. Será que eu consigo transmitir esse jogo, mas será que vai ter aposta?
Consegue. Dá pra colocar. Se a gente conversar ali com o pessoal da River ali, dá pra colocar legal.
Eu consigo o direito de transmissão, velho. Só falar com os amiguinhos. Consigo. Vamos ver aqui.
Viu aí o time da Prime Sports?
Tem que ser... Eles postaram isso no Instagram, foi?
Aham. O nome é Prime Sport sem o E, tá?
Meu Deus do céu, só um nome triste. Rapaziada, bora fazer nome bom pra time, tá ligado?
Não, aqui, achei esse aqui. Não, esse aqui é suplementos.
Meu Deus, eu tô doido da cabeça.
Não sei qual é o IG deles, não. Já
Que é um
ganhou.
puta trabalhão pra colocar na tela a foto, mano. Quero. E aproveita e já divulgar a rede social do time velho, né?
Não sei qual é a rede social do time, esse é o problema.
Não, pior que eu já marquei uma vez ele em uma rede social, velho. Achei. Aqui, ó. Prime Sport Peru. Achei. Esse daqui.
Pera aí, confere um negócio pra mim aí.
Aí,
o
ó,
grupo.
achei.
Achou?
Aí. Lionel ML, Dominique GSN, Russerien, Dom, Fanboy, Ixion. Cara, esse tem nick legal até. Olha, bonitão, tá?
Esse Dominique é antigo, tá?
Ô, mano, eles têm. Ô, fizeram um post bonito até, velho.
Não, o post dele é bonitinho, o post dele tá bonito. Entra pra fazer esse Dominique aí. Se não me engano, ele já foi jogador já. Ele já jogou uma MLSL já. O restante eu não conheço, não. Mano, tem ninguém ouvindo não, cara. Eu não tô ouvindo ninguém gritando, não.
Vamos continuar aqui, rapaziada. Tava olhando aí. Os caras até que tem umas edições da hora aqui, ó. Tem 51 seguidores aí, ó. Quem quiser seguir a Prime Sports aí, ó. Beleza?
Deixa o cara ser feliz.
Mano, você tá comentando merda aí? Peraí que você vai aqui, ó. Assiste lá a transmissão dos gringos, seu filho da puta.
Deixa esse doente aí, mano, comentar
Não,
merda.
vou banir esse cara, velho. Mano,
Bane não, bane não.
Cadê?
É o gado da. É o gado da Laís, pô.
Ele pode ser o gado de quem ele for, velho. Eu quero que ele se foda, mano. Oxi. Pau no cu dele. Vai lá gadar essas meninas velhas aí, vai. Até. Tomar no cu, velho. O cara é gago, mano. Doente, mano. Olha lá, velho, ó. O cara quer ver gringo falando, ó. Vai lá pra transmissão em inglês, porra. Aí, ó. Vai começar finalmente essa porra, velho. Ó o time da Blacklist. Coloca na transmissão aí, ô Zé. Coloca na transmissão do jogo.
Caralho, finalmente, demorou, hein?
Cara, o cara vem na minha live pra me encher o saco. Vai tomar no cu, bobão.
Edward Tenshu e Yu Heb Hard. Mano, esse Holy Swap do Hard aí tá foda, tá? Botaram o Hard pra votação, viado.
Tu lembra da Fúria de 2020, velho? Que não tinha carisma nenhum?
Ah, não vem falar que esse time...
Não, parece mesmo, velho. Não tem carisma nenhum, velho. Quem vai parar pra assistir esse time horroroso, mano? Só eu mesmo, velho.
Mano, torcedores da Blacklist, pô.
Aí, ó.
Torcedores da Blacklist pra assistir
Aí, ó.
isso aí.
A Fireflux aí tem muito mais carisma. Tem o Rosa. Pô, pelo amor de Deus, mano. E aí, Zé, o que você tenha falado do Sunshine, o Arlen, o Rosa, Apex?
O que esse Alien e esse Apex vão fazer com a Blacklist aqui, mano, vai ser lembrado até a MPL, filho.
Duvido, mano. Você tá falando besteira, velho.
Vai ser lembrado até a MPL, mano. Que o Alien... Na moral, deixa eu ver só a oddzinha. Quanto é que tá a oddzinha aí?
Tá... Tem que tá atualizando. 1.23 Blacklist, 3.65 Fireflux para vencer a série. Para vencer esse mapa é 1.37 Blacklist e 2.81 para Fireflux. Abaixo de dois mapas é... Abaixo de dois mapas é 1.54 e 3 mapas é 2.29.
If they can pull that off, I think it could be something that Blacklist is going to have to be worried about. Now, Blacklist, when they're pinned against the wall, like kind of what I was saying earlier, they kind of become predators. Like, and Fireflex became the prey last time when they did push them against the wall. So I'm wondering if they're going to take more of a tactile approach coming into this next series. And again, it's a best out of 3. So
esse jogo que não começa. Cadê o draft, mano? Eu quero o draft, filho. Cadê o draft minha tela, família?
Everything that's been planning. Again, I think it's just going to come to fruition if that's what they attempt to do.
Não.
I don't know if they'll go the
Engraçado que eu
aggressive route.
não
I
estou
think they
ouvindo
might
isso aí,
go the
vamos chorar.
tactile route. Blacklist International, they seem to been a little aggressive once things settle. So I can only imagine that they might go the aggressive route. Maybe some set tanks that we'll see from Haji or something like that. I mean, the implosion that we've seen was crazy, but it looks like we'll be jumping into something here.
Possible video. Looks like we're going to be jumping back to us. Here we go.
Hey!
Wonderful video there. Quickest one we've had so far. Now, one thing, right? You mentioned the X-Borg earlier. We have seen the X-Borg, like, not just from Fireflex, but AP.Bren picked it up before. In the group stage, a couple other teams have used it.
O cara fez outra conta, eu vou banir ele também aqui. Oh, mano, o cara esquece que é só um clique aqui pra banir, velho. Que cara bobo, mano. Ele vai ficar criando conta, tá ligado?
O cara, mano.
Que cara bobo, mano. O cara vai ficar criando conta pra poder comentar. Mano, mas não adianta, porque eu demoro 5 segundos pra banir o cara, velho. Qual o sentido? Tá ligado? O cara fica 10 minutos fazendo a conta, mano. É muito bom.
Eu só quero se divertir. Cara.
É simples, é só ele se divertir não comentando.
Blacklist have something like that and use it to counter, the possibility could be there.
Barry, you don't know that Barry stash the good as well.
They're going to need to come into this game not. I mean, I think their draft isn't horrible. I don't know if they're just.
Pronto, eu cotei o cara do canal.
As we saw before, they almost.
Check out your shop.
The way they approach this, and they can never sleep on Blacklist, and they definitely need to watch out for Haji because you mentioned aggressiveness.
Okay.
Yes. When Haji was roaming before.
Aí, ó, vai entrar os jogadores, ó. Olha o palco. Mano, esse palco é gigante, é foda, tá? Bonito pra caralho.
Já que é grande mesmo, hein? Draft pick, please, draft pick, please. Please, draft pick.
Ih, mano, até chegar nos picks, ou até chegar no draft, meu parceiro, ainda tem outra coisa.
Mano, mostraram um personagem ali que não é da MLBB, mano.
Serão? Onde?
Mostraram um personagem de Dota ali. Mostraram 7 personagens de MLBB e um personagem de Dota. Apareceu um Willy do MLBB do lado do verde. Do nada.
Eita, transição russa aí. O cara tá.
Blacklist will win this one. They arrived this last time. I'm certain they can. Sensui.
Edward. O time sem carisma.
Não, Edward tem carisma. Que isso? Edward tem carisma.
Não tem, Blacklist não tem.
Engraçado que eles trouxeram. Quem é esse Khaled, mano?
Olha o Redica.
Quem é o Khaled, mano? O Reb.
O Reb não tem carisma nenhum, mano. O cara, pô. O cara parece um vampiro, mano. O cara é inimigo da. Olha lá, eles entrando aí. Tipo, tem essa entrada deles, aí depois tem 5 minutos os caras falando, até os caras entrar, pegar o celular deles.
Acho que não é isso, não. Acho que vai começar já. Bang Prime Time Hang Game no Rússia. Esse é o troféu do filho?
É um quadrado de ferro.
Nossa, o evento parece top, hein? Só tem russo.
Mano, quando tu vê quem entrega o troféu, é tipo assim, quem patrocina
Não vai me falar que vai aparecer o Putin entregando o troféu.
Não é o Putin não, mas poderia ser. Ele abriu o campeonato, ele fez a festa de abertura do campeonato. Deu um discurso.
Olha o brabo aí, ó. Olha o Apex 47.
Ele facilmente seria brasileiro. Olha o Rosa. Sabe o que é pior? Ele fez isso e ele tá na Rússia, mano. E a gente sabe qual é a fama da Rússia, né?
Olha o pica aí, ó. Chains.
Mano, eu sou paz e amor. Eu quero arrumar o seu computador.
Nossa,
eu vou...
mano, o que o Apex 47 vai fazer com essa blacklist aqui não tá escrito, mano.
Aquele ali de óculos não parece que vai arrumar o seu computador e instalar uma placa de vídeo nova?
Esse cara chamando o cara do TI, mano.
Eu fiz TI, mas menina, eu não sei igual esse cara, mano.
And if they can secure this deal against Blacklist International,
Você é louco, velho. Olha esse cara, velho.
Mano, tá dando uma travadinha aqui. Será que é porque...
Like they're not shy. Like look at them. They're
Não,
ready
aqui tá de
for it.
boa,
They've been
mano.
on stage before.
Não, é que
This ain't gonna affect them.
é o PC, cara. Tá dando um dropzinho.
Their seats as well and getting ready for the drafting phase here in the visual games.
Caralho, tá muito quente. Peraí que eu vou pegar um ventilador pra esfriar essa jossa.
Tá tão quente assim? Tá calor aí?
People are still making their way to their seats. This is a game a lot of people are excited for, you can tell, because the seats have not always been full like that. Yes, I'm surprised how well the seats have been full over the past several days, but tonight it seems like this is a game that a lot of people want to watch, and it's going to be
Tocadão. Bora de boss, amigos. Bora.
Man, Trex, I don't know if you heard it when you were watching a lot of the games yesterday.
Não vou colocar o ventilador não, meu notebook tá queimando. Caralho.
Bota ele no freezer.
Eu vou colocar assim, confia.
Esse é aquele que tu ganhou do Tcash?
Ganhei nada, eu comprei dele, velho. Ah, tá. Tá que a minha vida tá fácil assim pra eu ganhar as coisas.
Você sabe que tu ganhou do Tcash, cara.
Ganho nada de ninguém essa porra. Eu só ganho da Rivory. A Rivory eu ganho. A Rivory me deu esses dias R$50 de bônus aí. Porque eu acertei o placar do jogo da Fúria contra a 9Z. Eu falei que ia ser 13-7. E acertei.
The rotations have been on point. They've been able to make the big plays. Haji has shown that he wants these aggressive roams. Do they switch it up here? Does Fireflux try to change something as well?
Aí, tá vendo? Vai ficar 5 minutinhos aí.
We've seen him play other things. We haven't seen any sort of supports really come through. I'm wondering, does Blacklist still have something like that in their pocket?
Pô, achei que já ia começar.
Essentially like a very different team now than what we've known in the
Não
past.
começa porque eles chegam, mano. Eu acho que eles têm que configurar alguma coisa, sei lá.
And I kind of feel like Fireflux was expecting that from them in the group stage. Even some of their bands kind of pointed like, oh, we want to be careful for this. We want to be, and everyone's been careful for the Matilda, but still, I think Fireflux needs to approach this game very differently, and I'm hoping that they have done their homework, because if they
acho que eu tenho umas fotos aqui no PC desse campeonato. Será que eu tenho? Eu tenho uma foto de dos caras entregando troféu, velho. Tem que ver. É tipo o mascote da empresa entregando o bagulho, tá ligado? Aí, ó, vai vir uns piques de banda agora. Aí, ó, piques de banda na tela, velho.
Ó, Novaria.
Aqui os ban é o mesmo.
Tirado o Novaria, mas ele ainda tem Valentina.
Mas a Fari falou que vai banir Matilda. Tá vendo? Matilda, Parames. O Matilda.
Sim, vai manter o padrão. Vai tirar a Matilda, Parames,
o padrão, velho. Um Assis, Rubi eles não banem muito, mas eles pegam muito Rubi.
Não, o Rubi tá meta, mano. O Rubi tá bem forte.
Eu sei, pô. Eu tô assistindo esse campeonato desde o início. Eu vi a Rubi sendo pega 20 vezes, velho. 20 vezes.
Joy, como sempre, não ban. Novaria foi ban, Matilda ban. Será que eles banem Minotaur aqui ou banem o Rubi?
Bane. A Blacklist eu acho que bane, mas não a Fireflux.
A Fireflux tem uns piques mais fora da caixa.
Leomord, eles gostam muito de Leomord, aqui eles fizeram uma vez Leomord. Mas no campeonato todo foi feito 2 vezes.
O jungle deles é bem experiente de Leomord. Eu quero ver o que. Pera aí. Ah, não. O Rad. Pera aí. Nossa, tá todo mundo ali. Nossa, eles estão tudo de posição trocada. Aí fica mó estranho. Tiraram a Faramis. Tirou Forames, então aqui é First Valentina. Ou será que eles vão pro First Barat?
First pick provavelmente é a Ruby.
Não acho, eles vão deixar a Ruby passar e pegar a Valentina. Porque se eles deixarem essa Valentina passar, o Rosa vai voltar insta. Pode vir uma volta forte de Valentina e Ruby. Se eles pegarem esse aqui, é Valentina e Ruby lá. Nana?
Nana. Também é outra era que tá muito picada.
Mas a Nana, não sei, apesar que a Nana tomou nerfzinho hoje. Mas o modo torneio deve
Mas a Nana continua forte pra caralho.
They gotta give her respect, man. Well, I'm tired of, like, we've been saying it since before this event started. Nana's
já que é Nana, acho que não precisa voltar de Valentina, não.
Doubting it. A lot of people have been holding their back, and it's been slowly creeping. First, it was like last picked, then it was like maybe a little bit earlier in the draft, and now it's finally in her rightful
Será que eles
position.
voltam com o Cici aqui?
This little girl is
Acho que
taking
não.
over the land of Dawn. Nana first pick in an international tournament.
É Cloud.
I think it's amazing, right? I think it's a very good pick.
Ela na cara,
on the side of Fly Flux, they're going to respond.
Aí a Blacklist vai lá e pega a Cici. Ou então Lapu e o Zong.
Hopefully they have the ability to maybe flex it around.
Lembrando que ainda...
Eu acho que eles não vão pegar XP agora não, eles vão se pegaram. A Kai foi de AK e a Edward pegou Paquito. Vão deixar a Gold pra terça, pra quarta e quinta, boa.
E a Ruby ainda pode fazer rotação ainda, mas eu acho que a Ariflux vai investir no Minotauro.
Não acho que Minotauro... Não, Minotauro não é muito bom contra Nana, não. Nana e a Kai, Minotauro não é bom não, não vale a pena pegar Minotauro aqui não. Não vale a pena. Eles vão deixar essa rotação e vão pegar. Acredito que eles vão pegar o mid agora pra poder forçar a bainha a descer na próxima. De mid open aqui, a gente já tirou Novara, ele já
tem
tá
Valentina.
Tem Lilia, tem Valentina. Apesar que é uma Kai. Contra a Kai eu acho que
Odete também. Mas acho que o Odete não vão pegar porque tem uma Kai.
Beleza, acho que agora em bans eles vão tirar. Deixa eu ver.
Valentina.
Provavelmente vai ter ban em Ixa. Eu acho que provavelmente eles vão dar um banzinho em Ixa, porque apesar que pode ser Ixa e Bruno, eu acho. Pode tirar Ixa e Bruno aqui.
I think after some past nerfs and with the rise of so many other heroes, is Valentina still as viable as she
Ou será que eles vão
used to be?
focar em rotação?
A lot of teams seem to think so, but the numbers still aren't there. Luckily, they will get a heavy spin for themselves. They will get a Molina Blitz for themselves. So there is definitely some contention to happen.
Contra a Cloud, pra trocar contra a Cloud tem Bruno e tem Ixa ainda, tá ligado?
It's also a fast-moving hero. They can rotate around quickly. So
e lá não pegou a DC ainda. Aí, viu? Bruno foi embora. Por parte da Blacklist, a gente falta aqui. A Ruby ainda tá flex. Pode ser tanto XP quanto tanto rota. Eu acho que eles vão gastar bem em jungle agora. E o que pode ser problemático pra eles, comparado à composição aqui, já que Cloud é um pouco split, será que ele vai focar bem em tanque? Mas é uma... Não sei. Eles não estão acreditando nessa Ruby. Tiraram a Lua?
Eu acho que eles vão pegar Minotauro.
Não tem lógica pegar Minotauro contra a Kai e... Não.
Maluco, eles não seguem a lógica.
Segue. A Fireflux segue.
Aí, ó.
Tá bom. Tirou o Bruno e Quer, Cloud tá sussa aqui. Vai forçar ele pegar uma Ixa ou Beatrix. E eles vão afunilar essa Gold Lane.
Não. Beatrix é Brod, velho. Brod tá up.
Eu sei que Brod tá up, mas é pra forçar a troca contra a Cloud é... E ainda mais com as... Apesar que Cloud entra aqui, né? Tem que ver o que o Rádio vai pegar.
Eles pegam Beatrix tipo em muitíssimo caso, velho.
Porque Beatrix é a main do Heavy, é bem capaz de vir aqui também.
O único maluco, eu acho que foi o Albert. Foi o Albert? Não lembro quem pegou Beatrix, mas teve um só.
Será que eles tiram Cici aqui? Ou o Zong? Apesar que o Zong é bem forte. Aí,
Minotauro aí, ó.
Nossa, mano, que burrice, velho. Tira esse Minotauro. Ninguém pega
Mano,
Minotauro
eu tenho certeza, eles vão pegar.
Não dá pra pegar Minotauro contra Caim. Não. Não vale a pena. Agora esse aqui dá o pique, vamos ver qual vai ser o pique. Vai ter que entregar o Gold ou vai ter que entregar o Rota? Acho melhor entregar o Rota e deixar o Gold pro final, hein? Apesar que a Rota tem mais personagens abertos, então acho que é bom entregar o Gold agora. Ó, a Cici do Ice. Aí pegou a Cici. Pra responder Cici aqui, nossa, dá de Paquito. Apesar que existe um mundo que dá pra jogar esse Paquito. Não dá.
The sustainability there, the poke is there, and just the ability to
Mas sofreu um pouco, hein?
right? From what I'm seeing from Fireflux right now, they look like they want to be the aggressors. Again, this is what I've seen that they decided to do quite a bit. From what I've seen is that they push Blacklist against the wall. They want to put as much pressure as they possibly can on them, and not allow any breathing room.
A não ser que ele pegue uma Eritel,
esse Akai é jungle, esse
esse
aqui é XP.
Esse
Então falta a rotação. Será que eles não pegam Estes? Ó, Brod, eu falei?
Nossa, mano, só porque soube o Brod, mano.
Será que eles não pegam Estes, uma Rafaela, uma Anja?
Agora pega uma florinha aí, vai, encaixa uma florinha.
Estes, tô falando pra você, velho, eu sei, mano, eu sei. Eu sei, Wzinho.
Faz isso não, Blacklist.
Eu conheço.
Aqui é Desculpa, mas aqui é Fireflux, né? Joga essa Ruby pra Rota. Aqui é Fireflux. Pega o Bax. Não, Bax não, pega isso não. É o Tienzi.
Ele é jungle, né?
Fedrin. Não. Nossa, eles vão ter que esperar muito pelo Cloud, mano.
Aqui é GG, velho. Aqui é GG Blacklist.
Não é Blacklist não, porque o Rosa joga bait valitida. Aqui eles têm domínio do Rio.
Plano WZN, aqui é GG Blacklist. Vamos ver quem vai estar certo. E vocês aí, rapaziada do chat que tá assistindo aí, coloca aí no chat aqui se vocês acham que vai ganhar. Tem clubismo, viu? Só pela composição.
Não, aí o pessoal vai de clubismo, é todo mundo de Blacklist.
Óbvio que todo mundo vai de Blacklist.
Eu prefiro o Rio aqui, o Rio da Fireflux tá melhor. Mas eu acho que a briga de Turtle da segunda adiante é full Blacklist. Vai depender de como que o Roger vai... Vai depender de quanto tempo que o Cloud vai levar pra entrar nesse jogo.
Teve um jogo que a Blacklist jogou as pernas bamba. Porque ele demorou demais pra dar de até esqueci qual o nome dele. Que eu vou lembrar.
This is where it's gonna go, right? We got the Ube strat. Blacklist International. Again, nobody can pierce their back line from the side of Fireflux, right? Nobody's gonna touch Brody. OHEB's gonna be
hoje ainda tem Last
and that's how I see Blacklist International. Fireflux, they're gonna have to figure that out.
Big Tron,
again, if they're gonna be pressuring Blacklist International with such an aggressive comp, we need to see them find the back line. So
ETR Royales passa.
Pinpoint precision.
Acho que não, Ando está forte.
They need to be controlling the river as much as possible.
A Random Royales está forte. Agora a Random.
Olha lá o Tienz, Tienz não roda. Fugindo Tienz com roda toda hora.
Vou lembrar aqui um jogo que a Black...
So I almost want to see Fireflux not just protect, not just stay on the river, but get aggressive early on.
Boa, Apex. Nice. Mas não vamos fazer dual lane mesmo. Cara, meu Deus do céu.
But if Haji keeps babysitting up here, protecting OHEB, Fireflux might have to answer that, or Sunshine is gonna have a problem. We're gonna need to see Apex.
Aqui, ó, foi contra RCC, mano. O último jogo contra RCC durou 20 minutos, velho. Foi muito pegado. E olha que os caras da RCC estavam de Clint, velho. Foi cheater da Clint.
Sim. A Aline trocou muito mal ali contra o Edward. Você é louco, o cara perdeu ainda o caranguejo. O Rosa não pegou nem nível 4.
Could displace his team if the heavy spins are used incorrectly by Blacklist International.
Agora ele vai lá pegar nível 4, mas aí vai forçar. Ih, tirou a passiva banana? Não, não tirou. Teria dado bom se tivesse tirado a passiva banana, mas pegou nível 4? Pegou. O Rosa tá nível 4, agora só vai pegar o ult de quem? Vai pegar o ult da Nana? Não, ele quer o ult do Akai. Pegou o ult do Akai? Nossa, nossa! Ah, demorou muito, mano. Eu já tava com essa play desenhada na minha mente. Demoraram muito. Boa, Tienzi. Destaca a passiva. Vai, X-ultou. Já era. Aqui já deu ruim, já. Vai depender muito do Cloud.
Cara, olha isso, mano. Ah, não finaliza, velho.
Eles vão ficar muito dependentes do Cloud agora, filho. Eles não conseguem jogar em 4 aqui, não.
Pegaram um Cloud muito cedo, mano.
Não, o Cloud é o herói mais forte do meta, mano. Ele tem que jogar pelo Cloud.
Aonde, cara? Não dá dano.
É, herói escala, mano. Ele escala. Ele é bem forte. Deixa ele fazer o...
Ele é bom fazer split.
Demora demais. Ele chega no post-spike. Que aí ele consegue fazer um... O problema é que eles vão sofrer muito desse healer aqui. Nossa, Alien, por que tu ficou, Alien? Nossa,
Ô, Zé, você tá na frente, velho. Eu só vi que eu tava atrasado.
Tu tá em quanto tempo?
Eu tô em 3.40.
Ah, entendi.
Agora que eu atualizei.
45.
Aí, agora sim. 49, 50.
Nossa, ulta! Ah, Tienzi, puta que pariu, não sabe jogar de Fedrin, mano. É isso, mano. Eden vai amassar a Fireflux. Olha o cerco pra cima do show side.
Sabe quem tu perdeu os jogos? Foi o do Ad.
Oi?
O Ad, velho.
O quê?
Perdeu o jogo do cara.
Não, o Ad perdeu pro Flash, pra Team Flash, pô.
Não, o Ad é da Team Flash.
Então, a Ad da Team Flash perdeu, pô.
É, o Ad perdeu o jogo.
Foi pra RCC, né? 2-1.
O jogo da hora, tá?
Eu sei. RCC vem forte pro próprio MCC, pro próximo MCC. MLBB Continental Championship. Porque o nosso não é MPL Continental Championship.
Eu acho que lá é Continental por causa do tamanho da Rússia.
Ah, mas lá não pega só a Rússia.
Não da Rússia em si, mas sim do CIS. E a S é muito maior.
Caraca, o Alien tomou a RK, viado. Você é louco, mano. A Fireflux tá muito perdida, mano.
Meu irmãozinho, eu tô falando pra você, velho. Vai lá apostar na Fireflux.
Solta um Shine aqui, solta um Shine que ainda tá em jogo, mano. Ele tá farmando bem.
Olha, ele quase foi seu lado lá. Mano, é engraçado o jeito que o rádio joga, olha só.
Esse Alien aí tá fedendo pra caralho. Você é louco. 4v6 aqui, mano. O Alien é agente 0 infiltrado.
Só não tá pior que o brusco da RNT, mano. Velho, ele se esforçou hoje pra afundar a equipe.
Mas conseguiu afundar?
Conseguiu nada. O Skylar não deixou, não. Ele se matava, mano. Ele lutava do nada. Com 2 caras. Sem ninguém pra dar AP aqui, pra atacar. Aí ele simplesmente ultava e foda-se. E me notaram ainda.
I'm glad the Fireflux isn't being too reactionary. They are trying to make plays elsewhere. They're going to clear the mid lane. They got to deal with Edward, who cleared that lane as well. Fireflux has taken a tower in the boss side, so making a little something, but now AP is looking for a play here.
Não, ainda não, calma.
Cadê?
Deixa eu ver como é que tá os itens do rosa.
That was a great combo.
Qual é, cameraman? Mostra os itens aí pra mim.
And the Melina throw, but you can see Fireflux being too
Ele já
aggressive.
mostrou antes os itens?
Will they get caught? It doesn't look like it just yet. 18 seconds on the next turtle. They want to make a move.
Boa!
Nice, I'm offended. Comes in. Pex47 not able to secure a kill for his team though. Fireflux does gain a little bit of ground there, able to relieve some breathing space, but still they've lost so much up top, and they're going to have to continuously send someone up there to clear that wave.
I was wondering about that. I was like, did you overstay your welcome into that mid lane to try to make a play? And they didn't get too greedy, so I like it. I do think that they need to be able to make a play here for this turtle though, Trex. There's just, man,
Tá com o Cláudio não. Cláudio vai segurar o bot, com medo do Bro de levar até 2. Assassin tá incomodando a Kai, o Estes começou a curar.
Esses caras brigam com tudo. Não tá com tudo isso.
Olha, nice, belo pick-off em cima do Edward de novo. Não errou o caçar, velho. Boa!
Vai pegar duas kills, pô. Dá pra fazer alguma coisa.
Duas killzinhas, diminui a vantagem pra 4K.
Tá que estoura? Não estourou a Kai não. Não estoura.
Ah, mano, essa C6 sola, velho. Esse Estes do lado aí fica difícil, mas essa C6 sola. Meus Estes aí.
Cadê os russos? Cadê os turcos reclamando do Estes Open? Eu só vejo isso aqui no Brasil. Ah, mas o Estes tá open.
Uma diferença, né?
É que só sabem reclamar esses seguidores.
Nossa, tem 15 mil pessoas assistindo, né? Me lembra. Tem 15 mil pessoas assistindo. Me lembra até MPL Latam. Quando o Vasco ganhou da Big Tron, aí tinha 10 mil pessoas assistindo. Leva esse time, mano. Não, leva esse time, irmão.
O jogo entre Império e o EDMX contra a BTR foi um dos mais assistidos. Acho que foi o segundo mais.
Não, foi RQ Akira e Império.
Não sei, foi RQ Akira e Império foi o mais assistido, mas no top 2 ali foi BTR e Império, o DMX, foi um jogo assim.
BTR e Império. Não, pera, BTR não, foi BTR e...
Jogaram sim, pô. Jogaram valendo vaga na final, na aula.
Ah, é verdade, foi BTR e Império, então.
And it's just nasty.
Achei que a BTR ia perder,
trying every aspect, taking every route that they possibly can to try to take out Haji. Now, we're going to see that coming into the very first Lord. I do think this is, like, there is a good economical lead for Blacklist International, but the first Lord could be the breathing room Fireflux needs. So I feel like they really need to contest this, and if they can get a pick here, it'd be big.
Yeah, I think they want to stall just a little bit, give some time for Sunshine to get in position, but it's definitely fightable. I don't know if it's winnable, but they could try to go for a steal. They could take this fight.
É 1h30, daqui a pouco tem screen, velho. Acho que vou ficar só até esse final do primeiro jogo só. Lorde vai decidir. Será? Se a Fireflux fizesse Lorde e desafoga o jogo pra eles, e o Cloud começa a entrar dentro do game. Se a Blacklist fizesse Lorde aqui, já é 50% do jogo andado pra eles. Eita.
A Cloud desceu, era pro Cloud continuar lá.
Não, calma, 10k, dá pro Cloud chegar. 8k. Cloud vai chegar. Vai, Cloud. Ah,
chegou pra ter explodido. Parabéns, Zeno, parabéns.
Calma, eles conseguiram tirar o Reb. Tiraram o Reb, expulsaram a Kai. O Lorde, meu filho. Ele pegou o Lorde. Caralho, bora lá, Fireflux aí. Falei pra confiar no late game da Fireflux. Meu Deus. Ah, não, solando todo mundo. Olha o Cloud. Que isso? Olha o Cloud dando Nexo Rush.
Meu Deus, não. Ah, não solou, cara.
Meu Deus do céu, olha esse Rosa jogando, mano. Ali. Ele entrou bem, tá? Olha lá, entrou bem.
Ô, Zeno, sua transmissão tá muito...
Por quê? Tá quanto tempo a tua? A minha? Não, a minha tá normal, pô.
Ué, tu botou a porra da... Tu falou a Nana antes de eu ver, pô.
Não, pô. Não falei não, eu falei... Não, pô. Quanto tempo tá o teu?
11h55, 56, 57, 58.
Ah, vai dar 59, 12... Deixa eu dar pausa aqui, calma aí.
Não, pô, espera. Tava adiantando, já tava certo.
Pause, 12:06, 12:07, 12:08. Tá como é? Ah, é, tá 1 segundo ainda atrás.
Não, então tá de boa.
Beleza, Fireflux levou mid, levou bot. Vai levar top. Legal, tiraram toda a linha de T2. Ah, o Cloud, mano, o Cloud entrando gostosinho no jogo.
Ah, tem 29 pessoas assistindo a gente. Ô, rapaziada, se inscreve aí no canal.
Tá aí assistindo, mano. Dá salve aí, mano. Digita alguém no chat aí. Mano, você botou no chat pra digitar só quem é inscrito? Ah, porra, aí também zaralha o bagulho, mano.
Não, ué, pra poder o cara chegar aqui sem se inscrever e me xingar, não.
Tem que ser que nem a transmissão gringa, mano. Aqui, a transmissão... Eu não sou inscrito no canal da Game Scooter aí, eu posso digitar aqui.
Mas é só se inscrever e você consegue digitar, não tem aquele bagulho de tempo. Era, não.
Ah, mas, pô, aí é zoado, mano. Aí o pessoal vai assistir, não vai comentar.
Zoado é eu ficar 9 horas vendo aqui esse jogo do caralho e o cara não, nem me dá uma ajudinha com o seguidor, tá ligado?
Ah, o cara te ajuda com o seguidor se ele assistir e gostar, mano. Agora, se você forçar o cara a assistir... Fala bem, pô, mas...
Deixa em paz aí. Não vou mudar isso aí. Eu tenho que atingir minhas metas pra continuar vivo, né? Ah, mano, eu não acredito que a Fireflux vai ganhar esse jogo. Ah, mano. Sabe por que é pior? No Mundial a gente apanhou pra Blacklist, mas a gente deu um cacete na Fireflux. Isso que não dá pra entender. Ganha de um, perde pro outro. Pô, mas aquele Mundial M5, mano, eu acho que a RT aqui tava melhor que no M4, velho. Questão de nível de jogo. Só não tava bem da cabeça, velho.
Só esqueceu de aprender a fechar o jogo.
That is true, and I think they might have to utilize Edward a little bit here, right? And we can kind of already see that they're attempting to do that. Is that split push capability, the speed? But look, I think they're anticipating Sunshine's rotation.
Depois eu vou perguntar pra gringa, mano, por que não chamou o RT aqui?
Ah, they're kind of filling it out. They're filling it out.
É porque eles devem ter chamado a Roshi, tá ligado? Não pode equipe irmã. No caso, teria que ter chamado uma Big Tron Sons, tá ligado?
Não, pô, eles chamaram a Burnit Flash, velho, que é a mesma org lá da Team Flash, pô. Acho que é uma questão de localização, pô.
Nada a ver.
Pô, o Brasil fica mó longe da Rússia, tá ligado?
Não, o Brasil fica pertinho da Rússia, irmão.
Pertinho aonde? A gente tem que ir pra Dubai pra poder ir pra lá, velho.
Dubai, mano, a gente pode vir só pela esquerda aqui.
Não, velho, o único voo que a gente tem pra ir pra lá é por Dubai.
Não, filho, a gente vai pros Estados Unidos e dos Estados Unidos a gente vai pra Rússia.
Não, velho, não. Quem vai pra Rússia não entra nos Estados Unidos, velho. Você não tá entendendo, é uma crise diplomática, porra. Tá vendo esses caras aí, ó? Esses caras que estão jogando esse campeonato, eles nunca vão entrar nos Estados Unidos.
Grita.
Grita.
Fala do pai, fala da composição do pai, fala. Rosa Supremacy.
Eu não acertou isso daí não, velho. Vai tomar no seu cu.
Rosa Supremacy, falei, mano. Confia no Cloud, irmão. É isso, filhão.
Ah, vem fudendo, mano.
Paga, River. Paga mais 1.5, River. Paga o handicap do pai, mano.
Ah, nem fudendo, mano. O Zé não filha da mãe, velho.
Falei pra tudo. Confia no handicap do pai, mano.
That early game
was just, perdi 5 real.
Ah, não acredito que tu apostou em 2-0 não, cara.
Não, eu apostei no mapa 1 da Blacklist.
Pelo amor de Deus.
mas ainda tem uma que salva aqui.
Pai sabe muito, mano. Você é louco.
Pô, agora eu entrei numa complicada, ó. Eu perdi 5, né? Aí eu tenho uma aposta que eu apostei 5 pra ganhar 13. E é assim, a Blacklist tem que... Pô, aqui tem que ganhar de 2-0. Ok, equipe? Mas a Blacklist vai empatar. Aí eu tenho uma aposta que eu botei 10 pra ganhar 19. E a Blacklist tem que ganhar a partida. Ou seja, eu vou me fuder muito. Caralho. Turista, você não aprendeu, né? Eu falei ontem que a Fireflux é uma ótima equipe e bate de frente com qualquer time. Eu zovo,
Exatamente, inimigo da beleza. É deselegante ter que obrigado a se inscrever aqui. Você não aprendeu.
Deselegante é o cara vir encher o saco.
FF é um bate e bate de frente. Não, a FF ela não bate de frente com qualquer um, mas ela bate de frente contra a Blacklist. Eu avisei isso de manhã. Eu dei a call lá no grupo, falei handicap da Fireflux. Na hora do draft eu virei aqui pro amigo e falei: esse Cloud vai ficar split quando ele começar a entrar na luta depois do mid-game. Essa Fireflux vai ganhar esse jogo. Olha só. É, mano, é leitura, né? Fazer o quê?
Vou recuperar tudo nesse segundo mapa. Caralho, o DD pra Blacklist ganhar tá 2.0.
O favoritismo da Fireflux vem como?
1.70.
I do as well. Again, you can kind of see like we were seeing that Edward was trying to split
Agora eu tô
the lanes
pensando,
and force a
será
little bit of
que eu boto um dinheirinho pra
Fireflux,
recuperar?
and Sunshine just able to read those scenarios and avoid an environment that could have caused a situation for Fireflux was huge. Being 2-0-6, 16% of your team damage, not a lot, but you got to think about it. Like, he didn't die. He scaled up like he should have, and then ended up carrying into the major fights.
Pô, Zeno muito cagado, mano. Porra.
Cagado aqui, mano. Não joga tanto tempo assim não, mano. Mudaram 2 peças ali de 2023 pra cá.
Blacklist is just stomping them. They were controlling the map. They were controlling the tempo. They were taking away towers.
Eles estão juntos
aí seus haters safados que falam que não ganha por causa do West. Aí ó, os caras macetando no West aí, seus porra.
Não, calma aí. A gente não ganhou porque o Sagan errou o meteoro. Nem falar que foi West, não.
Mas falam toda hora que a porra do West, velho.
A gente não ganhou porque o Gusta só queria jogar de Brood. A gente não ganhou porque o Sagan não sabe jogar de Navarre. Tirando isso aí. Ô, mano, por que o cara tá filmando a tela?
Não tá filmando a tela. Isso daí é uma arena 3D, tá ligado?
Meu Deus do céu.
É, mano, é meio desnecessário ter, tá ligado?
Olha o Rosa, mano. O Rosa deu 53k de dano, mano. Olha esse... Nossa, o Rosa é muito imoral, viado. De Valentina ainda. Tem que banir essa Valentina, mano. Se não banir essa Valentina no próximo jogo, 2-0. Ó, se não banir Valentina nesse próximo jogo, 2-0 Fireflux.
Não vai ser 2-0. Tá viajando. Dizendo falar isso, eu vou botar aqui, ó, dinheiro aqui. 2-0.
Se você tivesse visto o Telegram lá do Toji lá, tivesse visto o Telegram do Toji, teria visto, tá ligado? O Toji mandou lá, 1.5.
Não quero saber nada de Toji, não.
O Toji mandou lá, Fireflux 1.5.
Ô, viado.
Relaxa, mano, eu só vou.
And I think ultimately I seen it like we could see
Ué,
that the
tela congelou, velho? A tela do bagulho congelou?
Aqui tá de boa, mano. É isso,
Aqui
família.
tá de sacanagem, hein?
item pool we
Jogo
would
bom,
see
hein?
Aí,
our
voltou.
Na
items
moral.
family.
Aí, Stacks, tu
goes to
perdeu,
show
mano. O pai aqui, ó,
that
fez uma leitura
essentially they just are
dinâmica.
lacking damage
Abriu a
because they
River,
were
tá ligado?
building that anti-heal. And
Falou. Tá abusando foi para as screen dele.
couldn't set it better myself, Trex. Like they just have to.
Agora a gente vai esperar
They
esse
have to
segundo jogo aí
bring
da
that A
Blacklist.
game. Maybe
Caralho, não
it's
acredito que eu
not
perdi
like
meu
you were saying,
dinheirinho.
not go so much back to the drawing board, but again,
Blacklist,
what Blacklist
time
International
maldito.
Haji like sealed the deal with was set heroes, you know, something that could initiate, that has CC, not something that only has slow, right? And I think that's where Blacklist kind of fell behind. They were relying on Sensu the whole time. Yeah, it worked into the early stage, but was troublesome into the late stage. And you got to give it up to Rosa too. You know, like, had a little bit of struggle with the Valentina, but again, it was a Nana and mid, right? Like by far the strongest mage right now, aside from a Navaria in MLBB. And I felt like Rosa did really well. As just being able to get that heavy spin was crazy.
I think also, you know, you mentioned that Rosa had a pretty slow start because Rosa picked up that Necklace of Durance, right? Had to go for the anti-heal. But once Rosa got another item, like 2 items in, 3 items in, Rosa was able to finally start outputting some damage, and that probably ended up paying off. I mean, of course, we don't ever see the numbers of like, how much anti-heal how much heal was he able to stop, you know? But I'm sure it paid off because in the end, Fireflex did take the dub, and it was definitely a slow start item build for a lot of these team members. Now, coming into drafts of next games, it's like, there was 2 major problems, I think. The Claude was amazing, but also Alien on the CC, man. One of the only heroes in the game that you could take 4 deaths in the early game and still by 8 minutes just be chunking away at the enemy utility jungler. I mean, not a lot of heroes can do that. It is ridiculous. So I think that Blacklist needs to kind of reevaluate. It's like, okay, yes, the Nana was good. I think it's still very prio, but maybe we ban the CC this time, or maybe we take the CC and give them the Nana, because I think those are 2 heroes that we definitely need to keep our eyes open for here.
Yeah. And I ultimately believe that like Blacklist's comp required a little bit of tactics essentially to go with, right? I was kind of trying to think of something there. What was going on is that heavy spin. Every time the heavy spin would be initiated on a Lord fight, it would start splitting everybody up. And then if Nana wasn't able to hit the Melina Blitz, it could have just pushed the person right out of it, you know? And that's why it's so hard, is that you have to think about your situation. And I felt like the heavy spin into this situation wasn't the key. I think maybe a Fredrin, something that was more of a stationary jungle, would have been a little bit better for Blacklist International. And I mean, again, just go back to it. Go back to the fundamentals that secured your first place spot in the group stage, and then just take it from there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the Estes pick was maybe very last minute, right? I think at first they had an idea of what they wanted to go for, and then they brought in that, and like you said, just didn't all mesh well. You also had Edward on the Paquito, who's wants to come from angles, is never really going to be able to capitalize on the blessing from the Estes. So just a lot of heroes that kind of don't mesh very well. Even the Akai as well. When you hit that heavy spin, you're going out there. You're kind of leaving your team behind for a little bit. So let's see if they do change something up. For sure, Fireflux changes something up. They're going to move over to first pick here. They're going to start off with that Pharah's ban. Once again, one of the only teams that has really been like heavily banning it. And I mean, they've played against Blacklist a lot, and I think it's a fair ban against them. But still kind of surprised because they do have that Claude in their pocket. I think that Claude is such a great answer to those big sustain, those group sustain heroes like the Estes and like the Faramis. On the side of Blacklist International, they're going to take out the Novaria.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Fireflux, they could run it back, right? I mean, they're at the advantage. This is match point for Blacklist International. I mean, they could get a little risky with it. I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But I think it was just they responded really well to what Blacklist International picked. And kind of seeing some of the other bands come out. We see the Joy. We've seen the Matilda. At this point, I don't know if we'll ever see a Matilda. Novaria getting banned. I'm telling you, maybe at some point. But no circling eagles this time around. I'm kind of thinking, no birdies in the sky. That's for sure. But Fireflux, do they just run this back? Do they run it back, or kind of just wait and bait and see what Blacklist International goes with? I mean, of course they have the first pick, but Blacklist has the next 2 picks, and we'll see. The Kai, I'm actually surprised about this.
Well, I think it's a good ban, and I think they don't want to hurt themselves. Maybe go for something here, right? Force Blacklist. I think Blacklist either chooses, do they ban the CC? Do they ban the Nana here? Something along that range. The Noland is also still open. So I think they leave a Fireflux by doing that. Forces Blacklist to leave a few things open. Now Blacklist has to respond with, do we take one of these or do we go for a full trade, right? Like, do we leave the CC, the Noland, and the Nana open here? Something along those range. That way, yes, you get one of them, but we get a lot in respawn. They're going to ban out the TC, which I think is solid. My guess is
Vamos lá.
Do they first pick that Nana here?
You know, and I'm kind of thinking about it. They could go the more of the utility route on the first pick, but the Nana is so strong. But again, they responded really well to it. The CC definitely countered it, and I think that's why Blacklist International ended up banning it, to not have that CC. They could possibly see a utility pick from Fireflux and then be able to get the Nana themselves. What are you wanting, Fireflux? They are thinking about this. Arlot?
In the air. I mean, yeah, so Arlot, we have a bunch of options. Arlot, Nolan, Nana, the Ruby's still open, the Guinevere's still open, so they're going to pick up the Guinevere. It does go into the slot of Apex 47, but still very flexible. Could definitely end up being TNZ or Apex here.
Yeah, and I like it. It's, again, a flexible, a versatile pick for the side of Fireflux. Blacklist responding with the Nana and the Ruby. I like it. Again, Ruby's been a hit or miss, but we're seeing 2 teams that are in the playoffs, right? Like, these players utilize these heroes on the day in pro scenes, so I can only imagine that Edwards is going to know. If it goes even into Edwards' hands, it could be a Roam, it could be an EXP, you never know. But Fireflux responding with the Minnow. I cannot hear you, Trex.
There we go. Sorry. Blacklist Diggy. That's what I was saying. Blacklist Diggy right here. counter the Gwyn, counter the Minnow, put Edward on the Ruby. You're looking great. Either way, I think the Ruby is I think the Ruby's solid here. I know we've been kind of questioning it, but Ruby Nana, you got a lot of CC,
Notaram
you got a lot of damage, you
Verde,
got a lot of
Cloud,
possibilities for big
pela
combinations here.
Fireflux,
And this is what we want to see. Whether it
Quer,
ends up being
Ruby,
Edward
Nana
or
pela
Haji on the
Blacklist.
Ruby, we know that this time they have big set potential.
Yeah, and you're seeing a little bit of a response to our Blacklist. And picking up the carry. There's two things that have been a little nerve-wracking for me in teams, and it's the Ruby and it's the carry. And Blacklist has both of them right now. So they have me on the edge of the seat. It's been a hit or miss for these heroes. Fireflux being able to pull off the Ruby really well. Let's see Blacklist International respond to that. I do like the Diggy. They might actually opt to ban that here for Fireflux. They've been kind of targeting a little bit of tanks, a little bit of jungles, a little bit of roams as well. Blacklist responding with the Exborg ban. They still did need an EXP, though Gwen could have been flexed into the EXP. We have seen Fireflux pick up the Exborg, and maybe they're planning something here.
I mean, the talks in Discords and chats around the world right now has also been in the favor of maybe the Ruby's not bad, maybe the carry's not bad.
Rapaziadinha, eu vou voltar daqui umas 2h20 eu volto, tá ligado? Eu vou voltar aqui porque eu tenho uma coisa pra fazer. Então fiquem aí com o jogo em inglês.
It's one of the greatest clubs in the whole world. It's one of the greatest MLBB teams in the whole world, like it or not. And they have picked up the two highly baited heroes. If it falls here, then maybe that's our answer. Maybe they're not as meta as we all thought they would be. But if Blacklist just dominates this game, then maybe the latter was right.
Hey, we'll find out, that's for sure. Kind of looking at what Blacklist is banning into their second phase here. I like the Arlot gone as well. That goes to show that I think we might see Blacklist International go more. We still need, we still need possibly the jungle, of course. And then we also need maybe the roam. We're not quite sure if the Ruby is going to be the roam or the EXP at this point. They ban out the Fred. They are just targeting the jungle.
I like it. Because here's the thing. Blacklist gets first pick here, right? So they don't want to leave the Fred open. They don't want to leave the Barats open. No Akai. What does the Nolan is still open. Sensui could go something aggressive like that here. Fireflux really putting out the test is like, do you got that in? Do you got that? Can you play that? I think Sensui can. I know Sensui can be aggressive. Yes, Blacklist International has focused a lot on utility, but I'm wondering what else does he have up his sleeve right now? Because if they don't pick it, I'm pretty sure TNZ can run it. I'm pretty sure TNZ does have a couple assassin picks in his pocket. The Lancelot's still open. A couple options still open on the field for both of these teams.
Yeah.
They also have the Gwenny already, so they could run jungle Gwenny. Like Fireflux is already set if they want to run jungle.
Yeah.
And it's got to be jungle Gwenny. They have that's it. They have Minotaur and Roam. No way Gwenny's going to EXP. There's the Basha though.
I mean, you never know anymore. I seen a Barato EXP one time. So again, we're in the playoffs though.
We're in the playoffs, baby.
We're in the playoffs. I do like the Basha pick. Again, has that built-in anti-heal to counter a little bit of that sustainability that the Guinevere and the Minnow will bring to the playing field. So a great response to Fireflux's build right now.
Most definitely. Now, last two picks got to come from Fireflux here. They still need a mid laner. They still need an EXP laner. For the mid, Novaria's not open. No Nana. They could go. We've seen them play the Aurora before, but no, we're going to put Rosa on the signature pick, the Lilia. I mean, with a Minotaur in front of it, I like it. But not only that, we're looking at the Dairoth as well. Very aggressive. This time, Fireflux is leaning into a very early game composition here. I mean, they got to bring the smoke off rip with a composition like this.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. Does again... Do they send Dairoth or jungle, or do they send Gwen jungle? You know, again, you're saying no EXP Gwen. No EXP Gwen, but do they get spicy? I mean, this is the time that they could play risky. It's match point, but Blacklist International picking up the Rafaela. Again, this is, what they utilize to beat Fireflux. So we'll see if that's the winning condition here going into game 2.
Yeah, so that means Edward and EXP. With the Ruby, which I think if it will pair up pretty well honestly, against either one of them, against the Guinevere or the Dairoth. A lot of that's going to come against the Dairoth. A lot of it's going to come down to timing, who uses their skills first, things like that. But I think it's a decent answer to that. If the Dairoth gets an early kill, if he's able to rotate down, you do have some of that armor shred to kind of deal with the Basha. I think Fireflux has a lot of answers here for the composition that Blacklist brought. The wild card is going to be Haji, right? On this Raphael, there's a lot of speed. It makes it a bit harder to catch some of these heroes, a bit harder to land that knock-up on the Guinevere and get the Violent Requiem off. So a lot of this is going to kind of come down to positioning, timing, and just executing these skills for both teams. But let's jump into it because it's match point for the side of Fireflux up against their biggest rival, Blacklist International. The winner of this match will move on in the tournament. There is no lower bracket here, so someone's going home. Can Fireflux make a miracle?
We'll find out. I mean, again, if they can take Blacklist International. So we'll have to see, as Fireflux definitely applying that pressure, and they are becoming, like, they're just, Rosa's powering up at this point, right, Trex?
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Rosa wants to be doing. This is what Rosa always does in the Lilia. I mean, and then you have a Minotaur in front of you to give you heal, give you more speed.
Yeah.
And just be that wall that Lilia needs. Used to see it in the past a lot with the, it would be Lilia and Lolita because you have the first level stun, you have the shield, and you would just see the Lilia behind the Lolita walking around causing mayhem. And it's very similar to that on what we're seeing here. But once again, Haji up in the gold lane, babysitting OHEB, and that means Apex 47 has to do something similar.
Yeah, and kind of looking at maybe some of the win conditions that we're looking at here. Now, it looks like Blacklist International wants to be, they want to be the physical embodiment of speed. They have the Raft, they have the Baxia, they have everything they need to be
embodiment of speed.
I'm telling you, Phygital. The physical and digital combination coming in to the games of the future here. If they can do that, I think that's their win condition. Be fast, be aggressive, take your plays where you can. Now, from the side of Fireflux, they could just play the same game that they did last time. Again, they're up. They have the advantage to play how they would like to. So kind of seeing some of these turtle takes, their decisions are going to be the key aspects here for, like, I mean, we can already see that they're attempting to try to control the river right now.
Gotta watch out for Yue, though, and it does look, oh, Melina Blitz does land on Alien, but Alien has made him waste that ultimate. Tienzi still has the Violent Requiem. Does look like Blacklist might back out of this one. Edward sitting in the bush, but has not hit level 4 yet, so no big I'm offended play. They're gonna trade up. Tienzi able to get the first turtle.
Yeah, they did take the first turtle. I was actually suspecting a little bit of a response via maybe one of the lanes, you know, take some gold plating if you can't take a turtle. Secure something if you can't grab that turtle. And I feel like the team knew that they wouldn't be able to. Now, kind of getting into some of the fights here. At some point, we'll probably start to see some items, and level 4s are being built on everybody's sides. What are our jungles looking like? We got a 6 to a 5 right now. So Sensu on Abaxia he's embodying the speed right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to definitely move around the map very fast. He's a giant spinning wheel. You pair that up with Haji, giving you a little boost here and there. It's definitely going to help. And overall, even gold, we're still looking at a stalemate. But there's the knock-up. We're going to try to slow Sui down here, but Fireflux knows they couldn't secure it completely. They're going to back off. Speedy Light Wheel does come out from OHEB. OHEB maybe looking for a shot onto Sunshine there, but Sunshine BMI's away. Fireflux still okay, holding a small lead, but now they're going to move on to Haji. Haji takes a little bit of damage. Out comes the Holy Baptism. Tienzi gets stunned. Ooh, Yue. Every time I see you get a stun, I'm worried, because you just know the damage that's going to come from that Melina Blitz.
Yeah, plus, I mean, you also got to think Rosa is doing an insane amount of damage right now. So I think it's both mages right now are just at like a battle of titans in the mid. And they're both really short too, so it's like short titans going at it in the mid lane.
Two little girls in the mid lane, fist fighting right now.
That is what Fireflux and Blacklist International are doing, is that they're just duking it out. Now, the next turtle, both teams have everything available. So I feel like it might not be the make it or break it, but I want to see someone maybe bait like a tower if they can't secure the turtle. So we'll see what they envision here. But the top lane.
Oh, OBuff taken out 1v1. Sunshine gets the better of him. That's not something you see every day. Rosa also on the hunt against Yue. Sensui there. Apex47 here to help out. Gonna get the knockup. Haji trying to come in, help out as well, but Sunshine's onto the back line. Fireflux controlling the map right now. Gonna cut the lanes off. They're gonna cut off Blacklist, and they're gonna try to take some towers.
Yeah, and you can kind of see what kind of happened up here. Again, it just happened to be honest, I felt like the Claw does have an advantage against a carry, and they're not able to babysit OBuff at this point. Fireflux is doing so well right now with them being 1-0. They got to keep this pressure. Don't get the tunnel vision. Rosa right now is kind of, feeling herself.
This is the position you never want to be against Rosa on the Lilia. This is when Rosa's feeling herself, as you said, like this. Rosa will get in your face on this Lilia. There's confidence. And then, like I said, you pair it up with the Minotaur, you pair it up with the Ruby, and even in the bot side, Alien this time making the turnaround, getting the win. But there goes OBuff. It's 2-0 right now. Fireflux just all over the place. Every lane right now winning.
This is looking like game 1 against Blacklist International in the group stage. Hopefully, Fireflux learns from their mistakes there. They just need to keep this aggression up and not forget where they're at. Their aim is to take Blacklist International out of the playoffs.
Yeah, I think the question on my mind is do they kind of let their foot off the gas a little bit around 7-8 minutes? Because we saw the same thing from Blacklist International last game. They had about a gold lead, and Fireflux was able to make the turnaround. I would not count Blacklist out. Up in the top, though, does not use the Violent Requiem, just gets a knockup, just kind of pokes continuously. But back to what I was saying, Fireflux still needs to be careful here. Because Blacklist, what have they done in the past when their back's against the wall? They have made the turnaround happen. So as long as Fireflux kind of plays it safe, especially when 7, 8, 9 minute marks, because that's when Blacklist really normally finds their stride sometimes. They have that rubber band effect. It could be huge, but wait a second, big knockup. Violent Requiem on to Sensui. Sensui goes down. Tien's able to pick up the kill. Edward might just be next. But they decide to back off. Fireflux not going to overstay their welcome. They're going to move on to the turtle.
I do like the response, though. Like, look at the top lane. We can see that they know they can't get the turtle. They're going to take something.
It's a lot of damage on a Sunshine. Sunshine going to go down. He's not going to be able to do what he did in the past. He's not going to be able to just jump in like that. OBuff with the speedy light wheels, insane.
Yeah, I think it was paired with the Melina Blitz, too, if I'm not mistaken. No, they didn't utilize the Melina Blitz. So they're still saving it? Was it? No. They got me on the edge of the seat.
Oh, Sensui again. They're going to look for the kill, but the I'm offended lands. Alien takes too much damage. The Melina Blitz takes him out. Tienzi forced to back off. And this is what I meant. Blacklist International, do not give up easy. Fireflux maybe needs to let their foot off the gas a little bit.
Yeah, I think they are definitely putting the brakes down. Again, the Turtles don't seem to make a giant impact into the early stages of these games. The First Lord does. So let's see how they respond as Blacklist is now taking advantage of every position they can. Again, I think that goes to show that Blacklist has more of the mid to late game team fight potential compared to Fireflux having that early stage potential. We're kind of looking at some of the items. We can see that Carrie has the Golden Staff and the Corrosive, so looking pretty good. Gonna be fast, gonna be aggressive with it. Now, the same goes for Claude. He has the Demon Hunter, so he's gonna be piercing and taking apart the tanks of Blacklist International, so they gotta be careful. Let's not get caught off guard here.
Yeah, Blacklist International gonna make their way up to the top side. Try to take this tower before next big Lord, even out the waves a little bit. Fireflux might just want to give it up, honestly. Rosa not able to defend it. We'll be able to drop a couple of glooms, though. Maybe clear out these waves. That's the long wave. They need to be able to hold that one down because that's such an important lane right there, the one opposite of the Lord. It's kind of how you control the map. But while that's happening, look at the boss side. Look at Sunshine tearing up the bot lane and now taking the purple most likely.
Yeah, and again, that's good, secure of neutral objectives. That is something that Sensu will not have for a Lord take here. As you can see, he was able to take that blue, and they look like they're going to immediately just burn this Lord as fast as possible, and they can do it. This is huge for him.
Yeah, Sensui trying to make his way around the back. Is he going to be able to find the angle? Sunshine able to stop, but Sensui is there. They get the stun, the Nolan's Fury, the knock-up, and Sunshine finds Sensui. The Lord goes to TNZ. 2 members of Blacklist have fallen, Edward and Sensui. Now Fireflux on the hunt once again. Blacklist knows maybe they don't want to take this. OBuff gets a couple speedy light wheel shots onto Sunshine, but it's still not enough. Sadly, the Lord comes out very quick. It might actually be a good thing for Fireflux. They're going to try to make quick work of this tier 3 in the mid side. They're moving down the mid as well. I like the replay, but I want to see the live game right now because they are pushing hard. Fireflux takes a Melina Blitz to the face, but they're still okay. I'm able to watch this little screen, so I'm still okay. Lord marching his way down the bot. Fireflux finally slowing it down.
Yeah, again, keep it at bay, because this is where Blacklist International was able to turn it around last time against Fireflux, is that they just need one quick play at the first Lord take, and then a team wipe can turn this into anybody's game. Now, Fireflux, let's see if they get tunnel vision once again and go for as much as they can. Rosa. Rosa.
No fear, Rosa. That's the new nickname right there.
Eyes on the prize.
I mean, with black shoes like that, you would do it too, man. You just walk up in a death and fly back, you know?
Hey, it is what it is. Big things that we're going to be looking at here, though, is that we do see Sunshine picking up the Wind of Nature. I feel like that's going to be huge into the next Lord fight, or even a take here. Now, this is something different, right? From the last game, Fireflux kept putting pressure on Blacklist International, and I think they're doing exactly what you said, Trax. They're putting the breakdown. They're holding their own, keeping the lanes at bay, and they're freezing. This is good. This is going to leave Blacklist International to make the decision. Do we stay in the base and turtle, or do we take our chances and, you know, brave the land of dawn?
Yeah, I think there's 2 big win conditions for Blacklist International here, right? They need Edward to either make a big I'm offended play, get the combo down, and then also we have OBuff. OBuff has taken 2 deaths, but his damage is still unreal when he hits the speedy light wheel. We've seen him shred down Sunshine. We've seen him shred down some of the others. And then lastly, I guess it's actually 3, Yue as well has not taken a single death, and we know how much damage that Melina Blitz can do. So positioning for these 3 players is going to be very key in these upcoming Lord fights. I think they need to look for angles, but they kind of want to group up. So it's like, who do we send away from Haji? Who do we send away from our healers? Sensui gonna lock down, Alien able to dash back. The Holy Baptism is wasted. Nice I'm offended, only lands on Apex 47. That's a lot of ultimates. And Sunshine still ready to go. Green dots on the side of Fireflux right now. All they've lost was the black shoes, and that's going to put them at an advantage here.
Yeah, and you can see TNZ taking care of that lane on the right side, which once again sets them up to possibly burn this Lord down, or do they bait Blacklist into an engage?
Blacklist might have to go for this. Sense we're going to look for the angle once again, but Tienzi decides to go for someone else. The Holy Baptism comes down, but Edward's taken out. And now Fireflux collapsing onto Sensui. Sensui getting shredded low and taken out as well. It's 2 members down for Blacklist International, and Fireflux still stands strong with 5. This is going to be an easy Lord for them as Rosa and the rest of the team zone away to 3 members of Blacklist. And you set it, Sunshine up in the top side, taking wave as well.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what it shows. I mean, the Minos Fury, the knock-up by TNZ, Blacklist just wasn't ready for it. It came quick and aggressive by Fireflux. And again, I love this. They're not getting tunnel vision this time around. They're living and learning in the Phygital games. And Blacklist International, though they have all 3 tier towers, I think that they can mount up a defense to stop this Lord. Again, that's what they're going to have to do in order to get some breathing room and maybe decide on their choices a little bit better here.
Turkey, man. Fireflux. Wow. I mean, this could be it right here. Blacklist can defend. They have the ability to defend this Lord, but just the fact that so much is on the line, and this time Fireflux is taking this at a split approach. They're going into multiple towers at once, so there is no big set potential. Tanzi takes a lot of damage, though. Immortality does pop. The top tower does fall. Bottom tower as well. Lord still encroaching into the blacklist domain. Fireflux looking for another angle. They got another wave coming down the mid. Do they just back off here? I think it's a safe approach. They're playing the distance. Gotta watch out. Edward does have another I'm offended ready to go. Rosa into the backside. What is Rosa doing right now? Literally over the whole base. Finally, maybe going too deep. Pop the black shoes, but still able to walk away safely. Fireflux showing supremacy over the land of Dawn.
The tactics that we're seeing from Rosa at this point are so aggressive, and that's what Lilia could do. I'm actually surprised Blacklist International didn't do something to punish Rosa, but Rosa having that Purify is, I think, key here, right? Now, Blacklist International, kind of building off of what you said earlier, Trex, is that I think OBuff, we're getting into the late game. It's going to be dangerous, right? One item away from a full build. And then we can already see that Nana's 2 items away. So the power spikes could be coming here soon for the side of Blacklist International. I just think they really have to keep their strides down. This next Lord is going to make it or break it.
Yeah, we're definitely starting to see the damage. TNZ has to be very careful using that Violet Requiem, because if TNZ does not land on OBuff just shreds you down as you're sitting still with that ultimate. So as the game progresses, that ultimate becomes even more and more dangerous to use. TNZ has to be careful, and the rest of the team has to have his back. Rosa gonna steal away this orange buff. I mean, I still can't get over Rosa just walking behind the tower, taking double tower shots from both sides, just complete Chad. The gangster glasses came on, no worries, like a walk through the park. I thought Rosa was lagging for a second. I thought like the phone froze. I'm like, where are you going? Just all part of the plan, all part of the plan.
And I think that just goes to show Fireflux is trying to make Blacklist International make mistakes. If they would have went after Rosa, it would have split them apart once again and allowed the frontal force of Fireflux to apply that pressure in a Blacklist. But we see an engage.
Sensui continues to hold the front line, and Sensui's able to do that, right? They're able to kind of do this hit and run method here because they have Haji who can fill them up. The rest of the team doesn't have to commit. What they're doing is you send Sensui up, you wait for everyone to collapse on a Sensui, and then Edward gets the big I'm offended. You saw Edward kind of creep up behind them and look for it, then notice, no, they're not all there. I'm gonna back off. But now Fireflux does control the Lord Pit. Tienzi able to get the knockup, but Yue there. Tienzi takes a little bit too much damage, but there goes a huge Minoan Fury. Members of Blacklist are getting low, but Fireflux not able to finish them off. Here comes Alien with the dash in. Rosa there as well. 3 members of Blacklist have fallen. OBuff is gonna be next. It's nothing but Yue. He's done it before, but he's not gonna be able to do it today. Fireflux clearing the waves. Sunshine walking onto the base. Turkey has risen to stardom. Fireflux International with the miracle, the upset of GOF. They're here to play.
My mind is blown right now, Trex. They set in stone the rivalry. What in the world did we just witness here? Turkey being able to take out Blacklist International in the playoffs, and were they just sitting there? I would have been like spinning around in my chair.
Banging your head against the wall? I mean, yeah, Blacklist International, man, I mean, they tried, and the hard part about this is there's no lower bracket, right? You go home here. So these games mean so much, and they are just best of 3s. So whereas in a World Series, it's normally best of 5. And with the prize pool so high, stakes are even higher, especially with the way it's going. Take us through some of these replays, though.
Yeah, kind of looking at some of these replays. Again, Blacklist International trying to respond to a lot of Lord takes. But again, the Minnow Fury from Apex was just paired with the Violet Requiem was too much for Blacklist International. And you can kind of see, bam, right there, Violet Requiem into the Minnow Fury. And then watch Rosa, look at the flank, corralling them into Fireflux was just, it was crazy, mind-blowing plays here by Fireflux. And then you can see Alien here. He was like, should I hit the base? Nope, I'm getting you.
No, look, you can see the player cams I think it's either TNT or Apex 47. His hands are in there. He's like, yes, yes. You're not looking at him. I mean, I love it, man. These guys played so well. Did lose out in the group stage, but came back. Rosa is in shock. Rosa is like, just drops the headphones like, yeah, we did it. We're moving forward. But they're going to have a bigger opponent in the future of this bracket. But who would have thought? You know, you said 2-0. When we were talking, before we jumped on camera, you did say 2-0. I don't know if you said it for Fireflux, but you said 2-0. And it was a 2-0.
I'm not gonna lie, I definitely picked Blacklist International here, but again, it's anybody's game when it comes to the Phygital games. The diversity, what they bring to the Land of Dawn is just totally different than what we've seen in other international tournaments. And you can see Rosa, the aggressor, the menace, the monster, 207, 49% team damage. Are damaged out. Holy crap.
Yeah, today this little girl took out that little squirrel girl that we call
that
Mana.
Shorty Titan.
Was able to do it. And this has been, and it's so nice to see, because this has been a signature pick for Rosa for a while now. And I think a lot of us knew that maybe it's not super meta right now. Maybe it's not something that completely fits. But here, Rosa shows mastery over this hero and just dominates zoning, having the mid lane who can zone like that. And as you saw in the end, literally corral them into a spot so that Alien can get the finishing shots. It was honestly amazing.
It was, man, like, whoo! It was crazy. I seen the craziest plays by Rosa. Just aggression, the TPs, the powering up was just insane. And I'm glad that I was here to witness it. Future being made, Blacklist International being taken out of the Phygital games. And I think we're going to be going to a video here. We'll see you guys in a second.
We have a little bit longer for the video, honestly. I think we're still showing stats right now. Then we come back to us. Then we go to video. G, it's okay. I'm here. So we're going to be taking a look at some of these stats we saw. I mean, honestly, the stats don't do it justice, man. The stats don't do it justice. I still get over the fact that right now, Fireflux, Perky got the upset there. Just pure insanity. Blacklist going home. There's our video.
Send it off. Oh,
he said we.
Never mind.
We're still here. All right.
We're on ready. Dude, I'm sweating.
Всем привет! Это игры будущего. Это Казань Экспо. И это наше будущее. Вперед в это будущее, конечно же. А как иначе, у нас кузов старый, колеса новые. Но мы здесь совсем не за этим. Сегодня одна... Всем привет! Это игры будущего. Это Казань Экспо. И это наше будущее. Вперед в это будущее, конечно же. А как иначе, у нас кузов старый, колеса новые. Но мы здесь совсем не за этим. Сегодня одна...
How's it going, everybody? We're back. A little bit of a technical difficulties on the video there, but man, what a game that we just witnessed here. Futures, the game of the futures are living in the future here. Blacklist International being taken out by Fireflux. My boy Trex will be back here in just a second. This game, I don't know if you guys were on the edge of your seats, but I was. Dude, the crowd had to have been going wild. I personally did not suspect Fireflux to do this. And I'm just being real, right? I suspected Blacklist International to 2-0 Fireflux, but they've reversed it back on me. How you doing, Trex?
I'm doing well.
Welcome back.
I'm doing well. We had 3 minutes. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we're back. I had to go run around my house real fast and just be like, because, the game was crazy. I had to let off some steam, let off some energy. I feel much better now. What a game. I'm still speechless over that one.
Same. I mean, it just came down to Fireflux wanted it, right? Like, again, we were talking about it behind the scenes. The rivalry that Rosa built. You could see that Rosa was literally taunting Blacklist International as much as they could. And to see that was amazing, right? Like, it's wild that you're able to look your rival in the eyes and then take them down. Turkey. My God. This is what I was saying before. I mean, I'm glad that I didn't just build up their hype for nothing, honestly, because Fireflux has just made me a fan over the past year. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Blacklist. Ever since M3, you got to be a fan of the org. But like I said, you got to love an underdog story, and Fireflux continues to make chaos, to break the waves, to break the norm of what we see in Mobile Legends tournaments. So I'm excited for it. They're going to move on after this. We got some big games as well. We got Onyx up against RCC. I don't know if that one's going to be an upset. Whew. We'll find out. The biggest thing that we do know is that RCC is at the home turf, right? They're at their home turf. Onyx is not, and they're the last one standing. Can they pull an FF onto Onyx? That's what I want to know. Onyx, can you do it?
I don't know. I mean, we'll see. Either way, my vote's going towards Onyx. I think Onyx got this game. And what I'm excited for after that, if they do win, I'm excited for the FF versus Onyx game. Because right now, I'm team FF, man. I'm team Fireflux. I want to see them make it to the grand finals. But it's going to be the hardest road they ever had. Now, any last things about that last match? We saw Rosa definitely dominate. We saw Rosa be the star of the team. But I just feel like the whole team, even Alien, from top to bottom, Sunshine as well. Actually, I think that's the person to really lock onto, because Sunshine just showed up on the Claude both games in a row, and maybe wasn't always the star, but always very clean. Even getting the 1v1 kill against Ohab, who someone would debate as one of the greatest gold laners.
And you got to think about it. Like, Sunshine was setting up the playing field. We've seen on the very far right-hand side of that last match, he was pushing it so hard, and that initially was the wave that was left and was pushing the base there at the end. And of course, everybody was dead. It was 20 seconds or more on timers, but ultimately they were able to end quick because of that right lane push, and that was all to Sunshine. And that just goes to show that it's a team game, right? Like, yeah, you're able to make plays and be the big player in the mid lane, but then again, there's the little things that do matter as well. And I just think Fireflux brought everything they needed to take out Blacklist International, and it, again, huge upset in my book.
Yeah, so I mean, after this, we're going to be looking at Onyx versus RCC. You mentioned the fact that RCC is kind of last team standing on the home turf here. Daewoo showed up a little bit short. A lot of us thought that they would be maybe another possible third place finish at an international, maybe a second, maybe even a first. But now they take the shot short. And we have RCC, the team that a lot of us didn't really have our eyes on, moving forward. We got Troublemaker, we got Castle from the Umbrella Squad, who played in the wild card of M5. Troublemaker was the first one to debut the Gushin Petrify in M5 and just completely dominated with it. So we know there's some aggressiveness there. We know they like to have some pocket picks up there. Is it going to be enough, though, to take down the Titan of Onyx?
Listen, I didn't think Blacklist was going to get taken down, so I think anything's possible. It's the games of the future,
baby.
It's the games of the future. You never know what's going to happen. This is where it's made, right? And if anybody could do it, the only person that can at this point is RCC. So I want to see if they can, you know. Now, kind of going into what could they possibly do here against Onyx to possibly turn the tides into their favor here, Trex? Do you have any ideas?
I mean, they definitely need to try to deal. The thing about Onyx is they have this great blend of hyper aggressiveness, but they do know how to slow it down a little bit. So first things first is you got to deal with the pace of Onyx. You got to deal with the hero pool of Onyx. You got to deal with Kyrie, who even though it's maybe not an assassin meta, could make something insane like a Hayabusa work, right? Could make something crazy like that work. The Nolan was not picked or banned at all in the Fireflux versus Backlist game. I think that is something you definitely want to watch out for. You might not want to put something that aggressive and that hyper mechanical into the hands of Kyrie. It's something they're going to have to be careful for. So first things first is kind of approaching the draft.
Okay. I could see that. All right. So the draft, I'm kind of looking at like what past RCC has done, and they've played a little wild, right? They've brought a little bit of some interesting takes to the digital games, and one of them is going to be that we haven't really seen Kaja too often, and we also haven't been seeing Terizla too often, and both of those are some of the signature picks that they have brought into the digital game. So maybe we'll see them pop off, and again, that goes to show that anything's here when it comes to these teams. They just throw everything that they possibly can at you and can make it work.
Yeah, they need to definitely be prepared. So we mentioned RCC possibly having some POC picks, but also they need to be prepared of Onyx pocket pits, because I also said Troublemaker had a Agushin. Well, you know who had a much better Agushin? Sans in M5 pulled it out as well and was just destroyed teams with it. So it's almost kind of similar, but for me, Onyx like the big brother, right? Onyx is the more polished and better version. So RCC is going to need to definitely break some bounds. We have seen this other past bans. They've ban out the meta picks, right? They ban out the Joy, they ban out the Nolan, they ban out the Matilda. Nolan has never made it into a game so far for them into the playoffs. They banned it all 3 times against Team Flash yesterday. They always banned out the Joy as well. No, they were able to first pick Joy yesterday. They lost with it against Team Flash. So, I mean, there's definitely some possibilities for them there, but they have to be careful about what they leave open, because you let a player like Sans get something too meta, you let a player like Boots get something too meta, or you let a player like Kyrie get something crazy, you have to worry about it. The only thing, and then that's not even like taking into effect Ogwin or Keyboy. I mean, not Ogwin, or I mean, taking into effect Keyboy, who's known for getting crazy, insane sets. They're just an aggressive team, and it's going to be tough for RCC to try to get over that.
Yeah. And I mean, you just got to prepare for that, right? And I think the best approach for a team that is aggressive as like Onyx is that they just need to build a wall, like, and then just solidify it, right? And then be able to move that around into the river and control a lot of these team fights. And again, I always build up upon that. Right now, it does seem like the foundation of the game is that the first turtle takes are they're crucial, but again, they ultimately don't mean things until we get to about the 9-minute mark, right? That first Lord is very crucial, and we see some teams be able to just flip the switch and turn that around, but can we see RCC do that against someone like Onyx? And I feel like that is like the stepping stones that we have to watch out for.
So, I mean, with that being laid out, I think some of the matchups that I'm excited to see, like I said, Troublemaker up against Sans in the mid is definitely going to be something we have to keep our eyes on. Onyx is just a different beast, man. You know, when we go back to M5, a lot of people had them as the favorite. You want to see Lancelot? We saw some Lancelot in the group stage. We've seen a Rad pick up the Lancelot. We know that there's definitely a lot of viability for those assassin picks, and if there's any teams that are going to do it very well, it's definitely going to be the 2 Indonesian representatives.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see right now. And again, I looked at some of the past games, and it does look like Onyx there was only one time that we've seen Kyrie actually utilize a tactical hero, like more of like a tanky hero, utility hero, and then that was the Brats, right? And then all of the other times it was Nolan. So even if I seen a Nolan, I would love to see that, right? I want to see the key positioning that Onyx brings to the game, and how high of a level that they can bring it, and how RCC can find the responses to see if they can even handle what they are bringing to the field. And again, this is we're into the second stage of the playoffs here, which again are where things are made. The quarterfinals. We've seen RRQ Hoshi today, Burmese Ghouls, AP.Bren, Homeboys, and then a massive upset that just happened not long ago. Blacklist International versus Fireflux. Fireflux moving on. That again, a lot of stuff has happened today, and I'm just blown away.
You know what else is interesting? So in group stage, Onic, they had Sans up against Burnix Flash. Sans played the Vexana twice in a row. They won both games. Some other picks that we've been questioning, Onic has done very well on. Having the Ruby. They won both their games with it. We go back to their 2 games against Flash. They won one of them with Ruby. The next one, they didn't pick the Ruby. They gave it up. But still, Onic has been able to make some of those questionable picks that we've been seeing in playoffs work very well. So I don't know if RCC is going to want to give those picks over to Onic. It might be worth the contention or just worth the ban. They also went carry, won with that against Burnix Flash. Just overall had showed that even the picks that everyone else is using and not quite able to get down, we have mastered.
So I mean, that goes to show that they have that diverse ability to bring it to this field that we're seeing here. I think the biggest thing that we're seeing is that RCC is kind of new, right? They're new on the scene. They've made it a little bit farther than Blacklist International at this point. So it goes to show that they're here to fight.
Not yet.
And
they gotta win.
I mean, true.
They gotta win.
True.
They're at the same spot as Blacklist International.
I mean, but it's still a good go. It's still a good go. They're not out yet. So I want to see what they can bring. That I mean, there's not too much on them. That's why, you know, I mean, at this point, I would say they're almost like a dark horse, but I don't know. What's your take on that?
I definitely think they're a dark horse. I think, like I said, I think Onic has this game. I think it's definitely going to be tough for RCC. Yes, the possibilities are there. As we said, it's the games of future, baby. Anything can happen. This is the Phygital Arena. But RCC, it's going to take a lot, man. Onic are monsters. It would be the same, you know, I put Onic up there as top 2 finishes, right? Like, right up there with AP.Bren. And AP.Bren looks good right now. AP.Bren was able to get the better of Onic in the M5 World Championships. So, I mean, it's tough. I think RCC, it's not just going to be about draft. It's not just going to be about bans. It's going to be about gameplay. And Fireflux just showed us that even if you give up certain picks that maybe are meta, even if you get a little out of the meta and pick something comfortable for yourself, that might be your best bet against a team that you just know is a couple leagues stronger than you. Sometimes your best bet is to get back to comfort, get back to your team's basics, what you guys know how to rotate with, what you guys know how to play with, and try to bring that. So game 1, game 2 might be something we see from RCC.
Yeah, and again, it'd just come down to it that it's $1 million prize pool, right? You got to have the eye on the prize when you're dealing with these types of things. And I think RCC, they've had enough time to kind of prep and get ready for Onic, and maybe they're going to be able to bring something to the playing field. Now, the biggest difference right now, statistically wise, right, is Onic is looking really good. They're 2-0 right now versus RCC being 1-1, right? So statistically, I would say we're going to definitely see Onic moving on. But again, anything could possibly happen. And that's what I think me and you live for as being casters, right? We like seeing games go to threes. We like seeing crazy games like Fireflux taking out a major team. It's the games of the future, baby.
You tell him, Pete. That's what we want to see. Woo. But I don't know if we're going to see it this time. I had faith in Fireflux. We'll see. We'll see. If that happens, if RCC, this will be one of the most monumental, upsetting nights in Mobile Legends history right now.
Voltei.
And it would mean that there would only, no matter what, so let's just say if Onic lost this somehow, it means no matter what, there's not going to be a PH or there's not going to be an Indo team, because RQ and AP.Bren go up against each other up in the top side, which means if Onyx lost here, if both of the Endo and the PH reps lost tonight on this lower side of the bracket, it's definitely going to be a very different grand finals to what we've seen in a very long time. So let's just see how it happens. I think we still have a little bit more time until the next game comes in. Need a couple more things to talk about here. RCC. So we talked about Troublemaker a bit. We talked about Castle. I think Castle's one of the next people I want to talk about. But we do have the rosters up, and on Onyx, it's going to be Albert, Kyrie, Sans, Boots, and Kyrie. So Albert has been playing the gold lane. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Albert's been on the gold lane. Keyboy going to be in the roam position. And that's kind of, so we've known Albert as a jungler for so long. He's been in the gold lane for this tournament. He hasn't been doing bad at all. I wonder if this is going to be a permanent swap, or if Clay is just kind of backing up for a bit. It's definitely a question. For RCC, we have One Shot, Castle, Troublemaker, Wiser, and Koopy. Now, I'm pretty sure you've seen a few more of their games, G. Tell me a little bit about them.
So I want to say One Shot definitely lives up to his name, right? We've seen a couple one shots being pulled off by him, and we've also seen him be one shot. So we have to watch out. He is a little aggressive. So he does get caught a couple times, but he's also good at one-shotting. Now, the next one would be Troublemaker. He has some of the most MVPs in the playoffs right now. So that's something to not underlook, right? Troublemaker being into the mid lane. If I'm not, he's in the mid lane this time around. He also rolls in the jungle, apparently. The wild fact there. But in the mid lane right now, that goes to show, like, Nana, she a little Titan. If you put it into Troublemaker's hand, it's gonna leave some trouble on the field. So I want to see what Troublemaker does in this. One Shot also being able to pull off some crazy plays, some crazy takes in the jungle. I feel like that's the biggest things that we'll have to watch out for RCC. And again, I mean, we're going against Onyx. I want to see, to be honest, this is like, I want to see Kyrie be flashy, right? If there's anything in this game, I want to see Kyrie be flashy. I'd like to see the Godly Lance and work. And I've even seen, if I'm not mistaken, I wasn't casting in it, but I was watching it. But the Nolan plays were nasty too. So I can't wait to see what both teams bring. I think Troublemaker lives up to his name. I think One Shot definitely lives up to his name. But again, can they live up to their name against a team like Onyx?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough, even with the roster change, right? Even with Albert substituting for CW and everything, I think it's definitely up in the air. EXP lanes, Boots has always kind of been like, you know, a lot of people wonder, he's not always the player to kind of change the world, but he's a good EXP laner for the team. He's always willing to get there. He's always willing to push in. But with the current state of things, with the current state of the meta, it's not like what we saw in M5 where it's like dive EXP laners. It's not Charisma, it's not Lapu. It's more of like CC, Ruby, kind of more of, we're going to sit here and just sustain and be a front line. And I'm just wondering, how is he going to fit into that as we move forward through this bracket? Same thing with the rest of the team. Sans is normally a very aggressive mid laner. He wants to be in your face, but you take him and you don't put him on the Valentina. You don't put him on something that likes to jump around. You stick him on like a Nana where he just kind of has to be stationary. It's a little bit different. It's definitely just a different vibe overall for what we normally see from Onyx. So is Onyx going to just kind of break the mold and do what they want, or are they going to fit into this meta right now? That's going to be one of the main questions on me. And as we move forward into this bracket where they start having bigger and bigger challenges, that's where we're going to kind of see them push to the limit.
Yeah, and I think that's the best thing about the games of the future, right? It allows teams to build the foundations. I kind of like what you said earlier, is that like normally we have the M series and then we go on like a little bit of a break and teams are able to build upon the meta, learn it a little bit, but now they're being thrown into it real quick, right? And that goes to show that these teams are versatile. And I think Onyx, from what I've seen, has brought that versatility to the field. same thing with RCC. I've seen some of the games in the group stages. I did not suspect that they were going to do so well. But again, picking up some of the wildcard picks from Umbrella, I think has been one of the biggest key methods for them. Now, moving on to kind of what they like to play, we can kind of look at an ideal that we want to go here. I want to theorize real quick for us, Trex. Let's think about this.
Let's hope this is
Lucky boy.
No.
No, we
into
get player entrance
the
coming in.
stage.
We get to breathe. Boots, Keyboy, Kyrie on the jungle position.
Alguém mandou aqui uma
CW in the gold,
mensagem.
who is not participating right now, at least from what I
Lapada
know of.
Fica. É o Luizinho do Glau. Manda salve, Blink, sou seu fã.
Ex-jungler
Blink,
for
cara,
RRQ. I like to see him getting a bit more play time. OBuff
coming
onto the stage now. Super excited to see how these guys look.
Aí
How
os
the
caras
boys
entrando no
look right here. It is
palco,
going to be
pá.
Albert on the
Albert
stage.
vai
There's
jogar
Keyboy.
hoje,
There's
igual da
Kyrie,
outra
a fan
vez.
favorite
CW
from
aí tá no
everybody.
banco.
And they're going to be going up against RCC.
Tudo mesmo, Albert.
You're going to take a stop on the
Jogador
stage,
caro,
give
mostra
their
que você
bow,
veio pra
give their
jogar e não pra ficar em
hello,
ban.
show their respects to the stadium.
You know, you were asking like
Coitado
how
do
they
CW,
look.
mano.
They kind of look cold. I
Pô,
ain't
mas
gonna
o
lie. That guy got
CW é
the
muito
full
melhor que o
puffy
Albert
jacket
na
on. And it's,
Twitch.
I felt like I would be hot in there. I know I'm hot right now, so who knows? But they're looking good, walking on the stage proud. Onyx leading after them is RCC, and we can see Sox here. One shot, again, living up to his name. Definitely taking a couple one shots. Wiser coming in here. I like their jackets, I'm not gonna lie. Castle, I'm like a red and black fan, I don't
E
know.
agora vem a equipe da RCC, equipe da Rússia, né, representando a casa.
Cupi.
Será que a RCC vai dar trabalho, igual a Fireflux deu trabalho ali pra Blacklist, tanto que ganhou.
Royal Cybersports Club coming in, and they look ready, man. They look good. They're in their home court right now,
Look at
slapping hands, ready to play. They definitely look a bit more lively than what we saw from Onyx. They got a lot to live up here, though, as they walk onto the stage. Yes, it is smiles, but yes, they know this is going to be a game they have to play to their best ability. But this is what you want to see, right? You want to see the players come on stage confident, ready to go. They need that energy to feed them next, to feed them through these next few games.
That is true. And just to restate it, this stage is phenomenally looking. Like it's massive, and I don't know if that's a perspective thing, but both teams look really tiny on that stage, and I love to see it. I love the detail that was put into the Fidgetola games of the future, where we combine physical and digital into one. It's lovely. Now, kind of going back to what I was saying before we got led into these, the players going to the drafting phase, hopefully here soon, is theory. What do we think here? Do you think both teams aggressive? Do you think both teams tactical? What approach could either team go? I'm gonna, right out the get-go, I think RCC is gonna bring a little bit more of a tactical approach to Onyx.
I think Onyx definitely, the moment Onyx smells any blood in the water, they go for the choke point, right? Like it's going to possibly be similar to how the game one of Blacklist was against Fireflux, where like once Blacklist kind of noticed there was a little something they could go, they're going to start rotating faster, they're going to start moving faster, and that's what I think Onyx is going to bring in game one. If they win game one and it works, we go into game two and it's just the same exact thing. I think for RCC, they have two options, right? They can either play the long haul, try to slow down Onyx pace, or play their own pace and just try to counter maneuver. If Onyx is up top, we need to be down bottom and we need to do it better, right? So there's a lot of different variations they could go for here. I think RCC's best bet is kind of, come into this game a little bit slower, not try to play the over-aggressors, kind of feel out Onyx here, feel out what they're trying to bring, and see if you can get the better of them in some of these major objectives.
Yeah, and I also think that always comes down to studying the teams, Even though the draft phase is part of the game, and it's one of the crucial parts, it always does come down to the players themselves. What are their comfort picks? What do they fall upon when times get rough. And I think that's what RCC, like Onyx doesn't have on RCC, right? Is that there's only been a couple games that they could study, they could play against them. And I think that's what could be building them to be in the dark horse here, right? And I just ultimately think that if they have a couple options, they could either tactical or they could go risky. Do they risk it all against someone like Onyx?
And do they go for something very aggressive at the beginning, right? Do they go for something that has a crazy early game comp, right? Something that they can maybe try to bully. I mean, you could try to bait. You could maybe leave the Noland open, leave something like the Joy open.
Matilda.
Try to let that go into the hands of Kyrie, and then go for something where you can bully in. Maybe go for something like the Barat, something that you can kind of bully around. But it's definitely a tough call. You just kind of have to take it pick by pick at this point. I don't know if it's going to be tough coming against Onyx with like, all right, we already have a full draft planned out, because Onyx likes to get a little crazy sometimes in their drafts, especially game ones. They're not scared to test things out. They're not scared to try something different than what you've seen from them before.
Definitely. And I feel like that's what makes them number one, right? I mean, I was kind of going through their history, and then all I seen was 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1, first place. I was like, oh God, right? And then they got second place in M5, right? Like, what? I know you were watching M5. What was their overall factor that caused them to lose and to get second place in M5?
I mean, just small moments, right? I think the final factor was that bush check from Kyrie into the mid bush. That was like the final factor, right? So, I mean, taking it to the long game, can RCC kind of put pressure on them? I think it's a very different story in M5, right? You got 7 games. You've been playing for multiple hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to beat them while they're fresh, right? So, RCC... Can they apply the pressure? There's so many different options they could go at this. I think the honest to God truth is just, you just got to play better today, man. Because it's just a best of 3. You don't have time to mess around. You don't have time to test things. You don't have time to, you need to just be able that whatever you end up on that map with in your draft, you are ready to play your best. Don't get caught off guard. And I think it's also just kind of, do you have that grit, right? What do we say? Do you have that dog in you? Can they do what Fireflux did? Can they do what we've seen AP.Bren do? Can they win those team fights even when they're 2,000-3,000 gold deficit?
Yeah, and I mean, anybody could do it right now. I feel like the biggest difference between this MLBB and last meta would be is that it seems like it's more of a utility, right? Like, the jungle isn't as easy as they used to be. The Lord fights aren't as easy as they used to be. It's forcing people to make choices now that have high pack decisions, right? And I feel like that is what's kind of turning a lot of these teams upside down, and I kind of like to call it the flick of the switch, right? The flick of the switch is what kind of sets the moment in the game where everything just changes and leads into one direction of one team or the other. And you could have multiple flicks of the switches in a game. So I want to see them bring the dog. I want to see them bring the grit. And what better time to do it now
E os Pixibans estão na tela.
Finally, we enter the draft of Game 1. This is going to be the final series of the night, the final series of the quarterfinals, and I'm ready for it. I think everybody's ready for it. We're ready to see what happens as we move past this stage and closer to the grand finals. Oh, they like to hold us on the edge, G, man.
I'm over here like,
nope.
But I think all they did was switch the position in here.
From the Blacklist game, man. I'm still like,
I know.
Napkin. I'm like, all right. And now we're back into it. That's what it was. They're letting me rest a little bit. But here we go. First, Van Ruby from RCC. Now, I did mention, even though so many teams have done bad on the Ruby, Onyx did do well. Boots has been able to make it work. Keyboy has been able to make it work. So I think it could be a decent ban. It also does leave some things open, because that just kind of changes everything right there from what we've seen in the typical bans of first phase in the past.
Yeah, and I was kind of, when we were talking about if you could be risky or not, this is where you could be risky, right? RCC has first pick. If they can bait Onic into leaving Matilda open, that could be a key play, a key hero that RCC could utilize. Now, again, is it their comfort pick? Is it something that they can utilize over 100% of its potential, right?
I mean, if you're at this point, you better be able to utilize anything they give to you, right? Like you can't let a Matilda slip through. You can't let something like that slip through. You have to be able to use it, and if not, then that's why you're going to lose today, right? So I think it's not a question. It's just they have to execute it. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts here. This is where we're now in the quarterfinals. We're moving on towards a $100 prize pool. This is when everything's on the line. So yes, if RCC has a chance, they better pick up the Matilda and not give it over to Onic. Now Onic gonna ban out the Guinevere first. You know, I like your approach, though. Do we just leave a lot open? There goes the bans again. I'm sure they'll be back up in just a second. But Onic also, you know, their coaches, they're known to draft well. They're known to not be scared to leave a few things open. It's like, fine, if you want to leave the Matilda open, we'll leave these two open, you know? If you want to get crazy in the first phase of bans, let's get crazy. So I'm excited to see what they end up banning. They did ban the Gwynny. I'm wondering what else they're going to choose here.
Yeah, and I think that just goes to show that Onyx, like, they're pure animal. They're pure animal. And so with it being with Onyx being a pure animal here, I feel like that they like leaving bait, right? What better way to get your prey than to bait them? Kind of building off what you were saying.
I think we had a slight issue with the bans. We're gonna need just a second until we get everything back up. So yeah, they're gonna be rehosting the draft. I guess there was some sort of issue with the draft, maybe a mess up. Don't know exactly why, but my guess is it's normally something, either a connection issue, something to where someone couldn't ban correctly, someone couldn't draft correctly, maybe ping issues. We want to make sure that everything is fair for both teams. So they are going to be restarting that. So that gives us a little bit more time. A little bit more time to talk, G. We haven't had enough here, you know what I'm saying?
You know, my mic is stripped through here. No, I'm joking. Yeah, but going into this, we already seen like a little bit of what they were bringing into the draft. And if go into a redraft here, they're probably going to have to ban those two same heroes, right? We had Gwen and Ruby taken off the board. I can understand why Onic did the Gwen, right? Because always when the Gwen's open, it's first picked. And really, that Violet Requiem is just way too punishing for a team to let it just be there. So I like it. Like you were saying earlier, I like the Ruby being taken out. That goes to show that, again, even though it being a Ruby, it's a Ruby in the hands of Onic, you know, or in the hands of RCC. Again, that goes to show that these players, they know what they're doing.
I like it. So do we think, I think one of the things I'm most excited for is, hold on, let me just check something. I want to see, has Sans played the Nana yet? Has Sans played the Nana yet? Has he played any of like the more passive, like more stationary mages yet? That's something I'm wondering about real fast. Since we have time, I get to check.
Do you want him to?
I do. I want to see like how he runs, because in the past, like I said, he's normally like the Valentina's been something popular for him. So he played the Vexana against Burn X Flash twice. He played the Nana against Team Flash, and he played the Gord against Team Flash. So we have seen him play a lot of these stationary mages, and he's done very well so far. We've also seen Albert pick up the Harith twice against Team Flash, and
I was about to say that.
Against Burn X Flash, he did not run it, but we just can see the variety, and Onic has been one of the only teams to really like dominate with the Vexana as well, which I've seen it do pretty well overall in a lot of qualifiers around the world. We haven't seen it as prioed here, but it's definitely the Onic has up their sleeve against the right composition.
Yeah, definitely. And To be honest, I think these are the drafts that really they bring entertainment to the show, right? Like the Harith, like the dealing with a mage in the gold lane. Could you imagine the frustration on the other person's, like the other side? I know I'd be flustered because you wouldn't even, like, why would you want to deal with that, right? And of course, that's just something you have to learn to deal with. Now, again, they pick up some Lapus, and if I'm not mistaken, Lapu is actually alongside of Yu Zhong, I think has had a rough time in the win rate section, you know? But again, I think it always comes down to the players themselves. So seeing a Nana be picked up would be cool. Also, Nice, who was actually talking to me about this other day, is that they picked up a Gord. Like, that's also something I think we've only seen once throughout this whole competition. So again, I love that these teams are willing to play whatever it takes and kind of take some risks, but they're calculated.
Yeah, I mean, the Onyx so far, just their drafts in general have been a bit different than what we've seen from other teams, but they've been able to win games with it. Boost has been favoring some of the more M5-esque ESP laners, running the Lapu twice against Flash, and then running the Lapu and the Yu Zhong against Burn X Flash. But again, you could argue maybe those were easier games. Maybe they're still holding on to some things. A lot of teams that felt like in group stage weren't playing the meta as much, to whereas just like what we saw from like Fireflux, they ran the Nana twice in a row. Everyone's now, it's like, okay, now to pull out the big guns, right? Now to start doing things a bit different. So I wonder if we see like a completely different Onyx than what we saw in the group stage, or is that games that they're going to run? Are we going to see more Harith in the gold lane for Albert? Are we going to see some of those more off-brand picks for Onyx? Is that their final form, right?
Yeah, and speaking about final form, I kind of think that teams probably have a lot of things in their pocket, right, that they're not showing just yet. Because if they can make it even higher into the digital games of the future, then they'll be able to pull out something that is like a last resort. And it kind of looks like we might be getting into the drafting phase here. For hopefully the second to last time. I don't know, third to last time.
Okay, so here was the issue. Onyx was supposed to, so it was picks, I think that was the issue. It was picks, because earlier we saw RCC on the left side, and since Onyx, I'm guessing Onyx either, I don't know what the exact rules were, but my guess is maybe Onyx had prio over first pick, or they got to choose which one they wanted. But this time, Onyx will be on the blue side, able to get first ban, first pick. They take out the Faramis, and this time RCC already changing it up. They take out the Matilda.
Yeah, I thought maybe they'd re-ban, but I guess not. Again, hey, stuff happens. You never know. But to keep fair, the fairness of the tournament, I guess they just let everything reset here. Onyx responding with the Lilia. I think we've just seen how devastating the Lilia could be. That kind of goes to show that I actually wasn't really thinking about it, but I believe the Lilia is a great counter to the Nana. Because the moment that she utilizes the Melina Blitz, you can just shoes out, right? And then bam, 0 damage. Not even have to worry about it. I think it's a solid counter to it, and then it could be that Onyx wants to pick up the Nana.
Yeah, I mean, and you take out the Lilia, so I think it's definitely smart. There's definitely still some other options out there. Royal Cybersports Club, he's going to have to give up first pick, right? So that's another reason why you don't see Onyx banning out the Joy. You don't see Onyx banning out the Nolan. You don't have to, right? They're going to get first pick. So it's up to RCC to decide if, do we want to get rid of both of these? My guess is those are going to be the two bans we see, this Joy and then the Nolan next from them. Onyx, on the other hand, could kind of take whatever route they want here.
Yeah, I mean, they could ban the Navaria, they could ban the Nana, they could, you know, it seems like they are targeting Troublemaker at this point and just trying to whittle as much as they can into the mage lane. And I kind of, again, they could be setting themselves up to secure a pretty heavy mage into the first round here. And they are just... Boy, they are strategizing. There's the Navaria ban. Okay, so like, come on, dude.
You waited long enough. Pick your picks.
I know you know what you want. And so there it is. Yeah. What do you think's Onyx first pick gonna be?
I think if the Nolan gets left open, high chance we see that. They also did like the Ruby. We know Keyboy did well on it, so that could be up front as well. Nana's still open. No, there goes the Nolan. So big chance that we see. I think they might go for the Ruby, even though it hasn't done well with other teams. I think it's a solid first pick for them. Guinevere's. Forgot about Gwenny.
That leaves open Nana, Ruby, which is something
Nana,
we've
Ruby
seen actually. Yeah, we've seen that multiple times when a Guinevere is picked first, but sometimes it doesn't really work. So maybe they go on our lot. Maybe because like Ruby again is very situational. We haven't seen a lot of our lot, and I think it's mainly because it is kind of getting banned out. But there it is.
There it is. Good call. Our lot, Nana.
Let's go. I think so. I would say
right here. Maybe go for something like the Claude up front.
Claude, yeah, Claude would be probably a good go here.
Especially because you get the Purify, plus you get the BMI, so you're kind of pre-exemptively kind of dealing with the Guinevere and whatever else they bring. But they go for the carry instead.
What's that face, I'm just personally not a fan. I'm just not a fan. I guess maybe they're anticipating that Onyx is going to be going a bit more tanky because they have the Guinevere pick. But, and again, I think that's Guinevere really shines when they have that frontal line. They're able to jump in front of it, jump back, and then be safe, right? I think that's where the Guinevere does shine. So maybe Wiser trying to pick up the carry. Again, strong hero in someone's hands.
There's that Vex on.
You like this pick?
I like the Vex, man. I like the Vex. I'm surprised we're not seeing it as much. I'm glad that Onyx is like being like, yo, this is kind of meta right now. Y'all just sleeping on it. And I mean, it's CC once again. We got the Gwen, we got the Vex, we got the Ruby now. RCC could get crazy and go for something like the Diggy here.
Yeah.
But it's kind of squishy. I don't know if you want to be that squishy. And like, if you feel like you're as good as Onyx, yeah, pick the Diggy and just completely annihilate their composition. But if you're worried about that laning phase, it'd be a problem here.
Yeah, I would say probably at this point, I'm just what mage could you be possibly waiting to pick here is what I want to know. Like, you go for the Kai, but yet the Nana was still there. Banning out the Claude, I do respect that. And I'm guessing Onyx or RCC might ban it. I wouldn't know why RCC would ban it out, but Onyx will probably ban out the Nana if I had to imagine. It's like the only mage that's available at this point. I mean, you have Aurora, which could be a good go for this comp because our lot Aurora combo does you can sweep them right into Aurora, stun them, and then heavy spin them right into a wall. Yeah. Could be a good comp to run.
Maybe ban out the Nana, maybe the Minotaur as well, something like that, something very heavily CC based. They ban, I was gonna say, or the Diggy, because the Diggy just would destroy them. Like, if RCC were going to be able to play it well, that Diggy would have been a huge problem. So Onyx, like, let's just cover our bases. They didn't want to pick it then. We still don't want to leave it open. I think it's a solid ban.
Yeah. And again, I think that they're probably going to go Ruby Roam at that point. So they don't want to pick a Diggy at all. Because, I mean, a Diggy would also destroy RCC's comp.
Maybe they ban out... do they just keep focusing into gold here? Ban out Bruno, ban out Ixia, ban out Harith. I mean, yes, Onyx has lots of magic damage right now, but we've still seen them go for that, even when they are very stacked in magic. I think just heavily focusing out. No, they go for the CC.
I like it. The CC was definitely been a minute in the EXP lane, and depending on what they want to roll this R lot, be it Roam or EXP, could be a problem for them. Now for the side of Onyx, they're probably going to be, again, targeting maybe another mage. There's the Minnow ban. So there's just not a lot of tanks available. Again, I still think they could just go R-Lot Roam and then go focus into more of the EXP and maybe they could go export. That way they have that backline dive, you know, or they could go Yuzong for RCC, and I feel like that's what they're gonna need because we still don't know what Onyx gonna pick here.
Yeah, you definitely want something that can like dive onto Vex, right? Or can dive onto whatever gold laner Onyx picks. Because the thing about it, if you just have someone that kind of like moves in, kind of goes for the dash, it's a little tougher with Vex because that Terrify is a pain, man. You try to walk up to Vex and you're getting stopped in your tracks and shattered. They do go for the Tigreal on the side of RCC, and now it's going to be 2 more picks coming from Onyx here. They still need a gold, and most likely they need an XP. If it does end up being that the Ruby's gonna be in Rome, which it has been for them in the past, Keyboy has been playing it. So I think it's actually a decent play that RCC doesn't pick their Rome up. Whoa, Juan.
Hot take.
Hot take for sure.
Woo!
I'm not against it. And they pick up the Lapu for the EXP. How does RCC answer to that? Do they just do the same thing, pick up a really divey?
That's what I would go for. There it is. Phoveus. Hot takes from every side here.
Oh, wait. Phoveus mid? Phoveus mid?
It has to be.
Tigreal,
it has
Rome,
to be.
Arla,
it has to
EXP.
Be.
You wanted crazy. You got it.
First game, RCC versus Onyx. It is spicy. We're going to be heading into the land of dawn here. Man. Juan.
We got a Juan. We got a Phoveus mid. We got the full package here for the last series of the night. Both teams spicing it up. But the question on all of our minds is, can RCC make a miracle happen twice in one night? Fireflux able to get the upset against Blacklist. Can RCC do the same, G? It's definitely going to be a tough one. They picked a pretty outlandish composition. Is it the answer to their dreams, or will it be their demise?
I don't think anyone could have said enough synonyms until we got into the land of dawn. But we have the one, the only Trex on the casting desk. You gotta love it. Kind of looking at what we got here. This Phoveus mid, mind-blowing, is risky for RCC to pull this out, but could be what they need. Now, kind of looking at some of these win conditions here, RCC is definitely going to have to just farm the mid as much as possible, right? They're going to have to... Is that the crowd?
I was wondering, what is that white noise in the background? Is that the crowd? Uh-oh, Wiser, though. Not looking any wiser. Might take a hit. Oh, down he goes. Keyboy gets there just to secure it, and the crowd goes silent. No, they don't.
They are not giving up. I'm like over here trying to create some win conditions, and the crowd's like, who cares about your win conditions? Let's hype up RCC. Let's go. And we got the power-ups already happening. Haunting RCC.
I like it. I like it. So you were talking about win conditions. What do we see here? Who's got the early game? Who's got the mid? Who's got the late?
So if we're looking at what's going down, RCC, again, I feel like this Phoveus is going to be the riskiest take that we have here. Of course, it's going to shine into the mid to the late game against Onyx, but they're going to be missing that mage, that control, and I think that could be a problem. We see a Violet come in.
Oh, a lot of damage comes on a Castle. Castle taken out. That's 2-0 for the side of Onyx. The rotations are getting heavy.
Yeah, it looks like RCC, again, kind of building back off of what I was saying, they have to wait until this mid to the late game, right? They have the Tigreal, so they have the implosions, they have the team fight capability, but Onyx has the pressure. They have the grit, and you can already see.
Oh, the pin. One shot, forced to back off. Troublemaker comes in with the demonic force, able to dunk on top of Boots, move on to Kyrie, but now he's in between 4 members. He's stuck. Can he find a way out? Taking a little bit of damage. They do move on to Boots. Boots still okay, though. Able to flicker away. The Violent Requiem locks onto Castle. Castle goes down. Kyrie picking up the kill. Troublemaker, though, in trouble, too. They're not going to let him go. Keyboard with 1 health isn't scared, locks him up, and Boots puts the kill into his pocket.
4-0 at this point. Right now, Sans just powering up. Again, Onyx, they're really aggressive right now, 4-0. We can already see the crossbow being picked up by Albert. That's just going to give them more attack speed, and they don't even need to buy boots. That's why Wanwan's so great. And also, not only that, RCC has 2 tank heroes, right? You have the Kai, you have the Tigreal. So, again, RCC is going to have to rely on making sets and making plays against a team like Onyx. Here we go. This is what we wanted.
Nice pin on the Keyboy there. Should be able to get the kill. Finally putting the kill on the map. But in comes Kyrie. Gets the knockup onto 3 members, and they're all melted down and taken out. Boots able to get the double, and Sans picks up 1 as well. Just when RCC thought they had him, Onyx hits them back.
Boots is on fire. Just absolutely destroying it at this point. You can see the Lapu Lapu shining in this game. It's just, man, Onyx, they're well calculated at this point. Again, RCC, they were doing what I told that they needed to do, right? They needed to get picks. They needed to get plays. We can see it right here. The heavy spin into the wall, but the Violent Requiem, and then the Lapu Boots coming out of nowhere, just taking care of RCC.
Oh, Weiser might just be next. I mean, he didn't have to do all that. Boots didn't even need to do that. That was overkill. Like, listen, I got this. Boom. Let's come in, and now the choke point at the top. Weiser, once again, taken out. Nice implosion, though. Gonna try to get the push back. Able to take out Albert. He might just be next. Troublemaker up here. We got a slugfest here in the games of future. Troublemaker in trouble, though, under the tower. Back and forth he goes, but he's going to get stunned up and taken out. Boots getting the final punch in.
Where is Boots coming from? Is it the EXP lane all the way to the right? Like, he is just bringing shockwaves into RCC's comp at this point. Every time you would see an engage, he is there. His presence is just uncontested, and we're seeing the turtle going to RCC. It's a good take here, right? Economically, we do see that Onyx is controlling the board, but RCC is clapping back in some key areas.
They're not just controlling the board economically, they're controlling the board on the map. This jungle is theirs now. Onyx, Sans, and Keyboy are the captains of this ship.
Oh, God.
They do wait, though. Boots walks into the tri-bush, almost gets locked up there. They're able to fend him back, send him back to base. RCC at this point needs to buy some time. They got to get Troublemaker to where he needs to be. They got to get Weiser to where he needs to be. And he's 2 kills behind, and that's not what you want to see at 5 minutes in.
Kyrie over here trying to make some plays, but in the bot lane!
On the bot lane, Troublemaker comes in, but a crossbow goes off. Locks onto Castle, takes him out. Troublemaker keeps on fighting, pushes the demonic force, looking for one more hit, but can't find it. Sans locks him down. In the mid side as well, Kyrie just all over the place. Onyx giving no time to breathe.
Onyx is letting the dog out at this point. You said RCC needed to. Onyx bringing the pain right now. RCC, they just need to, I think they're putting too much onto the gas pedal right now.
Yeah, they need to slow down. You're up against Onyx, one of the most aggressive teams in the world. And Kyrie showing why under the tower, willing to take the death just for the kill. Looking rough for RCC, but that is a little bit of a win. I mean, at this point, when you're this far behind, a trade is not bad, especially if it's on the enemy jungler.
It is true, and we can kind of see something a little bit different here, picking up by Sans, right? They're building the anti-heal already, the Necklace of Durance, just to counter quite a bit of their team. I think it's to counter Troublemaker, the shield that he gets, as well as Castle's sustainability. So they're already planning against RCC. It is 12-3 in 7 minutes. Right now, I like the takes, right? RCC attempting to take the bottom lane, take that tower, take as much as you possibly can from Onyx at this point. It's still only the second turtle, if I'm not mistaken. So you still got a Lord. You got to find a place to fight. Look at Boots on the hunt, on the prowl for RCC.
Yeah. I mean, let's be real though. RCC does have big set potential, big play potential. They could pull off something crazy and try to turn this around. And this is what I keep saying. This is what differentiates the boys from the men. When you're 3, 4, 5K behind, can you make the play that matters? It's really going to come down to QP here. Can he get the set of his life?
It is true. And we've seen that in previous games. One implosion can make it or break it. But one thing that I got to point out is that Onyx, they're not really sticking together. They understand that there's a heavy spin on the board. They understand that there's an implosion on the board. And also, they have the final slash from Castle, right? So there's a lot of team control, though they're looking like they're going to stack up here to possibly take this top tower. What do they go for here?
RCC just playing defensive bout right now, kind of following them around, which normally I would say it'd be good to make your own plays on the board. But when you're this far behind, you're just trying to staunch the blood. You're just trying to stop them from taking more. And if that means kind of following them, huddling up under your towers, that's okay because they need to buy time.
It's all a strategic play. It's kind of like a little bit like chess, right? If you can keep your presence on the board, get your vision, and then, like you just said, kind of corral them. If they're corralling themselves to try to attack, just do the opposite. But if you keep it under the tower, then you have it's like 6 against 5, right? And the tower hits harder. And again, we have 13 seconds to the next Lord. This goes to show that we can see RCC is attempting to set the board, right? Onyx, I like it. This is what we see from a lot of teams, to stay mid, to control the pressure of the mid lane, and then take the Lord and collapse in on a team when you bait them. Does RCC take this little bait from Onyx?
You know, you mentioned anti-lifesteal earlier. We got the Necklace of Durance from Sans, and now we got the Sea Halberd from Albert as well. Albert wants Troublemaker to come in there. Albert wants Troublemaker to dive towards him so he can pop his second skill, CC away, you know, get the nullification, and then get the angle to pop the ultimate. And by then, he's already weakened you enough to where he can get the kill. So RCC needs to be careful about how they engage this. Albert had 3 items locked in already, had like a 1,200 gold lead over Weiser. It's going to be a while until Weiser can even output any major damage in this game.
That is true. So Weiser's going to definitely have to be on the back foot, right? And again, Carry's definitely that late game hero. So RCC looking to go the long haul. They need to try whatever they can. Do we see possibly a conceal play and do something here? But you can see the mid being controlled. Onyx kind of baiting the Lord at this point. This could be a good response. If they can take Sans, they might have a little bit of a play. The displacement.
Steal play, because they got to go for the top lane. Sans is taking his way up to the top side as RCC tries to encroach onto the bottom. Albert taking a lot of damage. They don't give him any space to breathe. Oh, wait, no! He makes it! He gets up to the top, flies to the sky, and gets a kill, but he's finally taken out. Troublemaker able to take him. Castle and Albert off the field, and the next fall is Weiser. But Troublemaker still causing trouble, making mayhem. Kyrie on the run, but Troublemaker doesn't want to let him get away. QP taken out from Sans, though. Sans is making it back to the fight. Onyx is re-engaging. Troublemaker in trouble once again. Kyrie forced to flicker back, but the rest of the team is there to finish the job that he started. Troublemaker gone. Nothing but one shot on the map. It's a 4-for-1 trade in the favor of Onyx.
Man, Albert able to get that crossbow attack off just in time. Like 1 HP.
I know.
And
I thought he was gone.
So did I. He was gone. He was gone. He's in the sky. Watch it here. It was literally 1 HP, and then bam! Ooh. Albert online. Crossbow Tang engaged. RCC now on the run. And Kyrie being chased here, just putting the pressure on to RCC. And then look, the team came behind Kyrie.
Deixa o like aí, beleza?
Not leaving a man behind. Whew.
They turned that, and for a second it felt like RCC could take that fight, could take that win if they could have just got the kill onto Albert, but those are shoulda, coulda, wouldas, and it's only close and horseshoes and hand grenades. This is Mobile Legends right here. You can't have close calls. You got to be able to finish the job, and RCC wasn't able to do it, and that's what Onyx is here to do now.
Yeah, and Onyx 16-4. They're looking to take out as much as they possibly can with this Lord. And you can already see it. If they're able to take out some of these tier 3 inhibitors that are left standing on the base, it's going to be a huge play, and they've utilized this Lord to the fullest. Now, RCC looking like they're mounting a great defense. Again, we're getting into the 13-minute mark. Could be a little bit of a tide turner. We've seen one tick and implosion turn the tides on a Lord push like this.
A nice knock up onto the back line. Going to send Castle back to the fountain to get some health. One shot. Going to try to zone things away. The Lord still at 50% health. Onyx changing route, moving up to the top side. They're not going to try to fully engage in. They just came here for inhibitors. It's first Lord, and that is a good push in my book. Onyx could stop here if they wanted to, but they're still keeping it aggressive. They're holding a lead of about 8,000 gold. They can do this if they want, as long as they're careful for QP.
Yeah, and I think we'll see if they possibly engage. They're peeling.
I'm offended on a one shot. One shot gets pulled up. Troublemaker into the backside once again with the demonic force, trying to lock onto Boots. Boots unfazed, gets the stun on the Troublemaker himself. While this is happening, Kyrie up in the top side takes an inhibitor. Castle tries to lock onto him as Troublemaker still causes mayhem in the mid side. Locking onto Boots, but now he's alone. He's left QP on his own. QP there to back up. Onyx got what they came for. All they lost was Albert.
I mean, that's a good go. First Lord, 2 inhibitors down, mid lane inhibitor almost down, like halfway HP, like crazy. I mean, Onyx looking really good.
Out of that orange buff too. Pops the emote as he's walking away. Disgusting.
No, it's like that cherry on top. They're just doing them dirty. RCC, what they really need to do, they're doing decent. They had an implosion, but Onyx just replied so well. And again, I do think that they're being baited out of their base at this point. Onyx is like kind of slowly freezing lanes, keeping them at bay. 8 seconds to the next Lord, which is why that we see RCC. They know this is make it or break it for them right here in round 1. They have to contest this Lord somehow, some way, do something.
Boy. Watch for Keyboy here. Watch for Keyboy here. One shot is able to get the heavy spin off, but that is the utility gone right before the Lord fight. RCC needs to buy some time as QP tries to find an angle, but Sans and Keyboy are there to keep them away. Royal Cyber Sport Club is just unable to do anything here. I think they just got to clear waves, go back to base, but wait, no. Keyboy, you're not going back to base. I'm going to get the I'm offended. I'm going to pull you in, the terrify, the knockup, and the destruction is there. The crossbow of Tang locks onto QP. They're going to secure the kill. Onyx gets the Lord, and one more along with it. Onyx not going to slow down. We got no breaks here. There's minions on your base, and we are ready to fight.
Look at Sans. Huge pressure. Just right there in the mid. The Lord's going to be barreling down. RCC going to have to mount up the greatest defense of their life at this point. Onyx, the dog!
Oh, there it is, Keyboy with the flicker in. Was it a good play? Only time will tell, because Troublemaker is back out. He's locking on to Albert. He takes him down with a dunk to the face. Castle now on the run as Troublemaker has ran out of the demonic force. He's going to get knocked up, tossed up. The violent requiem, the damage. Troublemaker just trying to get away, but he can't do it today. Boots finds the monster kill. The Lord still coming in. Royal Cyber Esports Club needs to find an answer here. Weiser still on the map with no damage dealer like Albert left. Onyx has to be careful the way they go in on this. Kyrie, nobody has an ultimate except for Keyboy, so Onyx decides to back off.
Yeah, this is, I mean, Onyx at this point, insane. But again, I was surprised that RCC was able to defend that, right? That was such a great play by Troublemaker to be able to lock down Albert, and that gave RCC time to breathe. This is the moment that they need to utilize to capitalize on. And again, if they could possibly take a Lord, that would give them even more breathing room. Onyx needs to keep the pressure up. You have the gold lead. You might want to take out Troublemaker because he's causing a bit of trouble.
Yeah, look at his items right now. He's one item away from being fully stacked. This is where Royal Cyber Esports Club needed to be.
Exactly. And again, what a game. RCC not going down without a fight. Even it being 19-6. Right now, Onyx, again, kind of freezing up the lanes. I like what they're doing here. They're controlling the Lord pits. And RCC, again, they're just trying to get as much as they can, kind of taking a look at some of the items, something that could be a key factor here. Again, Wanwan still doesn't even need boots at this point, which is a huge plus for them, but you got to watch out. We see that Wiser is now online. All items secured, Malefic Roar, Demon Hunter, Golden Staff, and Rose Gold Meter, which will allow them to survive in a fight if need be. Kind of looking at, we see immortalities being picked up by both sides, so it's going to be a battle, a strategic battle on who can get who. We're getting into the late game. Troublemaker actually dealing damage now with a dashy team that Onyx has. The Lord is now the target. Do we see Onyx maybe attempt a backdoor, or do we just completely fight over this Lord?
I think we got to fight over the Lord. Now, you were talking about the build on Wiser. War Barbie would be a happy man right now. He hated the tank build on the carry. Well, Wiser is bringing in the damage right now, and it does seem to be working out a little bit, but that means Wiser has to be careful. Could easily get one-shotted by Sans, could easily get taken out by Albert, or even Boots, if Boots is able to lock on to the back line with the bravest fighter. But here comes Keyboy, flickers in, use it all just for Castle, and they find it. That's one down, and I think it's worth it, especially before a Lord. But here comes Troublemaker, causing trouble once again to the backside. Pops Winter Truncheon, still able to hold up, but Boots comes in delayed, and Albert finds the kill. The implosion onto two members, but might not be enough. RCC on the run. Albert holding the front line. Does take a little bit of damage. Wiser has to run away. Albert able to find the double kill. Can he make it a triple? Yes. Albert now holding the front line, looking for QP, looking for the Maniac, looking to finish things off the right way. The immortality pops, and they're not going to waste any time. A Maniac for Albert to seal game number one.
Whew. What a battle. Onyx taking down RCC in round one here. To be honest, I gotta give it up to RCC. They actually put up a decent fight, right? Like they didn't let Onyx just completely control them. They didn't allow them to completely push them back to their base. Again, I like it when teams don't turtle up and they actually give it an attempt. The good old-fashioned college try is what I like to call it, and that's what they did.
And Steph, I mean, the fact that they were even able to defend some of those pushes from Onyx, make it that far, speaks volumes and shows that maybe they do have it in them to take a game. Maybe, just maybe, they have it in them to take something more than that. I think they just need to be able to keep up with the laning phase at this point. Let's take a look at these replays though, G.
Yeah, I mean, we can see, one thing I gotta point out here is Boots. Just an absolute menace. You never know where he's going to come from. But again, we can kind of see Troublemaker causing a little bit of trouble into Onyx lineup there. And there it is again. Look, we can see Keyboy getting locked down. That was a little bit earlier. But again, they bit a little bit too much and overstayed. And then there's Boots coming in from the right flank with the bravest fighter just going crazy. It was just, man. Onyx came to fight. RCC didn't go down without swinging. And I mean, I think at one point Onyx actually started to respect it, but this was a turning point right here. Albert able to hit the crossbow of Tang and change the tide of that battle. Even though he does fall, he set up his team to be able to take them out. Kyrie on the run, trying to get a reposition, but Onyx not letting up. And then you can see that they kind of get corralled and collapsed on. Boots coming in to help Kyrie and take care of Troublemaker. We can see that Onyx just had the upper hand here. Again, RCC never went down swinging, or they didn't go down without swinging. And I just got to give it up to them. I mean, against the team like Onyx, it was a good show. They definitely didn't play peaceful. And man, Onyx just controlling the game.
I feel like if they could have taken the early game a little bit slower, if they could have delayed Onyx scaling, there was definitely some possibilities there. Because even at the end here, when they were getting some kills, they were behind a lot. They were behind like 7, 8K gold and still able to win out on some fights there. Sans is going to be the MVP there as Onyx takes game number 1. Sans definitely did an amazing job overall. It was definitely, it was a toss-up. All of them did so good, from Boots to Kyrie to Albert getting all those crossbow tangs off. I mean, it was definitely a chaotic battle, but Sans, a well-deserved MVP.
100%. A chaotic battle was a little, that was a war. That was Onyx and CC going at it. And then we can see Sans getting the MVP, 4-0-16. To be honest, I got to give it up to all of the team, right? Sans definitely securing it. The Vexana is just something you don't want to mess with. The early stage pickup, the Necklace of Durance, definitely set the stage for that mid to late game that allowed them to negate a decent bit of what Troublemaker was bringing to the field to try to counter the Wanwan. So again, both sides were battling it out, but Onyx coming out on top.
Most definitely. This is the rumble in the jungle right here. This is the George Foreman versus Muhammad Ali. This is the slugfest we didn't know we wanted at all, because these guys are throwing blows. And I said it, man. I said, yes, you could try to take the early game aggression, but Onyx is the king of early game aggression. Oof. They're always going to try to push the envelope. And I think RCC had the right idea. Let's go for something that scales. Let's go for something late game. And I think they could go for something similar again. They just have to do better at stop the bleeding. Let's take a look at some of these stats, though. Overall, huge team fight participation from everybody. Troublemaker on the bot side
41%.
With 41% damage. And so, overall, the pick wasn't bad. I think he just needed to hit his peak a bit earlier.
Yeah, and I think that just goes to show, like what you were saying, the early aggression by RCC it was like their ultimate downfall. Yeah, I suspected that, maybe you fight aggression with aggression, but at some point after those first couple, when you had the heavy spin and you locked, I think it was a Keyboy. Keyboy was locked against the wall, then they took Keyboy out.
Took 3 of them out. Disgusting.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then Boots coming out of nowhere and taking them out. I think that was the point where RCC probably should have let's hold up. Like that, we tried to handle their aggression with our aggression, and it just went downhill from there, because you lost your jungle, you lost your mid lane, you lost quite a bit there. Now you have to reset, right? And I think that's where RCC has to kind of just take a tactical approach to someone like Onyx.
Yeah, so I think as they come into game number 2, there's a couple major points, right? You got to slow down a little bit. Don't try to have a fight of violence in the laning phase. And I think another very important thing is keep your eyes on Boots, man. They got to keep up with his rotations, because we saw he was all over the place. Literally within the first 2 minutes, he's in the middle of the map. He's on the other side of the map. They have to keep tabs on him, because he's going to consistently try to tip the scales into the favor of Onyx by making it a 4v3, by making it a 4v2, by making it a 5v4. Always trying to be a numbers man. And Boots has been on fire that last game, and I think we got a lot more to see of it.
I think so as well. I mean, we'll have to definitely see. I think Kyrie on the carry or on the Guinevere was just insane. It was a pick that controlled quite a few of those fights and gave Onyx the CC that they needed, right? And then also the Wanwan pick. To be honest, both teams threw us for a loop there at the end. We had a Wanwan come out of nowhere, and then we had a mid lane Phobius. We're in the playoffs. They are firing shots left and right here, and you don't know what they'll go with next. I mean, that was the first time I've seen. Crazy. Yeah, exactly. But is this the time RCC takes the risk? I like the risk, but I think it has to be a little bit more calculated in the gameplay.
Yeah. I think they've shown that they can go for something like I said. I don't think once we saw the draft in action, I don't think that was the issue, man. I think it was a well chosen pick there that caught Onyx off guard a bit. And if they could have executed, like you said, better, it could have been game changing. It could have been that was such a great pick, the possibility was there. it just, Onyx knew what their win condition was. All right, they need to get to late game. They need to hit those spikes. They need to get those items in. That's when they start to beat us. So what do? We get hyper aggressive, force them, make them think they want to get aggressive back with us, and then just pick them apart in the laning phase, get a strong 5, 6, 7K gold, and try to clean things up early. And RCC almost had the opportunity, right? They almost had the chance, but it slipped out of their fingertips there. Onyx stayed in control the whole time, just textbook execution, knew what their win condition was, and executed it perfectly.
They did. And I think some of the turning points that might have been a little bit favor for RCC, if they would have been able to kill Albert and that pick in the bottom lane, then I think they could have scaled a little bit, right? Like, but that 1 HP crossbow of Tang was just insane. Right, like, so I think it's just, it comes down to those small little minuscule plays that could have really been tide changers for RCT. Again, I like that they never gave up. They always had the goal in mind, which is attempting to try to beat Onyx, and they kept approaching Lords. Coming into this next game, like I'm saying, they just need, I like that their draft was nice, right? It countered, it did what they needed to do, kind of set Onyx off guard. Onyx kind of, flexing themselves in game, right? And then at some point they stopped that. And I think that was because they had to respect the grit that RCC brought into the playing field. That you've seen that they were aggressive, like even if Onyx was aggressive, RCC was aggressive. So we see some respect, but coming into the next game, I think a little tactical play could go a little bit farther, right? And just maybe even vision, like you were saying.
Yeah, they definitely need vision. I mean, Castle, EXP, RCC has to be able to keep up with Boots. And Boots is definitely like a world-class EXP laner, right? Second place world champion. Against teams like AP.Bren, Blacklist, some of the top teams, he's maybe not as critical, he's not like the #1 player on Team Onyx, but he still knows how to make moves. He's been more proactive than I've seen him in a long time. I feel like this game, he played wonderfully, man. He played better. Like, I don't know if it's just because they're up against RCC or what it is, but he definitely showed up today. And if Castle does not keep up with him, I don't care if you just got to follow him around, but cannot let Boots just rain havoc randomly. If they don't have vision on Boots, he's going to continue to get those big backline dives. We've seen him pick up these heroes from group stage to now, where he likes to be able to come in, be the surprise factor, be the person that you don't expect coming. And if they're able to do that, they're going to continue to win the laning phase. They're going to continue to win the mid game.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, it was even wild. I don't know if you did, but I didn't even see Boots come out of nowhere. He just, like, that guy got some boots on him, for sure. He put the boots to the dirt, and he was in the mid lane faster than I knew it. But without further ado, let's get into the second drafting phase here, Trex. We already see the Ruby being banned. I think, do you think the Ruby was actually a playmaker?
Yes, Key Boy on the Ruby's scary. I think it was very viable. I think with the heavy CC that Onyx has been pulling, the chain CC combinations, I think it's very well done. What else I like about these bans already is we know we're gonna have a very different game than we saw last time, because the Ruby's gone and the Guinevere's gone, and that means we already have 2 picks that we're definitely not gonna see from last time. And we saw, remember the mess up draft where they were on the wrong sides? RCC banned out the Ruby before. That was their initial intention if they had first pick, so they're sticking with that. Onyx gonna take out the Gwen. Now RCC needs to respond again. Last time they banned out the Nolan and the Joy. I'm wondering if they're gonna wanna leave something like that open and how Onyx responds to it.
Yeah, I mean, so the CC going, they're just targeting Boots and a little bit of Keyboy here. Again, they just don't want to see a CC out on the playing field. We've seen how devastating it can be. Now RCC, what could they possibly be setting up here? Again, we're still only a couple of bans in. The Matilda's still available. I mean, you could opt to go for the Claude first, but I don't think you're gonna do that. The Claude's normally like the second pick phase. I mean, at some point they could have went the Nana. I mean, there's just so many good picks in this meta. First picks though.
I don't know. I think so. It kind of depends on how these bans come. Like we said, we still have Matilda, Nolan, Joy open. Novaria still open, which that just got banned out, which means at this point, Matilda, Nolan, or Joy are going to get left open for sure. There's only 2 more bans left, and those have been some of the hot takeaways for a lot of teams. You mentioned the Claude. I think RCC does need to secure a gold laner up front. One of the problems last time was that they got put on the carry. Onic also was a little bit, I mean, I think the carry's not it. I think they need something with a little more range. You don't want to be, I think they need to make sure they have some distance from Onic and be able to kind of play things safe. And they need something that maybe scales a little bit faster to deal with the pace of Onic here. Now, Onic has 1 more ban, and I think it comes down to either the Matilda or the Nolan, or they leave both open, right? I think there's a high chance they leave both open maybe and go for the trade. Because I feel like they'd be good with either one. They'd be happy with either one.
Like, because in the long run, they just handled aggression with aggression and won. So why, I mean, Matilda would be the manifestation of aggression and you know, defense, you know? So I think that's what they're strategically thinking at this point. Do we leave the Matilda open? Do we see it in playoffs? And what are we going to go with? And
there it is. They leave Nolan, Matilda open. Nolan, Matilda open. What does RCC take? Do they, here's the question, right? Do they risk letting Keyboy have the Nolan and take the Matilda? Or do they risk Kyrie getting the Nolan, or do they risk Keyboy getting the Matilda? They have to take one of them, because if they give both of those over, it's juice.
Yeah. I mean, 100%. Like,
I think you go for the Matilda, right? You go for the Matilda.
No, they go Nolan.
They go for the Nolan.
You're just gonna give.
I mean, I was gonna say go for the Matilda, let Kyrie get the Nolan, and then pick up something like the Barats and try to bully. You know, pick up something very tanky in your jungle and try to just try to instantly invade. But they go for the Nolan. I mean, Kyrie's a scary guy, man. Even though he's got a pretty face, but he's a scary guy. I mean, he's one of the most mechanical jungle. He is the most mechanically gifted jungler in the world, in my opinion. And I don't know if I'd want to go against him while he has Nolan.
Even if he only had one hand?
Well, now it's Matilda. Do they just go for like the Matilda and the maybe Matilda and even the Vex again or something? Yeah, Matilda, Vex, Matilda, or Matilda Nana. Matilda Nana.
Ooh.
Matilda Nana is tough. Like, Nana can be a problem when you're playing Nolan, man.
Yeah, 100%.
If you don't come at the right angle, okay.
Troublemaker is a menace on the Faramis, which we've seen the Faramis get banned out by Onic last time. So, and they pick up the R lot. This could be good, because the one thing about Nolan is that he is squishy. So if you have that R lot for the Nether Realm, you'll have that extra survivability in some of those team fights. Now, the next response would be, what do they want to go for in the jungle, or in the roam, I mean, for the side of RCC, and then in the jungle of Onic here. I mean, at this point, they could fight aggression with aggression, go Martis.
I don't know. I feel like, Kyrie's not unheard of to just pick up a utility jungler. And with a Nana, imagine, I mean, Nana, you could go, I mean, and they're going to last pick it, because he can pick whatever at this point, really.
Fanny.
So you have Nana, Matilda, and then something like a Barat, something like an Akai, something like a Fredrin, anything aggressive can easily come in and really hurt a Nolan, man. That is a dangerous trio of mid trying to get to your jungle. Add that up with a Lapu, a Boots rotating Lapu all over the map again. I see Onic being very aggressive in the laning phase here.
Yeah, and the combination of Matilda and Brats are pretty good, because the little dino just can't travel very fast. So if you have if you have Matilda with you, you're just like a flying dino at that.
Yeah,
Could you
imagine
a flying Rex?
Yeah, man, I wish. I wish I had a Matilda.
But getting into the second banning phase here, we do see that the Brats and then the Harith. I like that, right? Because they could, you know, it's not a lot of magic damage, but it could be a good go against the comp that they have here. So I like it. Get rid of the minnow. Trying to get rid of a lot of the sustain. Also getting rid of the box. Yeah, they are forcing him to go assassin.
Yeah, but I think they should have banned the Claude here. Claude hurts against the Faramis, man, and I most likely it's what we see as the first pick from Onyx here, the Claude pickup to deal with the Faramis. But yeah, I mean, he still has Fred. He still has so many options. There's the Fred.
There's Fred.
They don't go Claude.
Fred and Claude. I think they will.
If I'm RCC, I pick up the Claude here to make sure they don't counter me.
True. Because you don't want to rock the carry again.
You definitely don't want to rock the carry again.
I'm just being straightforward here.
Yeah, against a Nana and a Matilda, where like you're just constantly out of range against Matilda. Like, nah, man. No, you need. I think the Claude works great because you get the dash, you get the BMI, you get the Purify. You have ways to deal with everything that Onyx bringing. So
and then you could just go to the Tig again.
To lock on. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Kaja Rome. Yeah, I mean,
I'm also
saying Brody. Okay.
Huh.
That's
picks up the
how we're living right now.
That's how we're living right now.
How we're living. Yeah. I mean, if they might not pick up the Claw, but that's probably your best bet. That's your best counter to the Faramis right now. But I want to talk about the Kaja and the Faramis mid right here. It's squishy, man. Yeah. Yes, you have some movement, but you're up against a very aggressive mid from Onyx, and you just felt the pressure of Onyx laning phase. And you're risking a lot here, man. You're risking a lot for that. Yes, you do have some grab, like you have some ability, you have the CD suppression. They go for the Clint. At this point, I think Onyx just like, yeah, okay. Not gonna lie.
I'm surprised they didn't go Layla.
Okay, fair. All right. There's some possibilities there for the side of RCC. I definitely think Onyx, in my opinion, I think Onyx has the better draft here. They definitely came out on top. RCC, though, they do have some potential still. They have the Cult Altar. Onyx decided not to go for the typical Claude counter to it. They also have some heavy suppression. So let's see if they can pull it off. This is going to be match point for Onyx. Royal Cyber Esports Clubs have their backs against the wall once again in the quarterfinals, looking to take this to a game number 3. Is it going to be possible, or Onyx move forward?
It is true, and we can kind of get into some win conditions here as we're moving on to the Land of Dawn. I kind of want to emphasize something here, right? Like, I think what they're attempting to do here is to possibly catch Sans with the Kaja, because that's the hardest part, is to being able to secure the Nana and take the Nana out. Also, if RCC could bully Keyboy, that also could be another aspect that RCC wants to go for. Now, Onyx, they're just here to apply as much pressure as they possibly can. 3 on to Keyboy, though.
Go back. Okay, all right. That might stop him from wanting to come into your jungle again, so it's a good play by RCC, and that's the damage we know from that Nolan.
This is what I was kind of specifying, right? If they're able to just constantly keep applying pressure onto Keyboy, Matilda, a little squishy into the early age, and you can kind of see that RCC not losing that fire that they had, that they brought into the first game, though it only being the first kill. Onyx, they really need to they need to focus, right? I mean, they're always focused. What am I saying? Boots already controlling the top lane here, but they did just lose one person into the early stage. If they're able to utilize the Matilda paired with the Clint, and then Boots just do what he did last time, right? If he's able to just out-rotate Castle at this point, could be a main problem for RCT.
And as long as One Shot can keep making these fast rotations, try to get the upper hand here. He's already cleared out his whole jungle. 17 seconds till the turtle. Got to keep our eyes on Castle as well. This time Boots, you know, he's able to keep this wave back, and Castle was trying to do the same thing, but if Boots can kind of deny Castle this, no, Castle able to get the last shot there, able to make sure he gets all the XP he needs.
Yeah, and I mean, first turtle coming up right now. We see that One Shot definitely needs his blue to be able to contest this turtle. But Keyboy, look, the vision. This is the vision. You Koopy just kind of fighting Sans in the mid, not really giving vision. And then we see a turtle take possibly going down here.
Oh, wait, what happened? Sans got a kill onto one shot there. That is huge. And now Boots gonna lock on to Troublemaker here. RCC in shambles. He must have got the full combo off. Sans must have got the Molina, the Blitz,
I was like, he got the blue
whole
buff
package. He got everything down, and that is a bad death for one shot.
Look at Sans just hopping around. Wiser!
Oh God, Wiser in a little bit of trouble, able to get the knockback. Oh, the Molina locks on. Kyrie smells the blood, pulled back, not able to get it down, but Keyboy is there to pick up the kill. QP tried to save the day, but that's a lot of damage onto several members. Royal Cyber Esports looking for a kill here. Kyrie on the run, they're not able to find one. A nice transformation onto QP there. Taunt comes in, a little bit of damage. Kyrie goes down, one shot, picks up the kill. It's 2-2 right now, and the slugfest does not end.
Wow, Koopy able to find Keyboy there. Surprised he just let him go. And again, yes, it is a slugfest. And RCC not giving up. I like it. Again, they're not pushing too hard on the gas like they were last time. They're actually taking tactical kills here and going about it. But the same comes back from Onyx, right? That Melina's Blitz that was able to secure the kill onto one shot was rough. That is not what you want to see your jungle in the beginning, because you are controlling the lead a little bit. And I think that really set the moment.
Oh, a lot of damage on Wiser. Wiser goes down. Keyboy able to find the kill. QP forced to run away. Onyx taking the better blow, and that's that fight.
Contra RCC,
right now, I think RCC needs to find a some type of reply to Sans. Like, I don't know, it be keep that mid lane pushing, or maybe try to pop the passive. They're gonna have to do something against Sans, because he is just controlling and rotating like a menace.
Primeira partida foi stomp, mano.
I mean, all of them, they're everywhere. Both teams just going at it.
God.
QP gonna get the pull back onto Albert. Albert taking a lot of damage. Can he get away from this? No, one shot, gonna pick up the kill. Hit him with the one shot. They're gonna trade that for Turtle. RCC gonna go for the gold plate in here. They give up the Turtle, but I think it's a fair trade as the gold is starting to even out. RCC trying to get the lead. Oh, Keyboy in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna get taken out as well. Royal Cyber Esports Club still in this game. They've taken the first tower. Kyrie onto two members looking for QP. Doesn't use the Appraiser's Wrath. He's going to get pulled back from Troublemaker there. Wiser. Oh, Kyrie finds and dashes through the wall. Castle finds Sans, though. It's back and forth once again. They're locked down and Castle's taken out. It's 5 minutes.
This is a KO match from both sides, each side not giving up. I gotta give it up to RCC though. They were able to take out a tower, though they did lose a couple lives in the meantime. And taking a look at some of the items here, that's how Boots is able to rotate so fast. He has that Hunter Strike in the early, and the crowd is just going wild, Trex.
They are definitely going wild. I think everyone around the world is going wild right now. This is Games of Future. We keep it physical, we keep it digital. RCC putting up the fight we didn't know they had in them right now. Trying to go toe-to-toe with the second place world champion right here. This is huge for them. Can they do it though? How do they scale here? Do we think they have late game to compete with Onyx?
I mean, they're focused, right? They're securing neutral objectives. They're securing vision on the map. They're keeping Onyx at bay. So, I mean, it's a little bit of a win. I mean, they are leading in the towers right now, but the turtle is coming. Now, this could be a make it or break it, as we can see Onyx already setting up a play here.
Oh, the Molina Blitz does miss. Sans unable to connect it. Turtle coming up, and this time RCC might just want to fight for it. One shot. I think just lost his purple buff, so it's going to be a little bit dangerous. But QP, a lot of damage coming on to Keyboy there. One shot, able to back up. A Wiser now in trouble. Caught up by Kyrie once again. Able to catch the Netherrealm. Boots is there. Boots once again finds two members. Albert able to pick up the kill there. Castle will be the next. That's going to be rough for the side of RCC. They're going to have to go back and lick their wounds as Kyrie takes a turtle.
While all of that was happening, though, we do see one shot. Oh, we're going to look at actually a little bit of a highlight here. Boots coming in from the left flank. The bravest fighter on the two of them. It was insane. And we can see Castle trying to sustain against all of Onyx, but it just wasn't enough. Kind of back to what I was saying is that one shot might be in trouble.
Oh, one shot definitely in trouble. Boots going to try to get... Oh! This is bad. Boots is on the line. 2-0 and 3. Don't give this man the Lapu, but you might not have a chance to give it to him again. RCC now on the back foot. Sans, a little bit of trouble. Castle missed the final slash. Sans able to flicker away. Oh, man. 9-5, 8 minutes in. A 2K gold lead for Onyx G.
This is the moment that I think RCC needs to hit the brakes, right? We can see that Onyx they're feeling good. Their momentum's there, and they are just now trying to bully RCC. Keep them at bay. Keep your mind on the prize. Neutral objectives. It's not all about kills.
And keep your, nice final slash. Woo! And the pullback, Keyboy in a little bit of trouble. He does not get away. Troublemaker able to pick up the kill, and now RCC want to go for the fight, but Boots is there once again with a two-man stun. They take out Troublemaker, and RCC is back under the tower as Albert gets off free shots. One shot has left the building. He's up to the top lane to clear things up.
He definitely left the building. Quite a few fell for RCC. And this is what I was going to point out earlier is that One Shot has just been really focusing on farm. And you can kind of see that he is 6,100 gold in versus Kyrie's 5,000. So 1,100 gold difference in the jungle. It couldn't be a saving grace at some point into this game. So it's something to keep an eye on. He has been stealing Kyrie's like purple and red buff at one point during that last turtle take. So I think keep an eye on him. The Melina Blitz coming out on the castle. Nothing really going for it. But again, you can see Onyx, the chessboard play, controlling the Lord pit. What can RCC do?
I don't know. With Lord up now, they got to look for an angle. They got to get this macro down. They do have the advantage in the bot lane there. It looks like One Shot might try to steal the purple. They might give up this Lord here and just go for some towers instead, go for some ground, and then go for the defense. If they don't lose any members, they may be able to not lose too much from this Lord push, and taking that tier 2 in the boss side could be huge.
Yeah, and again, it is One Shot. He is just constantly on the farm. I like it. I mean, he's the most mobile person on their team. So if they can keep that at bay and he doesn't get caught off guard, but Sans on the hunt.
One Shot, quick fingers there. Able to move back to his purple and secure it. I thought Sans was going to get that for sure.
I mean, he did it once. Why couldn't he do it again? That's for sure. But I mean, hey, if it happened to him again, it'd be shame on him, right? So again, the Lord is going to be barreling down. RCC has to reduce the risk here. Try to avoid as much as possible. Get this Lord down. Don't give Onyx enough. Keep some of your tier 2s if possible, but don't lose your life in the meantime.
I think they can do it. I think they just lose this one as long as they don't make any huge mistakes. We got One Shot controlling the bottom lane and is going to try to clear this mid. Lord breaks through the top side. Onyx doesn't want to force it here. They're going to move over to the mid side, try to take something else, take the tier 3 there. It's a good defense by RCC, hanging in this game. Onyx has tipped the scale of the gold, about 4,000 in their favor. But we saw nice hit onto Sans. Sans gets the passive. One Shot does not go down at all. It's a good play, but RCC still in the game.
Yeah, now this is their time that they need to utilize. The passive's procced. Sans probably not going to be as aggressive with the Nana at this point. Again, I would want to see RCC maybe take they know they sent the Nana back. Control a little bit of the mid of the map. Do something to make a play. Force them into a bush or something. But you can see Onyx clapping back.
Oh. T-Boy decides to go back. Castle jumps in. A lot of damage on the 2 members. Sans goes down. Boots as well. The conceal play coming in. QP looking for a target. Locks on. Pulls him back. But wait, the Cold Altar is there. Boots taking a lot of damage. RCC looking for the finishing blow. But the Appraisal's Wrath comes out of the lead. Two members. Wiser gonna just be next. Keyboard finds another, and Albert is there on the chase. It's one shot and Troublemaker against Albert, and Keyboy make it nothing but one shot. But against all, he's got to get back to base. They wanted a slugfest. They wanted a rumble. Well, we're here.
My God, the turning tides. Look at this. They engage by Onyx, but then RCC clapping back to fall by one shot there. A little bit of a concealed play, but look at Boots. He's able to keep him at bay, utilizing the Bravest Fire there. Even though the Nether Realm came out, it just wasn't enough. The damage by Albert was too much, and Kyrie securing the deal here. And then the chase comes down by Albert and Keyboy. It was just too much by RCC. Onyx coming out top.
All right, do they fight for this Lord, though? They're going to try to find a position here. QP and one shot, hiding out in the tri-bush. Onyx doesn't have vision over there. San's going to hold the mid. Sans throws out a Molina, trying to get something, get any sort of information. If QP can get the lockdown onto Kyrie, one shot can maybe get the retreat onto the Lord. That's got to be the goal here. One shot switches position. Maybe not the best idea. He's going to go for the purple real fast, then go for the quick re-engage. QP, keep your eyes on him. He's going to look for Boots with the Bravest Fight. Look for the Sun, look for the zone, but they pull back Boots instead. That's going to give the Lord over to the side of Onyx. One shot, unable to get the kill there. But RCC looking for an engagement, and they still don't even get Boots. Onyx definitely comes out on top.
Onyx now going to be utilizing this Lord to its fullest potential. Again, we see that RCC has the ability to mount up a defense, and you got to give it up to one. Onyx on their toes, right? And causing a little bit of trouble, but if he gets caught, could be a little bit of a problem. To take out Kyrie here. Again, RCC down to their tier 3 inhibitor turrets here. Can they mount up a defense? I think they'll be able to. I think this would be breathing room they need to take this here. Uh-oh. Do they take Boots?
Boots doesn't die. It's cold in Russia, but Boots is just warming up right now. Looking for the dive. The Lord comes in, smashes it onto the inhibitor. Onyx Esports looking to close this game. RCC just trying to defend. They find one inhibitor. They're going to try to move on to another, but Onyx decides to keep it disciplined. We're not going to force things. We're not going to rush things. We got a 5,000 gold lead. We are holding the wheel right now.
Conceal play!
Oh! A lot of trouble, untargetable.
A gente tem 6 coach e ainda perdeu. Pois é, mano. Porra.
Troublemaker in trouble, though.
A line da Black Face é gigante.
Rest of Onyx now on the prowl. Troublemaker goes down. Albert holding the backside, just getting free shot. Flickers in and finds Castle. Wiser looking for a shot of his own, but it's nothing but him and QP. One shot hanging out of the building right now. He's got to get back to defend. Onyx still not forcing it.
Aí, rapaziada, se vocês quiserem apostar nesse campeonato,
keeping him at bay. I mean,
comentário fixado aí com todas as informações pra apostar, beleza? Só clicar no link, usar o código você, perfeito.
Gets the stun, looking for more. Keyboy, the rest of the team collapses. One shot though, Wiser and QP still up. 2 more seconds. Troublemaker, 9 for Castle. It's a 5v5 in just a second, and Onyx knows it. They're not going to overstay their welcome.
Man, both
mano, a Onyx não quer dar GG, cara. Eu acho que eles querem ficar pegando kill,
the
mano.
re-engage, the escape by Onyx was insane. RCC not giving up though. Kind of taking a look at some of the items. We do see that one shot is online, fully built at this point. I would say that the biggest thing is that they really need to get Wiser fully built. He's 1, 5, and 6. So I feel like that is where they're struggling. Kupi's been doing really good to secure picks and sets. So they just got to keep that up. Maybe get a key pick here at the end. I like this. Look at the set that's happening on the right side. Just don't let it get to you. Let's see if they can bait Onyx up here to maybe take out one shot.
It's going to be tough. They got to get something. Onyx doesn't seem to care. They're going to hang out by this Lord pit. As long as they got Boots to clear the waves, they're okay. But here comes the conceal play. QP looking for it. He smells it in the water, though. No way to get Boots there. Boots actually dives in, and the rest of Onyx isn't closing. On to Wiser. Wiser used the flicker, but still not enough, and destroyed.
Is this the time, though?
RCC back to the Lord, though. Can they get the steal? Can he make it? When it matters, one shot breaks it. But Albert looking to get the finish here. One shot back to base right
Nem
away.
fudendo que ele conseguiu roubar isso. Nem fudendo, nem fudendo.
Troublemaker in trouble.
Should be okay. He's going to be back in just a second. 29 seconds is enough. They got the Lord. I don't think Onyx can close out here.
Deus.
I don't think so as well. This is great breathing room for RCC. What an interesting play here. Oh, one shot almost taking out Onyx there. Again, this is great aggression by RCC. I loved the play to force them to split off the Lord. And you can just hear the crowd going wild. RCC's getting the crowd buff at this moment. Can they utilize this in their favor to set Onyx back a little bit? Again, they did get breathing room while having the Lord, but let's see if they can take as much as they can. They need to go for some of this mid tower. You can kind of see a collapse possibly about to happen.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on. They're trying to QP's looking for a target. Albert.
Ai, o Albert. Mano, o Albert vai morrer, velho. Não morreu. Meu Deus, perdeu o imortal. Agora ele morre. Morreu.
Oh my God!
Olha a torcida dos russos lá gritando.
RCC have taken advantage of this game. They've evened out the gold. They've evened out the playing field. RCC, the crowd could be chanting it right now. Can they get the finish?
Can they end? Can they end is the question.
Yep, we're going to hang out. We're going to wait. We got our minions coming, and they're feeling good about it. It's 20 seconds on clock for Boots. They're going to try to end this here and bring it to a game 3. Kyrie in a little bit of trouble.
Ooh.
Keyboy gets the knock up. RCC still there, but the Appraisal's Wrath comes down, and Keyboy is gone. Nothing but Kyrie stands in between. RCC in a game number 3.
RCC taking game 2 against Onyx. What in the world?
Isso não, cara. Não é possível, não. Hoje todo mundo quer acabar com a minha da porra. Caralho, velho. Caralho, tô de sacanagem, mano. Tô de sacanagem.
Onyx just takes the loss. We were talking about momentum. Does this give RCC some momentum?
I mean, this plus the crowd buff? I think maybe. Just maybe the Phygital Games of the future might be the biggest upset tournament here ever. Can Onyx make it? Kind of taking a look at some of these key highlights that was the make it or break it for both teams. Again, Onyx heavy pressure into the early game, but RCC not giving up, doing the same thing that they did in the first round. They fought back. They didn't go down without swinging against the team like Onyx. And again, let's just look at it, man. I mean, they were utilizing their defenses. They kept creating moments that they could breathe. And we can see that a lot of the aggression onto the early was by Onyx at this point. But look, the damage was finally coming in. Conceal's play made. But again, Onyx still coming out on top on some of these fights. But RCC just not losing the pressure. They kept going. And then in the end, it was crazy. This wasn't the turning point, I would say. It was definitely when they split and forced Onyx to make decisions here to then fight the Lord and then the retry by one shot to secure the deal. You can see Onyx, I think it was a mistake on their part not ending the game at this point and showing that they were the aggressors. This was the play. Albert flickering out, almost making it there, forcing a lot of Onyx here. Man, what a game, Trex.
Yeah, they forced Albert into one shot there. He gets a bunch of damage. Albert's like, whoa, I gotta go back. And then Castle's waiting on the other side. They hit him with the sandwich there. And then Onyx is just kind of in pieces. Everyone split up. One shot able to lock onto Sands, and they had the sustainability to deal with some of the burst damage, and that was it. RCC, they got scrappy. They said, fine, you want to play our game, Onyx? You want to just go for blow? Well, they brought it to them, and RCC brings us to a game number 3 I think 90% of the people around the world thought this was going to be a sweep. Well, here we are at the end of the night. If you're staying up late, if you're over in Philippines or Indonesia and it's 2 a.m. for you or something like that, it's worth it, guys. It is worth it.
This is definitely a game of the future. RCC showing that they are fierce competition, the dark horse in the Phygital games. Over here pushing Onyx back against the wall. It is match point right now. It could be anybody's game. My God. Again, giving it up to RCC. I personally, Trex, think that it was the crowd buff.
That is, I mean, it's nuts, man. It's crowd buff. They played well. Towards the end, they were making some great micro decisions for those team fights. Even like we saw, finding great angles, willing to use the conceal play well. I mean, definitely a different vibe than what we normally see, but they did wonderful in those fights and in those small decisions, taking the risk, and it pays off.
It pays off huge. I mean, this goes to show, we can kind of look at some stats. I was thinking this a little bit earlier into the game, is to keep an eye on one shot. He was just diving into the jungle. He was split pushing. He was doing everything he could possibly do. If the team fight went south, his main objective was to secure as much gold for his team as he possibly can. Take neutral objectives. Do whatever he can, because all of Onyx loves to respond to RCC's attacks. They love fighting blow to blow. So that just leaves them open on the left and right lanes, especially when the engage is in the mid lane. So again, I think that's where RCC was able to take advantage. Trex, what a game. We casted one upset. Are we gonna cast another one?
Are we the curses?
What in the world?
I jump on my first day on the desk and things just start getting crazy, man. First day on the desk and things start getting insane, and I am for it right now. You know, it's only 2:14 over here in America right now. I'm ready to go all night. Let's keep this thing going.
You know, I got a job to do, but it's all right. I'm here too. Again, what a great game. Big shout out to RCC. One shot being an absolute menace. This is the tactile gameplay that I wanted them to bring against Onyx. They took it a step farther than what I suspected. They went aggressive and tactile. So they hit him with a double whammy. Onyx didn't know how to reply, and that was crazy.
So it's at this point, so we see things like this happen sometimes, and then normally the favorite will come back and just like stomp, right? But at this point, I don't know if that's the route that like Onyx wants to go. Right? I think it might be time for Onyx to slow it down. I think it might be time. It's like, okay, these boys can get scrappy. We've tested them. We've put them to their limit. Maybe it's time for us to take a more disciplined approach to this game in general. From game 1, their laning phase was insane. Game 2, their laning phase was insane. I think game 3, maybe slow things down a little bit. See if RCC can play, you know, the slow game. See if they can play the disciplined game. See if they can, you know, maybe make RCC come to you this time.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that kind of threw me for a loop is that RCC picked up this Kaja, right? It was a little wild, right? But the versatility that it brought to the playing field was quite amazing. It just allowed them to take advantage of the Nana, right? Being able to capture it, the passives being procced on it. I think it was just a manifest that Onyx was just a little bit too aggressive. And then they seen how aggressive they learned from the first game, which I love when a team can live and learn, right? And RCC just did so well at that. And if they can do this again, I mean, Onyx, do you think it possibly came down to the Clint pick? Like, if a Claude was there, that probably would have been a whole different story.
Maybe. Now that I look back, I think one of the reasons why there was no Claude was just the worry for the Kaja, right? That was a possibility. The Kaja does kind of possibly hurt, but I don't know, man. I don't think the gold lane made a huge difference. I think RCC just kind of just were able to pick it up at the end there, man. They had some decent scaling. One shot as well, man. played an amazing game from start to finish. He was the macro of Team RCC, just a one-man macro from even the beginning, making the split decision to maybe give up this Lord. From the first Lord where they went for the tower instead in bot side. Just some of those decisions, they made them and they paid off. You know, sometimes it's a little risky to go for those plays, but they seem to continuously make the right choice at the right time. And that's where I feel like RCC just really thrived.
Yeah, I can definitely see that for sure. And I think it, again, to build upon that, I've seen a couple times where one shot was actually stealing the blue and the red buff of Kyrie, which again can cause a Fredrin to not be as much as a menace into team fights. So maybe if Kyrie would have went with an assassin versus an assassin, you could have seen a little bit of a different outcome. But again, both sides were fighting back and forth. I mean, that was anybody's game at that point. I wouldn't have... I thought Onyx was going to end it at one point, and then I also thought... And then RCC ended it at one point. So overall, it was like a definitely a rubber band match back and forth, but RCC coming out on top. If they can just do
O
that...
plano da Onyx deve ser me fuder, né? Não é possível. Plano horroroso é isso, meu Deus.
Now they got the momentum. Like you were saying, I think Onyx just needs to take this serious.
I mean, I think I would like to think that they've been taking it seriously, hopefully. I mean, if not, then we're definitely in for a show in game 3, because if they weren't taking it seriously and they were still dominating like that in game 1, we're definitely going to see something crazy. But I'm just wondering, like, what is the plan here, right? Like, do they just get crazy? Like, do they just like, fine, you want to play with fire? Let's put Kyrie on an assassin this time and like go all out. You want to see who plays it better? Or do they take the safe route here? It's definitely going to be a little insane.
And it could have all came down to that like baiting, right? You know, that Nolan Matilda bait that we were, gearing up in the very beginning of the draft phase, is that we suspected that RCC would have picked up the Matilda, but the Nolan ended up actually being the key puzzle piece, right?
I was completely wrong.
Like, yeah, it was wild. It was wild that was the take. And I mean, I suspected, again, the Matilda, it's been banned out because it's just an absolute menace. It can get you out of any sticky situation, but it wasn't able to get Albert out of that sticky situation in that far right lane in the game. So I think ultimately it was the macro and the micro of RCC making those great decisions to farm up and keep themselves at bay, while also I don't even know if I want to call it like a baiting Onyx into multiple team fights.
Yeah, it's gonna be insane. So Boots was a big problem. I'm trying to think of like draft for this last game. Do we just completely switch it up, man? Because I don't think, like, all right, Onyx will definitely think twice about letting the Nolan slip through to one shot, because that was scary, right? I don't think we see that on the map at all. My guess is Onyx may get first pick again here. So it actually might be the other way around. RCC has to ban out the Nolan. It's definitely going to be interesting about how they take this. I'm just surprised we made it this far. Game 3. Onyx, do they, what's your final say? Do they just play the same game, or do they completely switch it up here?
I mean, I think they play exactly the same game. Like, just be aggressive, keep the pressure up, because you could do it, right? They could do it. I just think they made I feel like there was a couple times they definitely could have ended against RCC, but then they underestimated RCC from that first game, right? And I think that's ultimately where it came, and it was just a good game played by RCC. But from Onyx, they just need to keep the pressure up. Keep the pressure up, secure neutral objectives. Sometimes, like, I don't know if it was that split decision to go up there to send 2 people up there, because I think Boots had that tower secured. If they would have kept all of their team but Boots at that top tower while 2 were pushing from RCC, the Lord could have possibly went into Onyx hands instead of RCC. And so there was just some of those, like, that's how games are won, is by forcing a team to make a split decision like that. And they knew that Onyx was the aggressor, and it paid off. So Onyx just kind of probably dial it just back a little bit,
So do you think that do you think Onyx like underestimated them a bit? Like even in that play right there, I think the thought is like, okay, we're gonna leave Kyrie at Lord. He's fine. He's not gonna let it get stolen from one shot. It's all good. So they make the split up play, right? And because of that, and I think a lot of those plays kind of came down like that. There was a lot of times where Onyx is almost like, I hate to like use this terminology, like playing with food a little bit, you know, or like just underestimating RCC in general. Maybe coming into this game thinking it was just going to be easy GGs. And now they have to completely rethink that. So that's where it kind of comes to me is, yes, keep it aggressive, but also like, don't bite off more than you can chew. This team is here for a reason. RCC is obviously here to play. I think Onyx knows that. I think as long as Onyx morale does not get put down, Game 3 is still in their favor, but RCC is feeling momentum right now. Like you said, they got the crowd buff, they got the homeland buff, they got it all right now, and they're feeling good about themselves. So I think them as well, they either come into this really aggressive, really feeling themselves, or they just keep their cool.
Yeah, it's kind of like that moment when you're at home. Well, you know, I'm building a story here. Let's not do this at a house, but
you got story
you know,
time.
like it's like a moment where the team is pressed against the wall. It is their last choice, their last chance to, you know, represent their home turf. Not only that, the crowd buff, they just predator mode, switched on, and then they just went gung ho. Just in there. And I think, again, like you were saying, building off of that, the underestimating of RCC, they just played such a good game. Normally when a team meets such an aggressive team like Onyx, they kind of like turtle up. They lose that momentum. It breaks. It didn't with RCC. So if they can keep that momentum up, I actually suspected that they were gonna like dial it back, but they dialed it up. So I want to see what they can do.
E vamos para os picks de
final draft of the quarterfinals. Whew.
I thought we said that about the last one, but here we are. One more draft to go. One draft to rule them all, and I like it. Onyx is going to take out the Faramis first. We're already getting some respect bans, making sure Troublemaker does not get his hands on that. It was definitely a problem last game, sustainability. It's kind of how RCC was able to withstand the hyper-aggression of Onyx. We need something that buys us a little bit of time. We need some heavy suppression to help buy us even more time and lock them down and stop them from punching us in the face. And that was the answer right there. So how does RCC do that again here?
Now, RCC, again, I think they need survivability, so the best way they could possibly, depending on Onyx build here, they could go a Diggy. I mean, that gives a little bit of sustainability, but I really think RCC require, like, they need someone that can set. So they might go, I mean, they might go a minnow route. This is, I feel like some type of comp that encourages minnow would be a huge go, because if you're able to have the sustainability that Minotaur brings, as well as that team fight engagement, I think it could be key, because it does seem like RCC enjoys fighting back. Like, they're not going down without swinging.
For sure. And now the Joy's ban, the Nolan's ban, I think RCC definitely bans. Onyx stays, like keeping it safe. Like, all right, so RCC has to ban the Matilda here, right? They got to ban the Matilda here, but the Ruby's open for Keyboy if they ban out the Matilda here. The Guinevere's open. So many things still in the field. Do they take the risk? I don't know if I want to see Kyrie on that Gwynny again. That thing was. But either way, there is a lot to trade. So do they do the same thing Onyx did and leave it open and like, fine, you get the Gwynny, but we get the Ruby Matilda, or you get the Matilda, we get the Ruby Gwynny. I think that might be the route to go, is leave all three open and risk it. But that's what, I mean, it's definitely up in the air, and RCC knows what's on the table here. No matter what, they get some sort of trade, but it's definitely risk.
It is. And I mean, this is, they,
go for the Ruby. They leave the Matilda open. They beat it last time. I mean, why not, right?
Yeah. Maybe they force the Guinevere and then take it themselves.
Take the Matilda themselves. What else do they pick with it? What else do they pick here? They get a second pick. They get a second pick.
They could go Brats. I mean,
they
out the get-go. They could go for the Nana. Yeah, because I mean that would be a good pressure. I mean, oof. This is Navaria's banned, so not gonna have to worry about that. They could go Vexana. I mean, if they needed more CC, they're gonna opt to go Arlott.
Arlott again.
The Arlott was nice. Yeah.
Castle's played. I mean, he's played it both the past 2 games. Even the game that they lost, he did decent on it. Last game, he did tremendous on it. Was able to continuously focus onto Albert. So I think it's going to be huge. I think it's definitely not a bad pick at all. And this time, Albert going to pick up the carry, and they go for the minnow combo.
I mean, if RCC didn't go with the minnow combo, Onyx had to, right? And I feel like it does pair pretty decent with the carry as well as the Guinevere. So, I mean, you have double CCs here. I mean, RCC could get spicy, right? They could, I mean, this is wild out of the box. Diggy mid. They could go Diggy mid, counter all CCs, but they're not going to go for it. It was out of the box, you know? It's a risk it all.
I don't think it's very out of the box. It's a fair pick, man. It's a fair pick. But RCC doesn't roll that way. They want to trade blows. They don't pick passive roams. They don't. They want to get in your face, man. And that's what they're going to bring. So they lock in Troublemaker with this Valentina. They ban out the Nana, which I think is solid. Let's focus on the Sands. Do they ban the Vex next? The Vexana next? I think RCC could. That he picked it in game 1. We know he's liked it before. I think RCC could definitely ban out the Vexana here.
I think definitely. I mean, the Aurora could be a devastating comp into Onyx. So, because Aurora with a Minnow combo has actually been devastating in this tournament. And then, I mean, you have Aurora, Minnow, Gwen. Like, you're infinitely locked into CCs.
The Vex.
But they do go the Vex. So, I mean, that leaves not too many mages open for the side of Onyx. I do like, so I wanted to really talk about RCC, the Valentina pick, right? I did say that they needed like the Minnow for the sustainability. Troublemaker they got it. They got it in a different sense, right? Like, so, hey, the Juan still could pick up a Claude on the RCC though.
Yeah, I think it works. I mean, they could go for that. I mean, the Ixia's banned out. They could go for something like the Brody again. Does have range over the carry. If they want to put Wiser on that, I think it'll be a little bit more comfortable than last game. I think there's plenty of options for Wiser here, and they still need a jungler as well. Barats is open here. Fred's open. Plenty of tanky choices if that's something they want to go for.
Yeah, all I can tell is that I feel like Onyx about to pull out something spicy. Like I just
spicy?
I think spicy. Or do they just
like
keep
how spicy are we talking? Talking like Indonesian
like
spicy? We talking like
I'm talking like
Mexico
a
spicy? Fanny.
Mexico.
What's so funny?
Who knows? Why are you laughing? Clint being picked up by RCC. I mean, I feel like it did decent. Clint does lack a little bit of mobility. I mean, maybe with the Matilda is the combo, but I still would have probably liked a Claude.
Yeah, I don't know. The Clint, I know it's been getting picked here and there, but I'm not on board. Spicy. But there's the Odette. You want it spicy. Onyx gonna give it to you. Okay, you pair it up with the Minnow. Then CC, wait. All right, no, all right, so it's Gwynny Jungle, CC in the EXP. What do they pick for gold? Or they already have gold. They need jungle, man.
Barats,
do you just go for it? You just get crazy?
Yeah.
I mean, just get real tanky.
I mean, you could go Fred, too. You have
Fred.
tons. Like, and the biggest thing that you'll have to worry about on Onyx side is the Guinevere. Like, the Guinevere dive is about the only thing. I mean, unless you're scared of Odette. I mean, CC could kill the backline.
Solid. Maybe a Kai here. Maybe a Kai.
Yeah.
You get the pushback on the Odette and everything.
Could. Oh, yeah, you'd be able to knock him out. The Fred, I mean, safe choice. Get the tanky front line. Still have a decent amount of mobility. But hey.
We got a draft, boys.
Woo! Game point. RCC.
Match point for both teams. This is the decider here. Nobody thought we would make it. If you've been staying up all night, big shout out to all the people watching right now. I know we got that Clipper guy, DJ Y. We got Zia over in NA tuning in. We got a lot of people around the world tuning in. Big shout out to you guys if you stayed up till 2 a.m. to watch this game. I'm excited for it. This is RCC up against Onyx Esports. We're going to jump into the land of Dawn for one last time in the quarterfinals of Games of Future Mobile Legends. Once again, will we have a double upset? Will RCC make a miracle, or will Onyx crush their dreams?
The ultimate duo casting with the ultimate... What just happened here? We're back. The ultimate duo castings now the game.
Ready to stand up.
Where you just...
I've been standing up this whole time.
That boy is getting into it. Okay, I got it. All right, well, my guess is that there might have been some type of technical pause or something that happened in that game in the initial starting. Could be having some equipment problems. Who knows? But getting into this draft, I can kind of talk about some win conditions here, right? Just out of the get-go. I feel like Onyx going to have to really defend this Odette, right? The Odette's going to be a little squishy. And they already had the Valentina before the Odette came out. The Valentina has decent options. I mean, could steal Odette's ult, still have decent mobility, could steal Minotaur's ult, have decent mobility. So I think it's all going to come down to how RCC can reply to this Odette pick. It is spicy.
Yeah, Valentina's definitely got decent options. You never want to see a girl with a lot of options. It's never good for us boys. I'm just kidding.
Us men, calm down here. We're men, we're casting men.
All right, so coming into it, I think I kind of agree. I think the Odette's definitely an interesting pick, and I think last time we saw an Odette on an international stage was M5, and it was AP.Bren that picked it. Was it against Onyx that they picked it? Or am I wrong? Or was it Onyx that picked it? I can't remember which team. I know we saw it at the M5 World Stage. I'm having a little trouble remembering it. But it was like a clutch pick, and everyone was surprised by it. And it worked very, very well. Then it got picked again and worked very, very bad. So we'll see exactly how it works out here. Could be the game changer. Or that spicy pick could be the Energy.
This is actually the second time. This is the second time the Odette is being picked in this tournament. I'm trying to figure out which... I can't, it wasn't a game I cast it. Oh, here it is. So it was Twisted Minds pulled out Odette against S2G Esports. Yes.
Yeah.
So we did see the Odette actually excel, though the comp was Axborg, Fred, Odette, Claude, and Arlott, which is, that's a whole load of meta right there.
A whole load of meta right there.
That's a whole load of meta
right there.
Yeah, so wild we're seeing Onyx pick it up. I want to see, maybe, again, I like to always keep it like a little passive. Like maybe the Odette was like one of those like secret picks that we've seen. We can kind of see what their most bans and their most picks are, and I'm guessing Odette's not on here.
Yeah. That's fair. Lapu Lapu is the most picked, though. They've been slotting that over to Boots for a while now. Vexana, Guinevere, Nana. I mean, it's definitely interesting how they go. And I want to take a look at RCC. It's a very different set of most picks for them. They got the Akai, Bruno, Paquito, Novaria, and even the Terizla that I'm guessing they picked up a lot in the early stages. Bans on the other side, they ban out the Nolan, they ban out the Joy, Matilda, all regular things for them, but this time they get their hands on the Matilda. This is going to be our first time seeing them play the Matilda, I'm pretty sure. So I'm excited to see how they play into it.
Yeah, 100%. The Matilda, I was wondering if that was a bait, and I can't believe we're seeing so many baits in the drafting phase, and I love it, because normally we don't get to see anything that spicy in the drafting phase. Normally they just ban out the heroes. They're not like strategizing anything, but to give Onyx the Guinevere and then take the Matilda for theirself, I mean, that goes to show both teams have the confidence, you know, and I understand the confidence behind Onyx, but now we're seeing that RCC actually has what it takes to take on ONIC. And again, I don't personally think that last match was too many troll heroes. Like I felt like both teams were bringing a decent amount of what they have to offer to the playing field. I mean, this is the playoffs.
Most definitely. It does seem like we finally got word. There was a couple technical problems, internet problems. So we're just making sure everybody's queued up and ready to go with a fair setting. And I mean, we got game 3. We got everything we wanted. So I think it's good that that's how we're going to be doing this. I'm excited to see how it goes.
Yeah. I think the internet might be affecting you too. You kind of got
I got a little
something on your face.
Yeah, it looks like. Oh, I fixed it.
Hey, you fixed it.
That was weird. Can I do it again?
You just change faces. But yeah, I mean, last game, this is.
So who do you got, G?
Games of the future. I mean,
who do you got?
I want to say RCC at this point. I mean, the Matilda, they're I like the underdog story, right? Like they were the dark horse. This is what as a caster we live for. These are the moments that make us love what we do. So again, I love ONIC, but again, I would kind of like to see RCC. They have the stadium buff. They have the momentum now. Can they keep the momentum going and not get tunnel vision is what I want to know.
They have to be able to know everything that's going on. And let's just do some what ifs here, right? Let's say RCC does jump into this, but here we go. No more what ifs. It's game number 3 at day 4 of the quarterfinals. Royal Cyber Esports Club trying to get the upset against ONIC. Match point for both teams.
Yeah, and ONIC already showing the emotes and the aggression early outs. Now, I feel like from the side of ONIC, what they really need to do is that I believe the combination of Gwen, Minnow, and Odette, all 3 at once, is just going to eradicate RCC. So from the side of RCC, I'd like to see those tactile plays. They have a Fredrin. I mean, he's kind of fast. Maybe keeping the Matilda and the Fredrin together and focusing on the side objectives while trying to keep ONIC at bay could be the win condition for RCC. But again, we are seeing a little bit of a different game. Not too much aggression here, but Castle, boot.
Oh, a little bit of damage on a boots there. He backs off, but yes, you're right. I mean, this normally happens. When you get to a game 3 like this, both teams start slowing it down a little bit. It's like, okay, let's not get too crazy. If we make one wrong mistake, that could be it.
Going back to the fundamentals. We can kind of see heavy pressure up here on the EXP lane, mainly because I'm guessing the turtle's up here. So given that early presence, trying to see what they're going to want to do here. Kyrie, already level 4. We see one shot level 4. They're kind of filling it out. Look at it. They know they're there. I love it. I love the pressure. Minnow clearing mid. So ONIC going to have a little bit of an advantage here on this turtle take, but they're going to go for EXP.
Yeah, they went their way up. I mean, One Shot definitely doesn't want to go up against Kyrie by himself. So he does zone them away, but Kyrie knows they're coming, so he lets the turtle reset, lets the rest of his team buy some time. Now it's 4 up top against 4 up top. Everybody ready to go. ONIC gonna take the delayed approach. One Shot goes in, gets it done, but Kyrie knocks him up. Kyrie in a little bit of trouble. Out comes Boots, able to get the kill onto One Shot. Turtle still there, but now it's Mayhem for the side of RCC. They're taking too much damage. Troublemaker goes down. Boots able to get the final slash on 2 members. Looking for Kyrie, but he has to escape before he can get the kill.
I mean, that ONIC won that by a mile.
A lot.
I mean, 2 kills. The turtle. I mean, we've seen Troublemaker steal. What is it called? The something.
Swan Song.
I don't even know. Swan Song? Yeah, Swan Song. So able to steal the Swan Song, utilize that on the turtle take, but it just wasn't enough. And that is one thing to kind of talk about, is that they really don't have any knock-up on the side of RCC to interrupt the Odette. Because that is the only thing, if I'm not mistaken, during the new patch, is that knock-up is the only thing that will stop it. and Onyx has that. So RCC, I think Troublemaker needs to start stealing Keyboard's ult, utilizing that Minnow's Rage. So let's keep an eye on that. On Onyx side, they just got to keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah, and I think them being up right now, like they have a decent late game right here. They're going to have a great power spike with boots on the CC. We know how much damage the CC can do, especially against chunky guys like a Fredrin. So RCC needs to be careful about that. They need to maybe slow them down a little bit. One shot does take a hit to the face and a little bit of trouble. But here goes QP looking for the engage, decides to back off, does zone away Onyx there. Onyx definitely not overstaying their welcome at any point. They're taking things slow in game 3.
I was about to say, game 2 Onyx, they would have attacked that. So, again, we're kind of seeing them going back to the fundamentals, building that foundation, and keeping RCC at bay. And again, that's a good go for when you're facing a team that is as aggressive as RCC. Keep them at bay. The next turtle take is coming up. Is this the time RCC takes one for themselves? Oh my God.
Kyrie might be in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna get dashed on. They're gonna try to move in onto him. Kyrie looking to get away. Will get stunned, but no. Troublemaker gets the kill. The No One's Fury comes down, and now Troublemaker's in trouble as well. Castle forced to run away. QP fell already. One shot. Trying to stay on this turtle. He really wants it, but is it worth it? He's taking too much damage. Moving on over to Boots. Weiser getting a couple free shots. One shot goes down. Boots picks up the kill. Castle should be next. He decides to get away. Keyboy decides to back off. It's 5-1, 5 minutes in. Onyx still holding a strong lead.
I mean, one thing to point out by Onyx is that Kyrie just knows how to force RCC or just any team into the position that he wants. Combined with Sans and Keyboy there, it was too much for him. Oh man, Odette's actually punching a pack. Or packing a punch. Jesus.
Jesus. Come on.
Pastor G in the house.
Here too is you mentioned how Onyx they're always forcing the fights. Well, they don't have boots this time on a heavy CC engager like Lapu, right? It's more of just, I'm gonna chip away, do damage, so they have to definitely approach these a little bit differently when you don't have boots like constantly causing the mayhem that he causes, but they're still doing it well. The Kyrie just Grand Theft Purple buff, as the great Leo would like to say, just walks in, takes it, walk out, and this is the Onyx that we know picking apart RCC right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking neutral objective after neutral objective. RCC trying to respond against with their aggressiveness, but you can already see 19K versus 15K. Onyx in a little bit of the lead. The pressure there.
Oh, the knock up. The Violent Requiem paired up with a flicker from Keyboy, knocking 2 members up. QP forced to back off. Onyx have taken over the jungle. They're bringing the aggression now at 7 minutes in.
My God. Onyx is just... They're showing why they came in second place at M5. The aggressors, the controllers... Kyrie isn't even farming at this point. He's just showing his presence. Let's see what they can do here. I think they are going to go actually help Boots in the top lane. Maybe try to get a gank on a castle. Oh, no.
I mean, definitely got to figure something out. RCC, at this point, probably just need to get back to kind of what their plan was in game 1. Just slow it down. They haven't I mean, 5K is a pretty big gap, but they definitely don't want to let it go anymore. But no, RCC, man, they're like, yo, what's up? Let's do this. Let's run it. They're going to move on to the mid-side. B-Boy in a little bit of trouble, taking some free shots. QP with the Ka, able to knock him up. And in comes Kyrie. Albert getting free shots as well. But the final slash locks onto Sans. Sans might have gone too deep. They get the kill. Onyx now forced to back off. They lost a member. RCC comes up in the trade.
Yeah, they did take down quite a bit of Onyx, though. And then this is, again, where one shot exceeded in the last game. They're going to give up the turtle, but they're going to secure some neutral objectives, taking out Kyrie's purple buff. Kind of leaves him at a disadvantage. Guinevere really needs that extra defense, but look at Kyrie responding by taking their own.
We can trade up, bro, just like Pokemon cards. You take this one, I take that one, and now Onyx going to take a tower in the midst of that trade, still consistently coming out on top in the midst of it all.
That is where key communication comes. But look at the fly trap possibly coming down. RCC. But Boots in the back line.
In the middle of them all. He's in trouble. Does not get knocked up, though. RCC decides not to go for it. QP didn't get the knock up there, or at least stopped it in midway.
I'm actually really surprised that they... the second round RCC would have took that engage, but again, back down to the fundamentals. They are definitely playing a passive game. Last time around the 9-minute mark, we were like 30 kills in, but that is a different time.
Something like that, yeah.
Here. He said something like that. Next hurdle's not too long. I mean, economically, we can definitely tell Onyx on top. Right now, I feel like they really need to stop Boots, Albert, and then if they really need to catch a pick on the Keyboy. He's kind of off-centered, but look at this. I like this. They're going to take what they can, take a tower down in the bot, but maybe they lose mid?
No, Castle was able to push those minions in. Should be okay. I was a little worried he missed the final slash, but at least they get to clear the minions quickly. And in the bot side, RCC still finding macro across the map, finding something to get. And those minions are going to push in, take a little bit more damage onto that bottom tier 2 as well.
Man, I see, this is the stickiest situation. Like, we can see everything. It might have been almost beneficial, but the minions, are they going to take out the second? They did!
Oh. That's a dub.
That's two towers. That is a win. I mean, huge. That's going to set them up for the Lord that keeps Boots in the bottom lane. Do they respond with a pick on him, though? That's what they want.
Yeah, they're going to go for Boots in the bot side, take the kill. They don't want to fight for the Lord, but if they can get Boots here, it's a great trade. They got to take the slow. He's got the... Hold on, Boots in a little bit of trouble. They find it. Down he goes. QP able to get the kill. Up at the top, Kyrie still on the Lord. Down low, Kyrie will be able to get it, and we saw the same exact play, and I think it was game 2, right? They gave up the Lord, went for a slide push. Wait a second, gonna lock on a Castle here. Albert has already used a speedy light wheel. Castle should be okay. Kyrie, Keyboy, and Sans are gonna try to close in onto the boss side. Wiser in a very bad position.
Oh, gosh.
Don't know if he's gonna be able to get away from this one. Sans on a one-shot. It's 2 up against 4. Pinned up against the wall. Albert there with speedy light wheel, able to lock on. Big Violent Requiem, one shot in trouble. Should go down here. Is he going to be able to get away from this? Wiser goes down, but one shot still on the map. Able to just get back to his team, get to safety, but Kyrie still on the chase, gets the knock up. One shot still up, though. One shot, man. Big W's on the map. You might have lost Wiser, but he has been carrying the past 2 games.
Man, I mean, just the combination of Koopy there to be able to save one shot was clutch, but this is a huge disadvantage for RCC. They split. Keyboy able to read the situation and keep them at bay, allowing all the lanes to be synced, and the Lord barreling down. RCC needs to defend this, and again, we've seen them do it before. Can they do it again with such a deficit?
I mean, I'm wondering what ult Troublemaker takes here. I think he's got to go for the No One's Fury, but it seems like he's not taking it, even though he's right next to him. Maybe he's looking for the Swan Song, looking for something else. But I feel like they need the big CC potential. They need the combo. They need the big play possibilities. Troublemaker does end up picking up the Swan Song here. Lord is gone. Onyx, though, still being aggressive, looking for a singular mess up. Watch for Keyboy into the backside. Waiting to use that Minoan's Fury, but a lot of damage on a Boots. Boots goes down. Swan Song comes out from Sans. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Boots for Castle. Make it one shot as well. Albert able to pick up the kill. Keyboy falls to Wiser, though. Wiser getting 3 shots off, and Onyx has to back off. They did get an inhibitor, though. It's 2 for 2. Royal Cyber Club kind of evens out there a bit, even though they lost an inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, losing your tier 3 inhibitor does force that lane to be a little bit stronger for the side of Onyx. So again, a little bit of a win. They did overstay their welcome and lose 2 of their own. Right now, RCC, we can kind of take a look at some of the items. We see, again, Kyrie, we're looking at 7-3 versus 6-6. So again, Kyrie's definitely winning in gold there, as well as the mage difference is there with the gold. There's so much penetration and burn picked up by Sans, and Albert maxed out already. Definitely gonna have to keep a... Ooh, they were able to hit the retreat there.
Oh. That was worrisome. Weiser was able to pick it up, though. One shot now, looking for the purple. Should be able to get it.
I would force this.
What do you mean?
Force this. Kyrie already used Retry. They could force this right here into...
Force Lord.
Yeah, they could force Lord.
That's dangerous. Don't get too crazy. They're going to look for pickoffs as well. But yeah, I mean, they could. You're right. They could just like get in there and, yo, let's do this. But we're
I guess
talking
it just comes down to communication. Like, did they know that Kyrie utilized his Retry right there in the bush?
RCC is forced to go back to base, clear out some of these waves, play the macro game here, and just hope they can hold on to this defense. They do have Weiser, who, I mean, even though he's behind Albert, he's only died once. He still has picked up a decent amount of items. He can make work of the Lord if given the time. RCC just needs to provide that for him. They need to provide that space for him. Once again, I want to see Troublemaker with that Minoan's Fury, man. I mean, I think the big knockup could be the time that they need for Weiser to unload just the extra bit of free slot shots.
Yeah, you can see that Troublemaker's attempting to try to steal probably Odette's ult at this point. They need as much AoE as they possibly can. The crowd buff is engaged. RCC, can you mount up a defense against Onyx?
Watch for Keyboy. He's going to be one of the engagers here. He's waiting for the right moment. The flicker play to end all flicker plays. Lord marching down the bot side. Kyrie's going to be taking his hand. Boots also making his way around, but they are chipping away at it. Onyx haven't made the big move just yet. Boots going to get final slashed over. Castle looking for the angle. Kyrie tries to dash in, but gets no knockup. The Swan Song does come out from the side of RCC. Lord finally down, but look at the damage! On to Castle, Troublemaker, and one shot, they're all deleted. And Onyx make quick work of game number 3. It was a valiant effort from RCC, but in the end, Onyx comes out on top.
What a great classic game right there by Onyx. They reverted back to the foundation that they soar into MLBB and took out RCC. RCC definitely a valiant effort though, put in so much pressure onto Onyx to force them to go back to the fundamentals. Man.
Yeah, I think they made that game. They played that game very, very cleanly. Taking a look, even with the Odette pick, I mean, it just came in clutch. You had a little bit of CC. You have nice AoE. You're able to deal with Castle, who's trying to dash in. You're able to deal with the rest of the team who's trying to dash in. And RCC just didn't have the answer for it.
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't say there's any like crazy turning plays. I mean, that was a really good play by Kyrie, being able to drag RCC where he wanted them, reposition the team to where you want them is always key into team fights here. And you can see RCC once again, the aggression by Onyx into the early stage, about the 6-minute mark, still applying heavy pressure onto him. Again, this was another great play. It did swoosh some of them in there, but was only one fell onto Onyx and they were still able to secure the turtle. This is, again, they were being really aggressive. RCC mounting up a great defense here, and I think that's ultimately what kept them alive. They kept backing up, utilizing both base and the crystal in the tower to defend. They took 2, but did lose their inhibitor there. And then this was the final push.
This damage right here, oh my God. Sans and the rest of the team just shred down Troublemaker in an instant. GG's to Onyx Esports. Moving on to the semifinals, 2-1 against RCC, but we gotta give it up to RCC. Definitely a name to be remembered here. Showing grit, showing spirit, getting a win against Onyx when nobody thought they were gonna be able to. And even in game 1 and game 3, they put up a great fight, but in the end, Onyx comes out on top, and they're gonna move forward to play up against Fireflux.
Which is going to be another game, kind of looking at the MVP here, Albert. The carry, you know, we like to say it's not a roughly good pick, but in the right hands, like someone like Albert, 5-0-3, 31% damage for his team. That is just, it's like textbook.
I mean, Albert has just done a great job in his transition over the gold lane, filling CW's shoes right here. Albert has showed up in almost all 3 games. We saw him on the 1-1, did an amazing job. We're seeing him here on the carry, doing an amazing job. His positioning is clean. I mean, just all around Truly a surprise to me. Did not know how he was going to be able to fill these shoes in the gold lane, but he's just doing an amazing job, and I'm excited to see how he moves forward in the games of future.
It is true. Same as well. Going up against Fireflux is going to be a show to see. And we're kind of looking at some of the stats here. I love this intro. This is by far the smoothest thing. We kind of can see what went down here. Kyrie had, I mean, again, his job was to secure neutral objectives, keep him at bay, but that. Albert just, he did. He put RCC where they didn't want to be. And that's not a pun, but hey.
It's a rhyme. But you know, Albert with 31% damage from his team. Sans as well though, 32% damage. And that's the thing about the Odette, with it, because it's like damage over time, right? Damage per second, the DPS. You don't really notice it's happening when it's happening, but it is definitely packing a punch. A wonderful game overall and a wonderful finisher to the night. We really wanted to see a best of 3. We got to see it. So we got the best of both worlds, G. We got to see a crazy upset with Fireflux beating Blacklist. We got to see an almost upset and going all the distance with Onyx up against RCC. If you waited all night to watch these games, it's definitely well worth it.
Hey, and not only that, we got to bring back the famous duo from North America, man, that kind of started it all. You know what it is. So it was great. I'm G the Ico. We'll see you guys next time.
In a world that seeks a balance between metaverses and healthy lifestyle, video games and traditional sport, live shows and web entertainment, we found the only way to harmony. Introducing a new era in the realm of sports, Phygital, a revolutionary fusion of the physical and digital worlds. This is an unparalleled mix of the most exhilarating and dynamic youth sports disciplines, all integrated with popular video games and cutting-edge technological devices. This unique sports format is accessible to all. Anyone can participate in Phygital competitions. Any sport has the potential to evolve into a Phygital experience. Football, basketball, hockey, racing, martial arts, shooters, and many other sports have successfully adapted to the new reality. The 2024 Games of the Future is a global multi-sport event that represents the pinnacle of Phygital sports worldwide. The event is attended by best clubs and teams, bringing together 2,000 participants from over 100 countries. It marks the beginning of a series of top Phygital tournaments that will take place annually worldwide. The current official program of Games of the Future includes 21 innovative disciplines. They are classified into 5 groups, which we refer to as challenges: sports, technology, speed, tactics, and strategies, openness, show, fun, and healthy lifestyle. Coming our way is the exciting Phygital era. So stay tuned, join our global Phygital community, and come over to the upcoming Games of the Future. Emerge as winners and heroes of the new era. Games of the Future, made for young generations.